Rebirth, my daily life cultivating immortality. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151, Game Experience Voucher. Jiang Ning took the spirit boat and flew over the city of Ansheng, sweeping the snack stalls with his spiritual sense. It was the busiest time near the end of the year, and there were long queues in front of many old shops. Jiang Ning went down to buy 2 snacks, and then took off again in the spirit boat. Under the protection of the spiritual light shield, the snacks stayed safely at the bow, and Jiang Ning arranged an additional heat preservation formation. It only took more than 10 minutes to get from Ansheng to Yuzhou, which was faster than the takeaway delivery in the future. With the protection of his formation, it can guarantee an excellent taste. Yuzhou, Century Hotel. A motorcade drove into the underground parking lot, and then several people in suits and leather shoes entered the elevator. It's earlier than I expected. The woman wearing sunglasses, carrying a custom brand bag, and dressed up said, "Wife, we set off early, and there is no traffic on the road today." The middle-aged man next to her had a friendly face, and intentionally or unintentionally exuded a cowardly atmosphere, giving people the feeling that he was easy to bully. The woman Lin Zhe said, "You arranged it well. It didn't delay the acquisition." Han Maosheng smiled when he heard this. "Wife, you really worked hard for my company." Han Maosheng was just an ordinary college student in Ansheng. Later, he got lucky and caught up with Lin Zhe, the daughter of the helmsman of Lin Zhongsheng Group. Han Maosheng is handsome and eloquent. Although Lin Zhe is a little ugly, it doesn't matter in front of the future. With Han Maosheng's efforts, he actually got married to Lin Zhe. From then on, with the help of his wife and father-in-law, he was very successful in Ansheng and was several levels higher than his former classmates and friends. But no matter how glorious Han Maosheng was outside, he was always submissive and didn't dare to speak loudly when facing his wife and father-in-law. The elevator slowly stopped. Han Maosheng stepped out of the elevator first, and then invited Lin Zhe out, and then several staff members in the elevator came out. Century Hotel is the best hotel in Yuzhou, especially the suites, which are spacious and bright. However, when Lin Zhe entered the room, his eyes always had a hint of greed. Century Hotel belongs to their Lin Zhongsheng Group, and the hotel's property was divided into the hands of her second brother. She could not get any benefits except for free accommodation. Her father distributed most of the family's resources to her 2 brothers, and daughters like her did not get many resources. Lin Zhe felt that her ability was not as good as her 2 brothers, and she was dissatisfied. It happened that some time ago, during a family dinner, she heard about the news of Changqing Group. Even her father, the current head of the Lin family, talked about that hidden dragon. Lin Zhe had an idea at that time. If she could suppress this hidden dragon, wouldn't it prove that she was more powerful than her 2 brothers in the family? So she decided to use various methods to invest in Changqing Group to impress the people in the family. By then, she could get more shares of Lin Zhongsheng Group. Lin Zhe sat on the sofa and took off his sunglasses. Han Maosheng next to him looked at his wife's face, and the corners of his mouth could not help but twitch. Recently, Lin Zhe has been obsessed with high-end face. The so-called high-end face is a general term in some domestic art circles. It means that the 2 eyes are squinted, very small, as if they have not woken up, squinting, or tilted upwards. Especially now, in order to be more in line with the high-end face, Lin Zhe has specially put on makeup to highlight a pair of weird eyes. Han Maosheng couldn't figure out what was beautiful and what was high-end. Maybe his aesthetics was wrong. But as a vassal of the Lin family, he dared not say it out, otherwise he would anger Lin Zhe, and he would not have a good time. Of course, Han Maosheng did not intend to live as a vassal of the Lin family for his whole life. Now is an opportunity. If Lin Zhe can help him get the shares of Changqing Liquid, he will transfer the shares to his own name, and it won't be long before he can speak loudly in the Lin family. Han Maosheng picked up the black safe, which contained the items he brought from Ansheng, such as jade, wood, beads, etc. These things were all snatched from Jiang Ning, and they were also the basis for their negotiation this time. In addition, they also prepared other trump cards. He would reveal them bit by bit, using threats and inducements, to bite off a piece of meat from Jiang Ning. But it must be said that Jiang Ning is very easy to use. Han Maosheng had some hair loss before, but after using a bottle of Jiang Ning, his hair loss stopped immediately. He placed the safe flat on the marble table, staring at the box with a strong sense of pride. He had specially investigated how much the Jiang Ning group valued these materials. To hit the snake, Han Maosheng, hit the weakness of Jiang Ning. Lin Zhe was still lying on the sofa playing with his mobile phone, seemingly commenting on the circle of friends, while Han Maosheng stood up, with his hands behind his back, pacing in the living room. He came to the window and looked down at Yuzhao. Yuzhao is very small and has no airport, which is very inconvenient. If he gets the shares of Jiang Ning, he will definitely move the company to Ansheng and grow it under his eyes. Thinking of this, Han Maosheng's eyes gradually became sharper. He said calmly, "Has Jiang Ning replied?" Lin Zhe's female assistant behind him said, "Boss Han, they haven't replied yet." Han Maosheng laughed coldly twice, and he would not cry until he saw the coffin. He would send the photos of those treasures to Jiang Ning group later. Today's negotiation in Yuzhou will be led by him and his wife Lin Zhe, and it must be done beautifully. Lin Zhe tapped his mobile phone and sneered, "What do I see, Jiang Ning? It's really arrogant. Isn't it just an Alvarish? When I get their shares, the first thing I will do is to hold a shareholders meeting and replace the current person in charge." Lin Zhe narrowed his narrow eyes and smiled. Han Maosheng was quite satisfied when he heard Lin Zhe agree with him. Although his wife was domineering, she at least supported his opinion and didn't slap him in the face. Now Lin Zhe narrowed his eyes, and Han Maosheng's eyes jumped. He couldn't take it anymore. What kind of macup is this? How could it be so ugly? After discussing things today, he must ask her to change her macup. Lin Zhe said slowly, "We are now fully prepared for the Jiang Ning liquid. No one in the entire Ansheng area has done better than us." Han Maosheng said modestly, "There are always people who are better than you. There may be better solutions, but we just didn't think of them." He said this, and the pride on his face could not be hidden no matter what. Han Maosheng returned to the marble table. He still smiled and started to open the safe, ready to check the various items in the box. But when he opened the box, his smile froze. The box was empty. Han Maosheng's expression was extremely wonderful. He quickly asked Lin Zhe, "Where are the things in the box?" Han Maosheng's voice was anxious. "What is it?" Lin Zhe held up his cell phone. "The jade and wood in the safe are what we used to negotiate with Jiang Ning." Han Maosheng pointed at the safe with an unbelievable look. Lin Zhe looked at the box, and it was indeed empty. She immediately questioned, "Aren't you responsible for putting the things in the box?" "Yes, I'm responsible. I clearly put the things in it, but now it's gone." Han Maosheng was very anxious. The things in the box were related to the key of this negotiation. Without those things, there would be no way to lead to the subsequent acquisition. Did you see it?" Han Maosheng asked the only assistant in the room. "Boss Lin, I was preparing the documents for the negotiation just now and didn't notice the safe," the female assistant said cautiously. This job pays well, and she dared not offend the other party. Han Maosheng's inquiry was fruitless. He searched the suite, but couldn't find it. He looked at the door again. The door had been closed all the time, and the things in the safe disappeared. "It's broken." Han Maosheng felt uneasy. What else could he use to negotiate with Jiang Ning group? He stood there in a daze, with an unpleasant expression on his face. Seeing her husband's expression, Lin Zhe said impatiently, "You must have forgotten to put the things in. What's the use of you? You can even forget such a thing." Han Maosheng did not answer, but his expression was wooden. He remembered clearly that he definitely put it in. "I'll ask them to send another copy." Lin Zhe took out his mobile phone and prepared to call Ansheng. Suddenly, the phone rang. It was from Ansheng Manor. Lin Zhe answered the call immediately. "Oh no, the old man just fainted." "What, is it serious?" Lin Zhe asked with concern. "It's not serious. The old man is in great health now. That's good. Lin Zhe was relieved. Negotiations are important now, she said. I'll send you a few pictures later. You pack the items in the pictures and bring them all back to me as quickly as possible. Got it, sister. Lin Zhe put down his phone and said calmly, even if the things in the box are really lost, we still have spare items. Don't worry. Hearing her say this, Han Maosheng felt a little relieved. Not long after, the phone rang. It's not good, sister. The materials you told me to find can't be found in the manor. Jiang Ning was now riding a flying boat and flying towards the river dam. Just now, he stopped the flying boat in the air, pushed open the hotel window, set up a magic circle, and took away the puppet materials in the safe. The other party took the initiative to threaten their Changqing group. Jiang Ning would not pay them. He had already calculated that he would not settle accounts with them. If they dare to intercept materials again in the future, he would treat them as ATMs. As for the other party finding him, that is much more difficult than finding a needle in a haystack. Anyway, no matter what, there is the Changqing group in front. All of this was done by Xiao Xuangshan. What does it have to do with him, Jiang Ning? With this thought, Jiang Ning felt that Xiao Xuangshan was really useful, loyal, quiet, and capable. Jiang Ning planned to give her back in the future. In the past 6 months, Changqing group has collected many medicinal materials and put together more than 10 kinds of pill recipes, including beauty pills. At that time, Jiang Ning will refine a few pills to ensure that Xiao Xuangshan will not fade due to fatigue and aging. Jiang Ning clicked on the flying boat and landed towards the river dam. He returned to the rental house with food and was warmly welcomed by Zhu Yuantan. Jiang Ning chatted with her outside for a while and returned to the room alone. He was thinking about the refining of the puppet. After a trip to Ansheng, the puppet materials had been collected. The next step was to start refining the puppet. His puppet refining skills were good. The puppets he refined now were at most in the middle stage of key training, which was not difficult at all. The only uncertainty was that he wanted to integrate the lore fragments into the puppet, and he didn't know what kind of changes would occur. The puppet master of law and sect told him that once the lore fragments were integrated into the puppet, various mysteries might occur. Jiang Ning pondered for a long time and decided to give it a try. In the afternoon, Jiang Ning rode a mountain bike to Huqi Mountain and locked himself in the basement. When the sun set, in the dim basement, Jiang Ning looked at a puppet of similar size floating in the air in front of him and nodded secretly. The skin color of this puppet was human-like and handsome, but the face was extremely cold, especially the eyes, which were actually white. Jiang Ning tapped his fingers, and the puppet landed, moved its legs, and walked a few steps, and its movements were no different from those of ordinary people. If you put clothes on the puppet, put on a hat, cover its face, and wear a pair of sunglasses, and let it walk on the road, no one will find it is a puppet. The next step is the last step. Jiang Ning held a colorful lore fragment. He took a Puan pill, and arranged 7 formations in one breath. Then, he called out his Yuanying realm spellcasting skills to control the lore fragment. The colorful fragments hit the chest of the puppet like a meteor. The chest of the puppet was like a lake with waves, and the colorful water ripples spread out and then quickly swept across its body. Jiang Ning paused for more than 10 seconds, and his consciousness probed the puppet again. There is a mysterious symbol on the right arm, similar to a feather. Jiang Ning noticed something unusual. Is this the special lore ability that has been preserved? It seems to involve space. Jiang Ning was not sure what the feather symbol was for, but he felt that it was similar to the space symbol in the classics he had read, but not completely similar. Compared to the space symbol, the symbol on the puppet's right arm actually has 2 rings. Let's try that space first. Jiang Ning stretched out his hand and grabbed the puppet and put it into the storage ring. He would rather not use the lore fragments himself, but give them to the puppet in order to obtain more lore fragments in the future. Jiang Ning took the flying boat and ascended all the way to the area. He summoned the puppet, put a black robe on it, put on a hat, and blindfolded it. The puppet had just been refined, and the internal spiritual power was sufficient to support the operation of the puppet for 2 hours. Jiang Ning operated the puppet to approach that area. He arranged the teleportation formation in advance to move the puppet out. Jiang Ning split a little spiritual consciousness and tied it to the formation engraved on the puppet itself. Then, he looked at the puppet and stepped into the strange world step by step. As the feather rune on the puppet's right arm flashed violently and brightly, it gradually overcame the barrier between the two worlds. It works. What about my body? Jiang Ning immediately used his spiritual sense to scan. There was no gap wherever his spiritual sense passed, which meant that only the puppet could enter that world, not his real body. The puppet walked in little by little and finally disappeared in front of Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning arranged a defensive formation around his body, then sat cross-legged on the spirit boat and closed his eyes. In an instant, vision, hearing, smell, and touch all disappeared, leaving only the spiritual sense that possessed the puppet. Jiang Ning saw a whole new world. The sky was dark, and the earth was rugged and infinitely extended. The barren land was growing with many strange plants and grapevines. Bubbles rose from the green pool, like chemical liquid in a laboratory. 15 minutes. Jiang Ning muttered silently. His puppet was limited in existence by the laws of heaven and earth to only 15 minutes. When the time was up, it would disintegrate on its own. Jiang Ning controlled the puppet's actions. 15 minutes later, the puppet appeared on the wooden boat. Jiang Ning opened his eyes. The puppet had traveled through the two worlds, but it had not brought any lore fragments with it, and he had not even found any traces of lore fragments. He was not disappointed, but instead stared at the feather symbol on the puppet's right arm. The puppet has more than one lore, he said to himself. Just now, after just one trip between the two worlds, he found a surprise. Jiang Ning urged the puppet, and the symbol on its right arm was still dark. It seems that the second law can only be used in that world. Just now, he was controlling the puppet to run in the wilderness and was attacked by a strange creature. Jiang Ning wanted to kill it, but the feather rune on the puppet's right arm flashed. With Jiang Ning's previous knowledge, he immediately discovered the abnormality. He activated the symbol on the puppet's right arm and hit the creature, but he only wiped it lightly and eliminated its soul. Jiang Ning was a little surprised. Only higher level cultivators can directly erase other people's souls. The most amazing thing is that after the puppet erased the soul of the creature, it planted a lore mark in its body. The creature obviously lost its soul, but it did not die immediately. Its body seemed to have become a carrier. It only needs a new soul to come in to replace the creature and live. Just like the possession of the body in the world of immortal cultivation. After Jiang Ning discovered this, he continued to experiment in the wilderness. He used the symbol to test 5 times, succeeded 3 times, and failed twice. He concluded that it seemed that only a single creature could be erased by the feather symbol. 2 days later, the 28th day of the 12th lunar month, Jiang Ning was walking on the road in the suburbs. The direction he was walking was an area where stray dogs were. Jiang Ning had completed most of the soul experiment in that world. The first was to shuttle through the world. The puppet could enter that world once every 6 hours. Each time it entered that world, the feather symbol would erase the souls of up to 6 creatures. The creatures to be erased must be sufficiently solitary and not gregarious, otherwise the erasure would fail. After the soul of the creature was erased, it would be planted with a lore mark. The lore mark matched the feather on the arm of Jiang Ning's puppet, and it seemed to establish a link, as if it could break through the barrier between the two worlds. Jiang Ning had a bold idea. The feather symbol could not only erase the soul, but also replace. This morning, Jiang Ning erased the soul of a dog in that world, so the dog in that world died, leaving only a carrier. As long as a new soul was filled, it could be resurrected in that world. The experiment that Jiang Ning was going to do today was to let the soul of the dog in the real world be replaced by the dog in that world through the feather symbol involving the laws of heaven and earth. Under normal circumstances, the feather symbol of the puppet in the present world would not be bright, but Jiang Ning accidentally discovered that, as long as the creatures of the same species and gender as the real world were erased in that world, it seemed to meet the replacement conditions. According to Jiang Ning's speculation, the souls of the real world can be summoned back from that world at any time, after traveling through it. If the operation is proper, it will not cause harm to the creatures in the real world. The dog is just a preliminary experiment. Jiang Ning discovered the citizen tribes of humans in that world. and the monks who practiced source power. This means that in the future, he can even try to obtain the fragments of the law through people. Wang. The fierce barking of dogs resounded in front, and the pedestrians on the roadside were scared and walked away quickly, fearing that they would be bitten by wild dogs. Jiang Ning walked over slowly. Several dogs were barking. Among them, the most fierce and loudest one was a big black dog standing on the lid of the trash can. This dog is very similar to the black dog in that world, whose soul was erased by Jiang Ning, and it is equally arrogant and arrogant. Don't bark here. Jiang Ning slapped the black dog from the trash can with a spiritual slap. The black dog fell to the ground unconscious, and the stray dogs next to it scattered. Jiang Ning casually set up a magic circle to deceive the eyes, and summoned a puppet. At this time, the feather rune on the puppet's right arm was shining. Jiang Ning thought for 2 seconds, then he controlled the puppet to plant a law mark on the black dog's forehead. The law mark on the dog's head corresponds to the law mark of the black dog in that world, and the two are linked through the laws of heaven and earth. The puppet raised its right arm and activated the law mark. Jiang Ning stared at the black dog on the ground and said silently, "Now, you will get a ticket to experience the other world." Tip: the follow-up will still focus on daily campus life. Chapter 152. The business was not half completed, but it collapsed. On the roadside, as the feather symbol on the puppet's right arm shone brightly, the law mark on the black dog's forehead flashed suddenly, like the lightning on a down jacket on a winter night, flashing and disappearing. It has been changed, Jiang Ning said to himself. He had used the feather mark on the black dog in the source world before, and planted the divine sense observation mark. Therefore, even if he was far away in Yazhou, he could still use the special mark involving the laws of heaven and earth to observe the other party's situation. Source world. On the edge of the city wall, on the brick and stone road, a black dog lying on the ground like a dead dog suddenly moved. The black dog moved, stood up and walked around twice, looking at the completely unfamiliar world in front of him, looking very confused. It was clearly lying on the lid of the trash can just now, barking wildly, suppressing humans, and being invincible. How did it suddenly come to this ghost place? It didn't understand. The black dog just felt very hungry, sniffed with its nose, and planned to get some food. As a result, at this time, 2 ragged beggars suddenly rushed out of the alley. The black dog was so arrogant in the real world that everyone would walk around it if it barked twice. The black dog simply disdained the 2 beggars. It opened its mouth and barked Wang, but before it could bark the second time, it was knocked down by a beggar who rushed over with a stick. "Brother, this dog saw us. Not only did it not run away, but it also dared to bark at us." The beggar was extremely surprised. "What a courageous dog. That's just right. Let's stew dog meat for lunch." Another beggar hit it with a stick again, sending the black dog to death. Yazhou. Jiang Ning retracted his consciousness, looking puzzled. The last picture he received was that the 2 beggars dragged the black dog away, and as expected, the black dog was eaten. Unexpectedly, he encountered such bad news in the first experiment. At the same time, Jiang Ning looked at the stray black dog on the ground and saw that the black dog suddenly wailed. Then his eyes bulged and rolled on the spot in pain. It lasted for about 30 seconds, and the black dog lay on the concrete floor, half dead and weak. Jiang Ning used his spiritual sense to check the black dog. The black dog was in good condition, except that it was a little sluggish. So Jiang Ning recorded it down. The black dog failed to bring the law fragments when traveling between the 2 worlds. In addition, because the carrier died, it suffered great pain. After confirming it, Jiang Ning cast a spell to help the black dog dry its hair. Otherwise, the black dog would probably freeze to death in the winter. Then Jiang Ning threw a big bone with meat from the storage ring. In the afternoon, Jiang Ning instructed the puppet to enter the source world and wiped out the soul of a yellow dog. He found a yellow stray dog of the same breed in the real world. After the experiment was completed, Jiang Ning found that even if the yellow dog did not die after entering the source world, it still could not bring him the law fragments. Jiang Ning concluded, dog creatures cannot provide help for the acquisition of law fragments. Try the more intelligent apes. At night, Jiang Ning controlled the puppet to find monkeys in the forest of the source world. As a result, He tried 5 monkeys in a row, and none of them could erase the soul. Jiang Ning guessed that the reason was that monkeys are social animals. When the feather rune shields the secrets of heaven, it requires the object to be as solitary as possible and not to have too many ties with the same kind around. Otherwise it will not be possible to erase the soul. Fortunately, Jiang Ning patiently found a monkey with a solitary personality and erased the soul. He went to Yazhao Zoo again and found a similar monkey and let the 2 monkeys exchange souls. Then, he still failed to bring back the law fragments. At night, Jiang Ning stood on the dam and looked at the Hushu River in the distance. It seems that ordinary creatures cannot bring law fragments when shuttling between the 2 worlds. The next one to try is human beings. Jiang Ning silently said, when shuttling between the 2 worlds, even if the container of the source world dies, the soul in the present world will not be in trouble. This ensures safety. I remember that there is a famous prison in Tuk County, which holds many vicious prisoners. Besides, exchanging souls will not cause harm to people. Let's try it for now. In the early morning, Jiang Ning urged the puppet to enter the source world. He came to the largest human city nearby. In a dilapidated thatched house, Jiang Ning found a patient with a terminal illness who was tortured by pain and wanted to commit suicide. Before the patient stabbed the dagger into his heart, he wiped out the patient's soul to help him die more easily. On the 29th day of the 12th lunar month, at 7 in the morning, Jiang Ning was walking on the dam, but his brows were furrowed. Why can't I get the fragments of the law, even if I exchange souls with humans? This was completely beyond Jiang Ning's expectation. In this way, the idea of pulling a random human, exchanging souls, and then collecting the fragments of the law was shattered. Why did I use the Shinyu and shuttle to shuttle back and forth and easily bring out the law, but why can't others? Am I the only one in this world who can obtain the fragments of the law? He couldn't help but have this thought. If only the puppet entered that world, no matter how well the puppet was doing, it would not be of much use to Jiang Ning. Because the things in that world cannot be brought out by the puppet. It is really useless. Only the fragments of the law are the only things that can be brought out at present. Jiang Ning recalled the details of the only time he brought out the fragments in his mind, trying to find the reason. His brows gradually relaxed, and he noticed some clues, as if there was really something unusual. After a long time, Jiang Ning uttered 4 words, strong soul. Perhaps his soul was strong enough to cause the rejection of the source world and produce mutations, so as to obtain the fragments of the law. If his guess is true, then it is necessary to send people with strong enough souls in the real world to get the fragments of the law again. It's just that in the real world, Jiang Ning has never seen anyone with a strong soul. So if you want to improve the strength of your soul, you need to pass on the spiritual consciousness skills to others. This is absolutely impossible. Jiang Ning didn't consider it at all. He thought of another way to let people with ordinary souls in the real world go there, use the carrier to practice to a certain level, strengthen their souls, and obtain fragments when they return. Jiang Ning perfected his guess. If he tried this, he would need to choose someone he was familiar with and whose ability was acceptable. Replace his consciousness with the carrier of the source world. The combat power of that world was not high, and the source cultivators did not notice the hidden key technique that the puppets had. Maybe there were powerful cultivators in the source world, but according to Jiang Ning's speculation, it was absolutely impossible to defeat the foundation building cultivators in the world of cultivation. Generally speaking, the resources of the world determine the number of strong people. Although the source world is not strong, the humans in the real world are weaker. If ordinary people were to be replaced there, without certain talents and opportunities, it would be difficult for them to even survive. I'm afraid I have to give them some help. This matter still needs to be carefully considered, and the selection of personnel must be sufficiently cautious. It is best to choose someone I know well. Jiang Ning determined the next step of the experimental policy. Chapter 153 discovered. Jiang Ning walked slowly to the bungalow on the dam. His cell phone rang, and he answered the phone. Hello, Mom. There's a traffic jam on the road. I'm not sure how long it will take to get there. I'll call you half an hour in advance. Jiang Ning could have gone to Wenqing earlier, but he was delayed by the research in the past 2 days. After hanging up the phone, He rushed to the rental house. Xiao Shuangshang sent him the method of finding people on the internet, but Jiang Ning hadn't checked it yet. He planned to wait until he returned to Wencheng before conducting research in this area. As soon as Jiang Ning entered the door, he was met with Zhu Yuantang's resentful eyes. He went over and knocked on Zhu Yuantang's forehead and asked, "Who offended you?" "It's you." Zhu Yuantang pinched his fingers. "I called you to eat during the day, and you said you were busy. I called you to eat at noon, and you were still busy. I called you to go fishing in the afternoon, and you were still busy. I asked you to set off firecrackers at night, and you were still busy. Jiang Ning, have you changed?" Jiang Ning laughed dryly. "I'm really busy recently. TSK, busy for nothing." Zhu Yuantang didn't believe it at all. "It's really a waste of time." Jiang Ning laughed at himself. He had been pondering the fragments of the law for several days, but he couldn't figure out anything. "Are your grandparents here?" he asked. "In the kitchen. Come to my house for lunch at noon." Zhu Yuantang invited. "I'm afraid not. I have to go out of town," Jiang Ning said. Zhu Yuantang knew that Jiang Ning was probably going to his parents' place. "Is it far?" "About 700 to 800 kilometers. "So far?" Zhu Yuantang was surprised. If that was the case, Jiang Ning would definitely not be able to come back on New Year's Eve tomorrow. Not bad. Jiang Ning walked towards his room while talking, and Zhu Yuantang followed closely behind him. Jiang Ning took a pen and a notebook, and also took his iPad tablet, which was an iPad Me 2, a very durable model. He first saved the email sent by Xiao Shuangshang, which contained the network research results of a foreign research institute. The foreigner was very thoughtful, and thoughtfully made 2 copies in Chinese and English. Jiang Ning put all these things into his backpack, took a set of clothes, and finally, he took out a key and handed it to Zhu Yuantang solemnly. "When I'm not here, you can help me look after the house." Zhu Yuantang was reluctant. "You can order me around." But she still took the key quickly. "I'll take you to the station," she volunteered. Jiang Ning asked her, "Are you going to push the cart back after you take me there?" Zhu Yuantang left the bedroom angrily. Jiang Ning laughed dumbly, and he flicked a spell with his fingers and set up a magic circle. The magic circle maintained a certain temperature for him, and Zhu Yuantang's room separated by a wall. He glanced at the room again, closed the door, and stepped out. Although Zhu Yuantang was angry just now, she still sat on the small stool at the door. Her little cotton jacket huddled up, her palms supporting her face, watching Jiang Ning's figure going away little by little. In her eyes, that figure looked a little lonely. Somehow, Zhu Yuantang suddenly felt empty in her heart. Jiang Ning will be away for at least several days this time, right? The snacks, drinks, computer, and game consoles in his room are all mine. No one is competing with me for them. Shouldn't I be happy? Zhu Yuantang didn't understand, but she felt inexplicably uncomfortable in her heart, and even worried about what would happen if Jiang Ning didn't come back. In that case, she would be alone again in the future. The more Zhu Yuantang thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt. Her eyes were red and watery. She wanted to shout to Jiang Ning and say a few words to him. Tell him to be careful when riding in a car, not to eat things given by strangers, not to sleep too deeply, to keep his things well, and it's best to bring a thermos cup, so that he can drink boiled water on the car. Although Zhu Yuantang had never taken a train, she had searched on the internet before. She knew a lot, much more than Jiang Ning. But Zhu Yuantang didn't dare to shout, because she was afraid that her voice would change once she shouted. By then, Jiang Ning would definitely find out that she was not doing well, and might even laugh at her. But if she didn't remind him, a stupid guy like Jiang Ning would definitely suffer. When Zhu Yuantang was struggling, she suddenly saw Jiang Ning with his back to her, walking without stopping, and gently waving his hand. The waving meant not to worry about him, and Zhu Yuantang understood. She pouted her lips slightly. "Huh, look at how proud he is. He really thinks I'm watching him." Zhu Yuantang carried the small stool back to her own yard. She waited for 2 minutes, no, 1 minute later, she ran to the door to see Jiang Ning again, but this time, Jiang Ning was no longer seen in Heba. Zhu Yuantang sighed and was depressed for a while. Her mother and grandparents were busy in the kitchen, and she couldn't help. Chachu also went back to her hometown. Zhu Yuantang barely cheered up and went to Jiang Ning's room. She turned on the computer, took off her shoes, and slumped in the leather chair. She reached out to pull the blanket on the bed, but after pulling it twice, she couldn't reach it, as if it was making trouble for her. Zhu Yuantang subconsciously shouted, "Jiang Ning, that blanket is too abominable. You quickly grab it. I want to ravage it." After shouting, she realized that Jiang Ning was gone. Yes, without Jiang Ning, Zhu Yuantang felt bored, and the game was no longer interesting. She stopped pulling the blanket and simply collapsed in the chair. Jiang Ning's room was warm, and it wouldn't be cold without a blanket. Yuzhou is about 700 kilometers away from Wencheng. At the speed of the spirit boat, it takes less than an hour and a half. It was morning and the sunshine was sufficient. Jiang Ning observed the sky and thought that it would snow in Yuzhou on New Year's Eve tomorrow. He cast a spell, and the color of the shield on the surface of the spirit boat became slightly dimmer, making the sunlight less strong. Jiang Ning took out a quilt and a silver iPad from his storage ring. He leaned on the quilt, holding the iPad in one hand to check his emails. The hypothetical research and demonstration of finding someone along the network cable was recorded very comprehensively in the email. At least in Jiang Ning's opinion, it was feasible. After all, the people in the research institute are almost the top elites in the world. Jiang Ning picked the simplest one and began to deduce, hoping to realize a method of hitting someone across the network cable. Jiang Ning took out a pen and paper, followed the method recorded above, combined with the spiritual power, divine consciousness, magic array and hexagram, and listed the formulas. More than an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and Jiang Ning arrived in Wencheng. With a sweep of his divine consciousness, he noticed the station below. His parents were waiting for him in a car. Jiang Ning smiled. In fact, he came to Wencheng to visit his parents this semester, but his parents didn't find him. It was only now that they met openly. New Year's Eve. Early in the morning, Zhu Yuantang's eyelashes trembled on the bed, and he opened his eyes gently. She looked at the ceiling in a daze, a little confused, and then her eyes gradually widened. "This is not my bedroom." After a few seconds, Zhu Yuantang suddenly remembered that after Jiang Ning left yesterday, she went to Jiang Ning's room at night to play games, and played until the early morning. She was so sleepy, but she didn't want to move, and no one took her home. So Zhu Yuantang fell asleep on Jiang Ning's bed with the quilt closed. Zhu Yuantang covered her mouth and yawned. She wiped her eyes with tears in her eyes. Combined with the scene of her waking up from someone else's bed, she looked a little pitiful. In fact, Zhu Yuantang's tears were purely caused by yawning. She put on her shoes and wandered out of the room. Zhu Yuantang was hungry, and she wanted to see if there was any food in the pot. As soon as she went out, she bumped into her mother at the door. Zhu Yuantang was surprised. "Mom? Sorry for missing a little." The cough was a bit serious. Chapter 154 Dating Tips. You don't even know how to go home, and you still know how to call mom? Aunt Gu looked at her daughter unhappily. Tang Tang usually went to bed late and often played with her mobile phone until late at night. Tang Tang was playful, and Aunt Gu seldom dissuaded her, as long as she had fun. When it comes to staying up late, she admitted that she couldn't compare with her daughter, which also made Aunt Gu go to bed earlier than her daughter. When she woke up this morning, she went to her daughter's room, but her daughter was gone, which almost scared Aunt Gu. Then she remembered that Tang Tang went to Jiang Ning's room to play computer last night. Could she not have come back? So she hurried over to check and found that it was true. Her daughter was staying in Jiang Ning's bed. Zhu Yuantang scratched his hair, leaned over and said, "Mom, is there any rice in the pot?" "No." "Then Mom, can you make me some fried rice with eggs? I remember there was leftover rice yesterday." Zhu Yuantang suggested. Aunt Gu said there was no food. Originally she was just trying to trick her daughter. Now she heard that she was so shameless and wanted to eat egg fried rice, so she naturally would not refuse. "Come home with me, and you can put up the couplets after dinner." "Okay." Zhu Yuantang closed the door of Jiang Ning's house with her backhand. She didn't lock it. She knew the neighbors well and had a good relationship with them. There were no dirty people who would steal. The New Year in Anhui province is celebrated at noon on New Year's Eve. At noon on this day, all the families who can make a living will often prepare luxurious dishes and delicacies. Beef, mutton, crabs, and seafood that they usually don't want to eat will all be on the table on this day. At 11 o'clock in the morning, the sound of firecrackers rang out from the bungalow. Zhu Yuantang sat at the door of her house, expecting to smell the fragrance from the kitchen. At her strong request, her mother made date treasure rice. This is a kind of rice made by steaming glutinous rice, adding honey pumpkin, red beans, red dates, lotus seeds, longan meat, melon seeds, preserved fruits and other ingredients. It tastes soft, sweet and not greasy. It's a pity that Jiang Ning is not here, otherwise he would be very happy if he had a taste. She felt regretful. Immediately, Zhu Yuantang thought again, it's best if he is not here, the whole plate of 8 treasure rice is mine. Finally, lunch was almost ready, and Zhu Yuantang went to carry the plates and serve the rice. Before eating, she ran out with a plate of firecrackers, pressed the lighter, and the flames rose. She lit it and ran. Accompanied by the sound of firecrackers, the New Year's Eve was coming. New Year's Eve, afternoon. Wencheng, Changqingai employee dormitory. Jiang Ning was the only one in the house. After lunch, his parents went to the company to work on the expansion plan for next year. Jiang Ning sat on the sofa to rest. He took out his mobile phone and received many New Year's greetings on Questions and WeChat. He ignored the group messages and replied to the rest one by one. Then he opened the class group of class 8, where the chat was very heated. Since the holiday, the class group has been in an unusually active state. At noon today, almost all the students posted their family meals. At this time, Ma Shichen posted a picture in the group. The picture showed a fried chicken bucket and 2 drinks from KFC. The caption read, "Let's go out and have fun during the Chinese New Year." Ma Shichen was not very active in the group, but once he showed up, he attracted the attention of many boys and girls. There were many people in the class who loved Ma Shichen and some who hated him. Wang Lang typed, "There are actually 2 drinks. Brother Ma, are you on a date?" Shan Kaikun, "It's fake. Brother Ma, did you date a girl?" Jiuo Kunan, surprised. Ma Shichen replied, "My mother's friend came to my house to play. She brought her daughter, and I'm now accompanying her daughter shopping." Cuiu. "Is she pretty?" Jiuo Kunan, "Brother Ma looks radiant." Shan Kaikun asked, "She should be very pretty, right?" Wang Lang, "Brother Ma, do you still love me?" Hujun, "My mother's friend? Tell me more." At the KFC restaurant, Ma Shichen took a bite of fried chicken and looked up at the girl across the table. She looked cute and had a relatively weak personality. His mother told him yesterday that he must behave well. Ma Shichen just felt that it was troublesome and delayed his time to play games, but he did too badly in the final exam. If he continued to contradict his mother, his status in the family would only be lower in the future. When Ma Shichen saw someone in the group asking about her appearance, he didn't disappoint his brothers and typed casually, "She's pretty, right? I think she's prettier than Jiang Yanan from our class. The main reason is that her eyes are bigger than Jiang Yanan's. She's not a fan of celebrities or a fool. She's the type of girl who depends on others." As soon as he said this, Jiang Yanan, who was peeking at the screen, jumped out immediately. "Ma Shichen, it's New Year's Day. If you don't act like a bit of a jerk, won't you feel uncomfortable?" Shan Kaikun, "Fuck, she's so pretty. Is this true?" Wang Lang, "Do you doubt my brother Ma? When has he ever lied? My brother Ma has the best taste." Jiuo Kunan compared Jiang Yanan in his mind and came up with a rough outline. "She is indeed a pretty girl," he said. "Come on, brother Ma, get this girl." Cuiu, "Yanan, calm down. Ma Shichen didn't mean it." Meng Gui, "Nanan, don't bother with Ma Shichen. There's no malice in his words." Meng Gui thought to herself that I called her more intimately than Cuiu, so I won this round. Hujun asked quietly, "Where is her mother?" Ma Shichen's words caused a continuous discussion in the group. For a long time, Ma Shichen did not speak. When he came out again, he posted a picture. An empty fried chicken bucket with the words, "I'm full and watching her eat. She's cute when she eats." Brothers, this is the first time to bring a girl out to play. What should we do later? Ma Shichen asked everyone for their opinions. Although he was reluctant, he had to accompany the girl. Well, today, Shan Kei-kun, don't play with your phone now. You should go and chat with girls. Only by chatting will she feel that you value her, not that you are just hanging out in the group. Shan Kei-kun instructed like a love saint. Jiuo-kun said, you can go to the carnival amusement park later. I heard it's very lively. Girls should like to go there. Cuiu, yes, go to the carnival. Wang Lang said, buy her a cup of milk tea and try to hold her hand when you walk on the road. The boys in the class gave Ma Shicheng advice as if they were on a date. Ma Shicheng said, forget about holding hands. She and I are just pure friends. Don't think too much. The more he said this, the less he believed it, and the more he felt that there was something fishy going on. Cuiu, get her as soon as possible. Jiuo-kun, I'm optimistic about you. When you succeed, treat us brothers to a meal. Ma Shicheng, we're finished eating now. I'm going to take her shopping. Let's see what's fun. I'll come back to you when I'm done. Let's go, brothers. Wish me good luck. After Ma Shicheng sent this message, he disappeared from the class group. Shan Kei-kun said he went on a date with a girl. After sending this message, Shan Kei-kun felt a sense of loss. Even Ma Shicheng has a girl. Meng Jiui said, Ma Shicheng is really awesome. I think Ma Shicheng will succeed today. From what he said, he is quite familiar with the parents of girls. I'm envious. Jiuo-kun said. Cuiu felt a little sad. Brother Ma will have a partner in the future. While several people were chatting and expressing their feelings, Ma Shicheng suddenly appeared again and sent several pictures. A counter full of smartphones, a close-up of the front of the phone, and a close-up of the side of the phone. Ma Shicheng, fuck. There's such a great mobile phone store in Yuzhou. Fuck, this is Xiaomi 3, you can't get it online, but this store actually sells it. It's in stock, just pay the money and pick it up directly. This Xiaomi 3 Unicum version uses Qualcomm 800 processor. You may not know what this means, but I tell you, its performance is currently the strongest in the Android camp, no doubt about it. He sent another picture. There is also the Meizu MX3 mobile version, which has 128GB of storage. Even if you don't install a memory card, you can install dozens of games without any problem. The performance of Meizu is a bit worse, but the design is really beautiful. Look at the border, it's too narrow. Supplementary picture. The small dots are very easy to use and elegant. There are other rare models in the store. It's so cool. Ma Shicheng's excitement was transmitted to the boys in the class through the screen. Jiuo-kun, do you want to see what you are talking about? Shan Kei-kun hated him for not fighting. You are on a date with a girl, and you are going to the mobile phone store? Get down quickly. Ma Shicheng, let me touch her for a while. She is waiting outside. Cuiu. Meng Jiui. Yang Sheng. Ma Shicheng exclaimed. It feels so good. The feel of the Meizu MX3 is so good. The workmanship and appearance are better than Xiaomi, and it is breathtakingly beautiful when the screen is off. Shan Kei-kun was anxious watching him on the date, and urged, stop playing with your broken phone, go find a girl. Are you still going on a date? Wang Lang, brother Ma, you are confused. After a while, Ma Shicheng finally showed up. I've seen it, and I've decided. Next time I change my phone, I will definitely come here to buy it. I'm going to find the girl. I promised to accompany her shopping. Huh. The girl seems to be gone. It's over. She's really gone. My mom will definitely be angry, and the time for me to change my phone will be postponed again. This time, even the good students who had been silent for a long time in the class group were startled. Deng Qingfeng, 6. Chen Qian, I have never seen such an excellent person. Yang Sheng, you are worthy of it. Fake. Chen Xiu, my generation's role model. Chapter 155 show that. It was cold on New Year's Eve. From 6 p.m., scattered snowflakes fell from the dark night sky. An old man in the bungalow walked to the door, looked up at the snow, and shouted, auspicious snow means a good harvest, good things, good things. It means that next year, the crops will have a good harvest and the farmers will have a good life. Zhu Yuantang was wearing small cotton shoes and ran outside, holding a handful of firecrackers in her hand. She threw a firecracker and hit it on the ground, making a crisp pop sound. This is a firecracker, which does not need to be ignited. As long as it is thrown on the ground, it will make a sound. When Zhu Yuantang was a child, she always held the firecracker to scare people, relying on her strong power, and she always succeeded. Aunt Gu stood behind Zhu Yuantang. She still remembered clearly that many years ago, she bought Zhu Yuantang a pull firecracker, which was the kind of firecracker connected by a string. As long as you pull it with a little force, it will explode. Tang Tang got a lot of firecrackers, so she took advantage of the night to run to the outside of a scoundrel's house in the village and tied more than a dozen firecrackers to the door knocker of the scoundrel's house. The next day, when the scoundrel came to open the door, he was greeted by a bang sound and green smoke billowed. The scoundrel was scared to death and almost collapsed on the ground. He was so angry that he yelled and cursed in the village for half a morning. Thinking of the past, Aunt Gu couldn't help laughing. Zhu Yuantang smashed the firecrackers outside for a while and then took out a winged firecracker that looked like a butterfly or a bee. She put the little bee firecracker on the ground and stabilized it to make sure it was not tilted. Mom, I'm going to start. Zhu Yuantang pressed the lighter and lit the fuse. The little bee gave off sparks, and its wings turned faster and faster, and the sparks became more and more gorgeous, and it flew into the sky with a buzz. Zhu Yuantang giggled. After she set off the little bee, she tried other firecrackers, and had a lot of fun. Okay, it's cold outside, let's go watch TV. Aunt Gu saw that her daughter had been playing for a while, and was worried that she would catch a cold. Zhu Yuantang ran to watch TV obediently. The family gathered in the bedroom. Mom and grandparents chatted about the crops in their hometown, the chickens they raised, what happened in the village, and who had a wedding after the new year. From time to time, they would ask Zhu Yuantang a question. Tea was burning on the stove. Zhu Yuantang huddled in an old-fashioned big wooden chair, wrapped in a furry blanket. There were candied fruits and dried fruits on the table next to her, ready to eat at any time, and steam rising from the water cup. The New Year's Eve party was broadcast on TV, and laughter echoed in the room from time to time. When encountering a program that was not funny, Zhu Yuantang would put aside the blanket and go outside to set off firecrackers. Once again, she came back from outside and came to the main room. Looking at the Kangming lantern on the table, she sighed. She planned to buy it and set it off with Jiang Ning. During the new year in Yuzhou, it was popular to set off Kangming lanterns. It was not until a few years later that Kangming lanterns were completely banned because they could cause fires. At 12 o'clock in the morning, with the end of the countdown, the Lunar New Year came. Suddenly, the sound of fireworks rang out from all directions. The night sky of Yuzhou was illuminated by colorful fireworks, and even the white snowflakes in the sky were illuminated, which looked pale and weak. A flying boat passed through the night sky, and Jiang Ning stood on the boat, looking down from a high place, overlooking the fireworks blooming in Yuzhou. Due to the ban on fireworks, the fireworks in the urban area are far inferior to those in the county and township. Zhu Yuantang admired the fireworks for a while, and she went out with a Kangming lantern. Under the river dam is an endless green wheat field, and it is still very safe to release Kangming lanterns. At this time, not only Zhu Yuantang, but also the young people next door were holding Kangming lanterns and flying them. Zhu Yuantang watched several young people helping each other to hold the Kangming lanterns, and she pursed her lips. If Jiang Ning was there, it would be great, and she would have companions to release Kangming lanterns together. Now she can only ask her mother for help. Zhu Yuantang, why don't you release it? Jiang Ning walked out of the snowy night. As soon as she heard the familiar voice, the Kangming lantern in Zhu Yuantang's hand fell to the ground. She couldn't believe it at first, and then she turned her head. The moment she recognized Jiang Ning, Zhu Yuantang's eyes widened, as if she had seen a ghost, her face full of shock. How did you come back? Jiang Ning said, of course I flew back. You are kidding me. Zhu Yuantang shouted, but because of this, she was sure that the person who came was Jiang Ning who liked to lie to her. She carefully looked at Jiang Ning's whole body and found that he was intact. So Zhu Yuantang picked up the Kangming lantern and urged, why are you still standing there? Come and help me release the Kangming lantern. I tell you, I can't do it alone, but I just saw that you are back and let you enjoy the joy of releasing the Kangming lantern. Jiang Ning walked over, and Zhu Yuantang gave her the lighter. Jiang Ning waved her hand to refuse. "I don't need it." Zhu Yuantang reacted quickly. She remembered the New Year's Eve party and asked expectantly, "Are you going to perform that?" "Yeah." Jiang Ning nodded. "Great." Zhu Yuantang stretched out his arms and stretched the Kangming lantern into shape. Jiang Ning pinched his fingers, and a flame was born, which immediately ignited the square wax block in the Kangming lantern. The heat rose in the Kangming lantern, and the Kangming lantern swelled up. Zhu Yuantang felt the power coming from the Kangming lantern. As soon as she let go, the Kangming lantern flew into the sky and mixed with the snowflakes. "Wow. Jiang Ning, let's release 2 more quickly," she suggested. Zhu Yuantang made 2 more Kangming lanterns, and Jiang Ning ignited them and flew into the sky. The 3 Kangming lanterns flew into the sky, forming a straight line in the night sky. Zhu Yuantang took out the small iron wire magnetic flower she bought. This thing looked more like a welding rod and was difficult to ignite, but it burned instantly under Jiang Ning's spiritual fire, emitting beautiful small flower lights. Zhu Yuantang held a small lantern in one hand, swung her arms, and jumped in the snow. The lantern in her hand jumped with her movements, and the orange-red Kangming lantern rose higher and higher in the night sky. Finally, Zhu Yuantang tapped one foot on the ground, leaned slightly, and wished, "Jiang Ning, Happy New Year." The 5th day of the new year, Jiang Ning bid farewell to his parents from Wencheng and rushed back to Yazhou. Last New Year's Eve, he came back to accompany Zhu Yuantang to release the Kangming lantern, and then flew back. This time he really came back. As soon as Jiang Ning arrived at the dam, his spiritual sense found that there was an extra girl at the door of Zhu Yuantang's house. Zhu Chuchu leaned against the wall, lazily bathing in the sun. She was holding a mobile phone, and an English word was displayed on the screen. When Jiang Ning arrived home, Zhu Yuantang came to greet him. Specialty. Jiang Ning was carrying a big bag. "Jiang Ning, you are so nice." Zhu Yuantang did not take the big bag, but supported Jiang Ning, then helped carry the backpack, and sent him back to the room. Zhu Yuantang pointed to the clean room, and took credit for it. "I cleaned your room for a few days, when you were away, and I also cleaned your quilts. I dried them for you every day, when the sun was shining. You're really hardworking," Jiang Ning said. Zhu Yuantang was proud. "Don't you look at who I am? And your broken formula took me 2 days to come up with. I'll send it to you via questions." Jiang Ning rubbed her head. "You've worked so hard. So the snacks you don't have in your room are taken by me to supplement your nutrition." Zhu Yuantang was full of confidence. "Okay." Jiang Ning cleaned up the room for a while, then turned on the computer and started to look at the formula Zhu Yuantang gave. Based on the previous assumption of finding people online, Jiang Ning first determined a formula involving spiritual power, consciousness, and divination based on the results given by the research institute. After that, he felt that one was not enough, so he continued to think and determined a total of 3. He sent the 3 formulas to Zhu Yuantang and asked her to use the public table to deduce the correctness. Looking at the results given by Zhu Yuantang at this time, 2 of them were successful. Jiang Ning urged his magic power and used the 2 formulas for reference to each other to determine that it was the Yuansen formula. He practiced the spell according to the steps of the Yuansen formula. Colorful spells flashed in the room. After a long time, Jiang Ning stopped. Yuansen's spell was successful. He was finally able to use the hexagram technique to add some spiritual awareness and mana, and determine the address of the person on the other end of the network through electromagnetic signals. However, due to his own cultivation, it can only be effective within a range of 50 kilometers, which is similar to the current range of spiritual awareness tracking. After all, his talent is not very high. Some great masters in the world of immortal cultivation can even create space spells at will. Compared with them, his achievements are not worth mentioning. Even in the real world, Jiang Ning can only look up to the theories created by some top scholars in history. The road ahead is long. After the spell was successful, Jiang Ning went out calmly. At the door, Zhu Yuantang held a slingshot in her hand. She pulled the rubber band hard and aimed at the distance, gesturing the distance, direction, wind direction, and landing point. "Jiang Ning, I'm a divine archer and can also shoot explosive bombs," Zhu Yuantang said. Is it true? Oh, I'll show you right away. Zhu Yuantang took out a glass bowl-sized, red, and green round plastic firecracker from her pocket, with a fuse on the ball. This is a small mine. It explodes very loudly. I put the small mine on the sling bag, and then launch it. It will explode in the air. It will hit wherever I point. Long range strike. Do you understand? Zhu Yuantang showed her theoretical level. The small mine is extremely powerful. Put it on the ground and light it, and put an iron bowl on it. It will explode 3 meters high. She deliberately emphasized the power to highlight her boldness. As she spoke, Zhu Yuantang held the slingshot handle with her left hand, and put the small mine in the slingshot with her right hand. Her white index finger and thumb pinched the slingshot and gently pulled the rubber band. To show off to Jiang Ning, she shouted, "Chachu, help me light the fire." Zhu Chachu put down her phone, hesitant on her face, and worried in her eyes. "It's too dangerous. How about we not try it? Chachu, we have been together for so many years. Don't you believe in my ability?" Okay. Zhu Chachu held the lighter and reminded, "Be steady. Don't worry, I'm always reliable." If both hands were not busy, Zhu Yuantang would definitely pat her chest to show her generosity. Zhu Chachu reluctantly believed Zhu Yuantang once. She pressed the lighter and lit the fuse of the small mine. Zhu Yuantang looked at the fuse of the small mine that was quickly shortening, and she aimed her slingshot at a 45-degree angle at the wheat field in the distance. The taut rubber band suddenly loosened and shouted, "Take off for me." The rubber band bounced, and the burning small mine was sent forward, hitting her finger squarely. The small mine was blocked, bounced twice, and fell at Zhu Yuantang's feet. It also rolled twice. Zhu Chachu, who was standing next to him, witnessed this scene and her face changed suddenly. Oh no. She knew very well how loud the small mine exploded. The explosion at such a close distance was absolutely terrifying. Zhu Yuantang's face was also pale. At this moment, her mind was full of confusion. She would never have thought that she would make a mistake. The rubber band hit her hand. At this time, Zhu Yuantang and Zhu Chachu were so stimulated that their bodies had no time to react. They could only be forced to accept the fate of the small mine that was about to explode under their feet. When the two were in despair, Jiang Ning suddenly stepped out with his foot, and with a move of his magic power, he stepped on the small mine to extinguish it. He looked at Zhu Yuantang. "Are you performing a face-changing show for me? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 156 Cunning. Zhu Yuantang first realized that the small landmine did not explode, and she escaped. Then she recalled Jiang Ning's words. Performing a face-changing performance. Zhu Yuantang's face froze. How dare Jiang Ning laugh at her? She forced a smile to make up for her mistake. "Ha ha ha, my acting is good. Look how scared you two are. Actually, I did it on purpose, just to test your courage. I actually predicted the landing point of the small landmine a long time ago. Even if you, Jiang Ning, didn't make a move just now, I would still step on the small landmine with one foot and never let it explode. Hey, there's nothing I can do. Who made you, Jiang Ning, so timid that you stepped on the small landmine before me?" Zhu Yuantang spoke more and more fluently, with her braids raised, and her mentality became confident again. She took out another small landmine and said, "Chachu, help me light it." Chachu quickly stepped back, her eyes looking at Zhu Yuantang, rippling with whirlpool-like clarity and rhythm. She said softly, "Tang Tang, I don't want to light it, I'm a little scared." Zhu Yuantang was still not satisfied. "Okay." She looked at Jiang Ning provocatively. "You don't have the luck to watch me perform superb slingshot skills today. What a pity." She shook her head, looking extremely regretful. Jiang Ning was speechless in his heart. "You are really good at talking nonsense." After this moment, the three people at the door of the bungalow quieted down again, and Zhu Yuantang took her slingshot and aimed at the green wheat field in front. Zhu Chachu stood by the wall and memorized words. Jiang Ning sat on a stool in the sun, enjoying a relaxing and leisurely winter vacation. Zhu Yuantang moved over, stretched out her hand, bent down, and put her phone on Jiang Ning's lap. It's empty here anyway, let my phone get some sundae. After that, Zhu Yuantang went back to studying her marbles. Jiang Ning narrowed his eyes, and his spiritual sense spread out. He was not trying to observe Zhu Yuantang's random shooting of the slingshot. Although Zhu Yuantang was a little clumsy sometimes, she was still very self-conscious. The projectiles she used were made of mud, and they immediately broke into a pile when they hit the ground. As long as they didn't hit other people's vital parts, such as the eyes, they were not lethal. Moreover, Zhu Yuantang never aimed at people when playing with a slingshot. Jiang Ning was observing Zhu Chuchu, or more precisely, her phone. The word page on Zhu Chuchu's phone screen disappeared, and instead, there was a questions friend request. Zhu Chuchu stared at the friend request. Since she had a mobile phone, Zhu Chuchu would not refuse when a classmate asked for her questions number at school. In addition, she would not randomly agree to friend requests from strangers. There was no note message on this friend request now. Zhu Chuchu habitually typed, "Hello, who are you?" The person with the black cat avatar replied, "Junior high school classmate, agree." Zhu Chuchu studied in the town's middle school. At that time, she didn't have a mobile phone and had lost contact with her classmates. Now when she heard this, she actually had a strange feeling. Out of curiosity, Zhu Chuchu chose to agree to the friend and decided that, if it was a scammer, she would delete the other party immediately. She agreed to the friend, and the black cat avatar immediately sent a photo. Zhu Chuchu recognized the photo, which was taken of the school gate of their Yazhou No. 2 middle school. Zhu Chuchu, don't think that I can't find you, just because you deleted me. See, the school gate of your school. I tell you, I can find you at any time. You just live in the shadows. Not only you, but also your parents, your classmates, and your friends. I will dig them all out. The black cat avatar sent a string of messages, which seemed to be prepared in advance. Everyone around you will be dug out by me. Zhu Chuchu, just wait and see. Bleeding knife, bleeding knife. At this moment, Zhu Chuchu recognized who the other person was. Some time ago, the person who stole her questions number and threatened her to send photos, the person she deleted. Unexpectedly, the other person actually took photos at the gate of her school. Doesn't this mean that the person came to Yazhou? What's more terrifying is that the person knows her name and her class. If he really wants to do something terrible, can she hide? How could she meet such a lunatic? Zhu Chuchu suppressed her fear and quickly deleted the friend. She was clearly basking in the sun, but her body was cold. If the other party knew what she looked like, he would not give up. Zhu Chuchu knew her appearance, which would only make the bad guy more crazy. She was in a low mood, and had no way to target that person. Cough cough. Jiang Ning coughed twice, attracting the attention of the two. Jiang Ning, you cough. Are you sick? Zhu Yuantang asked with concern. No. Jiang Ning said. Zhu Yuantang said with regret, I'm very good at curing coughs. I have oranges at home. Just take an orange, pour a few drops of sesame oil into the orange, steam it, and eat it to stop coughing. She was showing off her knowledge again, and she wished that Jiang Ning would cough badly and complain bitterly. She took action again, and offered the best oranges to cure his cough, which shocked Jiang Ning so much, that he regarded her as a miracle doctor from then on. Hehe. Jiang Ning said, I'm going out for a trip. Today, I developed the Yuan-San magic spell, but I have not had time to experiment. When the weirdo on Zhu Chuchu's questions appeared just now, Jiang Ning cast a spell to detect that the other party's location was within 50 kilometers. So after the tedious steps of casting the spell, Jiang Ning deduced the detailed location of the other party and planted a temporary mark. Now he can go to find the other party at any time. Zhu Yuantang said, my mother will soon cook. She cooked delicious food today. How long will it take to cook? Jiang Ning asked. Zhu Yuantang was at the gate, taking a deep breath, sniffing the aroma coming from the kitchen, and made a judgment, about half an hour. Jiang Ning believed her judgment of the mealtime and nodded. Okay, I'll be back in half an hour. He pushed the mountain bike and rode towards the river dam. When there was no one around, Jiang Ning put the mountain bike into the storage ring, summoned the spirit boat, activated the hidden formation, and flew towards the destination. He was going to beat someone up along the network cable. The man who threatened Zuchachu was entangled with him in a despicable way, especially when he decided to dig into the relationship around Zuchachu. Jiang Ning decided not to let him go. The mark of the target is about 17 kilometers away from the river dam, located in the center of Tu County. Jiang Ning stepped on the spirit boat. The speed increased dramatically and broke through the air. 2 minutes later, the spirit boat was suspended near a 24-story building, and the target was on the 9th floor. Jiang Ning controlled the spirit boat, turned half a circle along the building, and came to the window on the 9th floor. With his spiritual sense, he heard the sound of speakers in the room. A young man in his 20s was playing a zombie game. The spiritual power penetrated into the window along the gap and set up a soundproof and windproof magic circle. The spiritual power opened the window, and the invisible Jiang Ning stepped in. Bang, bang, bang. The game sound effects in the room were very powerful. The young man held the mouse and clicked his fingers. On the screen, the character he controlled was holding a gun and killing the zombies rushing over with a headshot. It was accompanied by the young man's voice. Damn, this game is too violent and too cool. Jiang Ning stood behind him and watched him play the game. The young man played for a while, picked up the mobile phone on the table, and skillfully swiped to the female head portrait with the note 25 years old, just married, 1-year-old child. Let's go out to play tonight, big sister. The other side sent a message soon. You are crazy, my husband is back. The young man smiled and replied, one sentence, are you coming? The other side seemed to hesitate for a moment. I'll wait for you at the old place. I'll drive to pick you up in the afternoon. Remember to bring the child. After the young man finished speaking, he put down the phone and smiled even more. This is a woman he chatted with 2 months ago. The other party had just got married not long ago, and her husband worked outside all year round. The young man is a local, has a house and a car, has an easy job, and has plenty of time. He likes to hook up with such women whose other half works outside. Such women are alone at home all year round, inevitably lonely. As long as he can add the other party's contact information, he will have a great chance of getting her. It was indeed difficult to chat at the beginning, but the young man was very patient. Women always feel empty sometimes, and who doesn't get sick or something? He chatted normally first, and maintained a good relationship. Then, as long as the woman got sick once, he immediately asked where she was on the pretext of delivering medicine, and took this opportunity to go to her house, to take care of her, help get water, buy food, and get a hot towel. When a woman is sick, her body and mind are fragile, and it is easy for her to be taken advantage of. He then hinted at the coldness of the woman's husband who was far away, and then he got closer to the woman. Then he talked about something special, and it didn't take long for him to get the hang of it. Using this method, the young man has already got 7 or 8 people, and he is very happy. In addition, the young man will go online to cheat people. Recently, he has been playing some childish online games, cheating children, and destroying their accounts that they have worked hard to play. Just then, a message popped up on his questions pop-up window. Uncle, you have spent all the gold coins I earned today. Please don't spend my gold coins, okay? The young man laughed and was very happy. After he got the child's account and password, he watched the child earn gold coins in the game every day. He spent as many gold coins as the other party earned and destroyed them all. The child didn't know how to change the password, which was so funny. He replied, okay, you bastard, take some pictures of your mother and I will spare you. The young man put down his phone with satisfaction. Only in this way could he find a little pleasure. He held the mouse again and killed 2 zombies. This game is really awesome. I like this kind of violence and blood. Jiang Ning still stood behind him, staring at him coldly. What a scumbag. A voice suddenly sounded in the room. Do you know what real violence is? The young man who was playing the game felt strange after hearing the voice. He looked around the room and didn't find anyone talking. What? Are you playing tricks? The young man shouted impatiently. The messy and disordered spiritual power turned into a big hand, instantly covering the young man, pressing his head tightly on the table, making a bang sound, and the computer table shook. The young man waved his hands in fear and struggled to get up. What the hell? Get out of here. Get out of here. Jiang Ning continued, you shot a zombie to death, or killed a person, that's not violence. Real violence is when I put your hand on the chopping board and chop off your fingers one by one with a kitchen knife. That's violence. As soon as the words fell, the spiritual power dragged the young man out of the bedroom. From the soundproof formation, there were intermittent or continuous miserable screams. The mobile phone screen on the table suddenly lit up by itself, and a line of text suddenly appeared in the chat box with the child. I'm the righteous Ultraman. The bad guys have been punished by me. No one will log into your account. Don't tell others your password in the future. The windows on the 9th floor opened and closed, and the room was flooded with wind and waves. The bed, cabinets, computers, tables, and chairs were like being swept by a hurricane and shattered into a pile of rubble. The spiritual boat broke through the air and left. Chapter 157 New Semester. The winter vacation in my memory always seems to be unusually short. I didn't enjoy it for long, and it passed quickly. On the 18th day of the first lunar month, that is, February 17th, 2014, Yuzhou number 4 middle school started school. In the morning, Zhu Yuantang sat on a small stool, tilted her head slightly, sighed constantly, and looked like she had lost all hope in life. Jiang Ning pinched the steamed bun and looked at her. She had this symptom since the past few days, the sighing syndrome before school started. As the school started getting closer, the sighs became longer and longer. Alas. Zhu Yuantang took a bite of the steamed bun. Jiang Ning, I don't want to go to school. Jiang Ning, the issue of starting school is the same as the whole world, and it cannot be solved. With Zhu Yuantang's grades, she can be allowed to skip evening self-study, but she must still go to normal classes. Moreover, Jiang Ning felt that Zhu Yuantang should be happy enough to go to school now, right? No need to walk, no need to worry about the cold or heat. There are snacks to eat, and studying is not difficult. With such good treatment, she can still be picky. Jiang Ning was eating corn, and saw that Zhu Yuantang didn't eat much, so he suggested, whoever eats breakfast slowly today will wash the dishes. Zhu Yuantang stopped sighing immediately, and started to eat the corn cob. Class 8 of grade 1. New year, new atmosphere. Some students changed into handsome clothes. Especially Meng Jiui. He was wearing a long black down jacket. The hem almost reached his shoes. With his sharp 10cm hairstyle, the whole person looked unusually slender. Meng Jiui usually sits in the third to last row. Today when school started, he ran to the last row to play. Wang Lang was watching Ma Shichen playing games. He was not only a spectator, but also a reconnaissance aircraft. He paid attention to the surrounding situation for Ma Shichen, avoided the teacher and grade group leader, and cleared obstacles for Ma Shichen, so that he could focus on playing with his smartphone. Wang Lang looked at Meng Jiui and said, wow, my brother Jiui has grown taller. Meng Jiui was happy. Wang Lang spoke to his heart. He liked others to praise him for his height the most. Meng Jiui took out a cigarette case from his pocket. He looked around with alert eyes, and after making sure no one was paying attention, he smoked a cigarette in a particularly awesome way, and put it in Wang Lang's hand. Brother Long, have a cigarette. Awesome. Brother Jiui can smoke now? Wang Lang said in surprise. Meng Jiui said, before, Shenzhou from class 9 gave me a cigarette, and I learned it after a while. I played cards with others during the Chinese New Year this year, and I learned it after smoking it. Not to mention, the taste of the cigarette is really good. It relieves my worries. His face showed the maturity and vicissitudes of an adult. I understand why the cigarettes in UK store are so popular. The UK store at the school gate not only has Ziohe internet cafe, but also sells loose cigarettes, 1 yuan and a half for 2 cigarettes, 1 yuan for 1 cigarette, and various prices. Students often go there to buy them, and they always act like they are doing some kind of transaction. Wang Lang knows that UK store not only sells cigarettes, but also sells betel nuts. He has a junior high school classmate who loves to chew betel nuts. However, Wang Lang knows that those things are not good things, so he never touches them. He advised, brother Jiui, smoking is harmful to your health? Meng Jiui said calmly, it doesn't matter, I'm in good health. Lang, you should also learn to smoke. When you get older and enter society, you can't avoid this. Learn it early, so that you can deal with people better when you enter society in the future. Meng Gui pointed out, as if he had experienced it. Oh, brother Gui, I saw that there is still a cigarette in your cigarette box just now. Take it out, and give me the cigarette box. Wang Lang Lang said. Meng Gui would naturally not refuse this small request. He took out the last cigarette, and gave the cigarette box to Wang Lang Lang. Wang Lang Lang took the cigarette box. I tell you, brother Gui, don't throw away the cigarette box after smoking in the future. The tinfoil inside is very useful. He took out the golden tinfoil inside and divided it into two, demonstrating in front of Meng Gui. Brother Gui, look, you fold it in half like this first. Wang Lang Lang moved his hand, fold it in half like this again. Meng Gui was stunned, not knowing what Wang Lang Lang was going to do. Like this. Do it this way again. Hey, it's finally healed. Wang Lang Lang held 2 gold ingots. He handed the gold ingots to Meng Gui. Brother Gui, have you learned it? Fold it yourself in the future. Don't throw away the cigarette box after smoking. You can get 2 gold ingots every time. When you have advanced lung cancer, burn it for yourself. The most important thing is that you made it yourself. How safe it is to burn it. Wang Lang Lang looked expectant. Meng Gui laughed angrily. Fuck, are you kidding me? While the two were chatting, Cuiu came. Cuiu was wearing a light brown down jacket. He was extremely thin. The long horizontal strips on the down jacket looked like ribs on his body. Brother Cuiu, what's wrong with your face? Why is there blood on it? It's the first day of school. It's unlucky. Wang Lang Lang was curious. Cuiu cursed. It's so unlucky. I was scratched by my OZHE. Damn, let me see how I treat him today. Wang Lang Lang was in awe. Cuiu was the only one in the class who dared to provoke my OZHE. After all, he was a ruthless person who dared to fight with Pang Jiao and Shenzhou from another class. My OZHE walked to the classroom with a gloomy face. As soon as he entered the classroom, he saw his pitiful seat surrounded by Pang Jiao and Wang Yanan. He immediately felt nauseous. He felt that he was not here to go to school, but to visit the graves. With the intention of visiting the graves, my OZHE squeezed into his seat. He stood up awkwardly, wiped the stool and desk with paper, and then sat down. Pang Jiao and Wang Yanan were chatting about fashion, beauty, celebrities, travel, handsome guys and other topics. The chat was very exciting, and saliva splashed back and forth, comparable to 2 armies fighting. My OZHE kept silent. He had been excluded by Pang Jiao and the others for most of the semester. They ignored my OZHE and concentrated on talking about themselves. As a result, my OZHE often came to the class in the morning and went back to the evening self-study class without saying a word, like a ghost. But my OZHE didn't care. A group of vulgar girls would never understand his greatness. Besides, he has the company of his netizen Yunenai, so he is not alone. My OZHE took out the books from his school bag and placed them on the table. Because there were too many books, they looked messy on the desk. He hadn't started to sort them out yet, so the books accidentally occupied Pang Jiao's desk area. Pang Jiao, who was chatting, stretched out her hand and pushed his books back with disgust. My OZHE paused, and Pang Jiao's fingers were still so thick and hairy. He paused and continued to pack his books. After he finished packing, my OZHE recalled Pang Jiao's rudeness and stinginess just now. My OZHE couldn't hide his hatred in his heart. The other party's invisible actions made him feel greatly insulted and hurt. If there was a button that could make Pang Jiao die by pressing it, my OZHE would press it now. Unfortunately, there is no such button in the world. My OZHE couldn't help but think of the past. When he was in elementary school, his deskmate was also a jerk. He often bullied him and asked him to borrow money in various ways. He didn't have sharp nails at that time and couldn't fight him head on. So my OZHE took advantage of the other person's nap and secretly sprinkled pencil dust on his head. He thought that, as long as he persisted day after day, the other person would die of lead poisoning sooner or later, and he would not be suspected. My OZHE just felt that the plan was flawless. Later he found out that there was no lead in the pencil at all. Looking back, MiyoZHE smiled and felt much better. Although Pang Jiao could disgust him, she could no longer hurt him. He was no longer the cowardly him. Moreover, it was a new semester, and it was time to assign seats. His grades were stable in the top 10, far ahead of Pang Jiao and the others. This time, he must choose a powerful position to get rid of them. Because it was the first day of school, Jiang Ning arrived in class early today. When he arrived, Zhenglu was wiping the table. As if sensing something, Zhenglu looked up and saw Jiang Ning. "You've lost some weight," Jiang Ning said, and Zhenglu's baby fat face was slightly thinner. Zhenglu straightened her chest, and her down jacket made her feel a little dizzy. She said, "No, Jiang Ning, it seems not. Here, I'm done. Let me help you wipe the table." Zhenglu held the rag and pretended to help him. She was always like this when she sat in the back row at school. "No, I'll do it myself." Jiang Ning took the rag from her hand, waved it on the table twice, and spread his spiritual power to clean the table. At this moment, classmates came in one after another. Bei Yuxia became a little whiter, and Shan Keiquan gained weight. The classmates talked about each other's changes, such as growing taller or becoming more handsome. Jiang Ning looked at this scene and found it interesting. It seems that this scene will be hard to see in the future. Colleagues will rarely talk to you about these things, and few people pay attention to you. Besides, after work, the annual leave is about a week, and there is no time for change. In the morning, after the head teacher Shan Qingrang made sure that all the classmates in the class were there, he said, "The new semester has begun. Everyone should get their minds back as soon as possible and devote themselves to study," and other encouraging words. Finally, he said what the students were most looking forward to: "I will come to distribute the seats in the last class in the afternoon. I heard some students privately tell me that sitting in a corner for a long time makes their eyes look slanted." At this point, Shan Qingrang thought of Wang Longlong, who was the one who made the suggestion. "After the seats are changed, I plan to move the seats of the classmates in the class horizontally every 2 weeks. In the afternoon, half an hour before class, the 4 big people sat in a row in the back row. Ma Shichen played games, and Hu Jun and Wang Longlong watched. Jiuo Kunan sat in his seat, glanced at them, and felt a little envious. Recently, Jiuo Kunan didn't know what happened. He suddenly couldn't feel the fun of playing games. He took out his mobile phone, swiped the screen, and felt bored. He turned off the screen, took out a bottle of spray, sprayed it on the screen, and wiped it clean with a tissue. Looking at the shiny screen without fingerprints, Jiuo Kunan smiled with satisfaction. His only pleasure now is to wipe the fingerprints on the screen of his mobile phone. He wipes them when he sees them. Only in this way can Jiuo Kunan feel a little happiness in the world. After Jiuo Kunan wiped the screen, he admired it for a while and then put the phone down. As a result, he accidentally saw Cuiu holding the phone and sneaking towards the back row. Chapter 158, Picking Up Garbage. Seeing Cuiu acting mysterious, Jiuo Kunan was puzzled. He stared at him for a while, but found nothing unusual, so he wiped the screen with a tissue. He lost interest in everything now, and couldn't get excited. After a while, MiyoZHE came to the back row with a gloomy face, and his sharp eyes cut through several people like a razor. "Has anyone seen my phone?" he shouted, and his phone disappeared while charging. Ma Shichen, who was playing games, looked up at him, said nothing, and lowered his head to continue playing games. Hu Jun, the living committee member, didn't even look at him. Wang Longlong peeled the orange, took a bite, and threw the orange peel into the black plastic bag on the table. MiyoZHE saw that no one answered, so he came over and rummaged through the table holes of several people. "What are you doing? What are you doing?" Wang Longlong slammed the table and yelled, "I put 500 yuan in the table hole. If one is missing, do you think I can find it for you?" MiyoZHE stared at Wang Longlong. Wang Longlong sang, "Your eyes are like stars, twinkling and shining." It's not like he hasn't fought with MiyoZHE before, and there was that man standing behind him, the head teacher that all the students feared. MiyoZHE didn't insist on looking through the desk holes of several people after all, and he left. Wang Longlong looked at MiyoZHE's figure, sneered, and continued to eat oranges. He maintained his due rights. Seeing Wang Longlong eating with relish, Jun said shamelessly. Brother Long, I see your oranges are big and round. Can I have a taste? Wang Lang was generous and directly gave half. Take it. Last time he played with Jun's bird, so a little orange was naturally nothing. Brother Long is generous. Jun took a bite of the orange. It was sour and sweet and delicious. The two surrounded Ma Shichen, eating oranges and watching him play games. Ma Shichen felt itchy when he heard the sounds from their mouths. He simply put his phone on the desk. Brother Long, you play. I'll get 2 oranges to try. Wang Lang stopped eating the oranges and immediately took the phone. Ma Shichen said, put yourself in their shoes. So he and Wang Lang changed seats. Now Wang Lang sat between them, and Ma Shichen ate oranges on the side. Ma Shichen ate oranges while watching people play games. Not to mention, he felt very happy. Occasionally, he could catch a glimpse of Mao Zhe in front of the classroom, looking for his phone in a panic. Ma Shichen laughed in his heart, thinking that it must be that guy Cuiu who hid Mao Zhe's phone. Cuiu often did such wicked things. Wang Lang's garbage bag was not big, and soon, the bag was full of orange peels. Ma Shichen gathered the scattered orange peels and stuffed them into the garbage bag. He lifted the garbage bag and suddenly felt that the weight seemed wrong. The orange peels should not be so heavy. Ma Shichen was careless and didn't pay much attention to it. Maybe Wang Lang had thrown other things in before. His brother Ma would definitely not take out the garbage bag, which would be embarrassing. Ma Shichen turned around and aimed at the small trash basket at the back of the classroom. He threw the orange peel garbage bag into the trash can at any time. He clapped his hands in satisfaction, turned around, and happened to see Yang Sheng. Oh, isn't this our sister Sheng? What's the matter? You come to throw away the garbage yourself. Ma Shichen insulted her and looked at Yang Sheng again. Yang Sheng was actually very pretty. For some reason, Ma Shichen got angry when he saw her. Ma Shichen attributed the reason to the fact that he didn't like strong women. Why do you care about me? Yang Sheng threw away the bread bag. Ma Shichen said sarcastically, how dare I? You are Yang Sheng, who in class 8 doesn't know how powerful you are. Once my sister Sheng makes a move, you can tell whether it is good or not. Yang Sheng always felt that Ma Shichen was implying something to her, and she was uncomfortable. So she pointed to the trash can at the back. I see you have nothing to do. Go take out the trash. Ma Shichen was not convinced, and instead scolded. It's not full yet. Why are you taking it out? Are you ordering me around? Yang Sheng said, don't take out the big one. Take out the small one. If you go take it out, I'll count it as your duty. Just tell me, do you want to go or not? Ma Shichen was happy. There is such a good thing. It is usually quite troublesome to empty the big trash can. And the small one, he can easily lift it with one hand. It's not a big deal at all. Ma Shichen was afraid that Yang Sheng would regret it, so he ran to take out the trash. He still felt that he had taken advantage. There were still a few more debts to pay off, and then he would be fearless. What Yang Sheng? Niu Sheng? Ma Sheng? Don't even think about commanding him. Ma Shichen came and went like the wind, and when he came back from taking out the trash, he deliberately gave Yang Sheng a look of victory. Ma Shichen returned to his seat. He didn't eat the oranges. He was afraid that Wang Lang would finish them. He was watching Wang Lang play games now. Lang was nice to him, so he was kind enough to let Wang Lang play with his phone for a while longer. Cuiu ran over from the front, and he smiled very obscenely, but soon, the smile on his face disappeared. Brother Ma, where is the garbage bag on the table? What garbage bag? It's for orange peels. Oh, I threw it away. Ma Shichen asked again. What happened? Cuiu asked anxiously. Where did you throw it? I threw it into the trash can. Ma Shichen. Cuiu felt relieved and took a break. Fortunately, it was not too late. Their class took out the garbage very late every day. Then I threw the trash can into the school garbage dump. Ma Shichen added. Cuiu's heart twitched, and his eyes were bloodshot. The garbage bag contains Mao Zhe's life. Mao Zhe's phone is in it. Ma Shichen was stunned. What the hell? Doesn't that mean that Mao Zhe's phone was in the garbage dump? Come with me. Cuiu pulled Ma Shichen and ran towards the school garbage dump. Although he liked to hide Mao Zhe's phone, He never thought of throwing Miozhe's phone into the garbage dump. The garbage dump of number 4 middle school was very messy. Fortunately, it was winter, so the smell was not as bad as in summer, but it was still not very pleasant. Brother Ma, where did you throw it? Cuiu asked, looking at the cement garbage dump. Ma Shicheng scratched his head. When he dumped the garbage, he deliberately performed a trick of scattering flowers and threw it in a fancy way. Probably that position. He pointed to the center of the garbage dump. He remembered that the bag of orange peels flew to the middle. Cuiu's face immediately became exciting, which meant that he had to go to the center of the garbage dump. He had to find it. Otherwise, Miozhe would definitely fight him to the death. Facing Miozhe's shadowless claws, Cuiu was scared. Besides, he hid other people's phones first, so he was wrong first. Cuiu walked around the garbage dump and found a few cleaner plastic bags. He put the plastic bags on his shoes and legs and stepped into the garbage. Ma Shicheng wondered whether he should go up to help. After all, it was his garbage. But he looked around and couldn't find a suitable plastic bag. If he stepped in, he probably wouldn't be able to wear his shoes and pants tomorrow. Forget it. He decided to use his eyes to help Cuiu. Ma Shicheng scanned the garbage pile, but unfortunately the garbage was colorful and he couldn't find it in a short time. Cuiu endured the dirtiness and tiredness and cursed while searching. We just started school. How come there is so much garbage? Ma Shicheng understood. The second and third years of high school started school earlier than us. Damn it. Cuiu cursed inwardly and buried his head to continue looking for his phone. The plastic bag of orange peels was not big, and it was black. In addition, Ma Shicheng threw it everywhere, making it even harder to find. Cuiu searched for 7 or 8 minutes, but didn't see it, and he was desperate. Brother Ma, why do you mess with garbage when you play games? Cuiu complained. Normally, garbage bags would never be taken to the garbage dump, and his operation was 100% correct. Ma Shicheng was also indifferent. Who would have thought that you put Miozhe's phone in the garbage bag? Normal people would never think of this operation. Cuiu explained. Miozhe and I have a grudge. If he loses his phone, he will definitely look through my desk hole, and he will definitely look through the back row. No one knows him better than me, so I have no choice but to put it in the garbage bag, a place no one would think of. Although he said this, Cuiu was actually bitter. He thought he had found a perfect method, but he was beaten to the garbage dump by Brother Ma the first time. Ma Shicheng wondered, why do you provoke him every day? He saw blood on Cuiu's face several times. Cuiu said melancholy, when you are in the rivers and lakes, you can't help yourself. He and Miozhe had a grudge since the beginning of the school year. After a semester, they have never decided the winner. Now Cuiu can no longer withdraw. In the middle of winter, Cuiu was sweating profusely in order to find his phone, and he didn't dare to wipe it off. The plastic bag in his hand was stained with garbage stains. Ma Shicheng walked along the garbage station, looking for the orange bag with his eyes, and suddenly he saw Jiang Ning coming with a small garbage can. Brother Ning, are you here to throw away the garbage? Ma Shicheng greeted. Jiang Ning dumped the garbage casually, and his spiritual power circulated around the inside of the bucket, and the small trash can was immediately clean as new. This was a trash can he bought separately. Zhu Yuantang was addicted to snacks, and Jiang Ning also liked to eat fruits and the like, so it was very convenient to buy a small trash can separately. After dumping the garbage, Jiang Ning asked, "What are you doing?" Ma Shicheng did not hide it from his old deskmate. He told him about Miozhe's mobile phone, and finally said helplessly, "Class is about to start. I don't know if I can find it. The first class is Chinese. Please tell the class monitor to ask for leave for me." Cuiu also said, "Please ask for leave for me by the way. There is too much garbage." Jiang Ning looked at the garbage heap and covered it with his spiritual sense. "I don't think I need to ask for leave for you," he said. "What?" Ma Shicheng was surprised. Then, he saw Jiang Ning raised his hand and flicked his fingers lightly, as if flicking a stone. The garbage heap in front of Cuiu's left suddenly made a bang sound, as if it was hit by a stone. "The bag of oranges is down there, Cuiu. Turn it over." Jiang Ning said. Ma Shiqing, huh? How did you see it? He was a little unconvinced. He had been staring at it for a long time, but didn't see anything. Cuiu followed Jiang Ning's instructions and turned over the garbage, and he really saw a bag. Cuiu's face was excited, and he suddenly pulled up the garbage bag and shouted happily, "Found it." Perhaps because of the excessive movement, the garbage bag broke, and the orange peels in the mobile phone fell into the garbage bag together, mixed with all kinds of dirty garbage. Cuiu was stunned. Ma Shiqing watched the mobile phone disappear with his own eyes, and the shock in his heart dissipated most of the time, and was replaced by being stunned. "What are you staring at? Turn out my OZHE's mobile phone," he shouted. Cuiu hurried to the garbage heap to look for it. Fortunately, everything went well, and he successfully fished out my OZHE's dirty mobile phone from a pile of garbage. He breathed a long sigh of relief, and finally found it. "Hurry up and wipe my OZHE's vitals, don't get it dirty." Cuiu came over with the mobile phone. He took off the garbage bags on his feet and hands, and asked the two, "Who has paper?" Ma Shiqing never brought paper with him when he went out, but Jiang Ning took out a small bag of paper. "Thank you, Brother Ning." If it weren't for Jiang Ning's help today, he might not have been able to find his phone. He didn't know how long he would have to search through the garbage. "It's just a simple thing," Jiang Ning said. Cuiu wiped my OZHE's phone with paper, but there was a little mud on the screen and he couldn't wipe it clean. He looked around, but there was no water source. He got angry and spit a mouthful of water. Ma Shiqing looked at this scene, his mouth twitched, and he didn't say a word. Cuiu rubbed and rubbed with paper, and finally wiped my OZHE's phone clean, at least from the surface. He took it and smelled it, and there was no smell of garbage. "Let's go, find a chance to return the phone. Brothers, keep it a secret for me, and I'll treat you to milk tea tonight." Cuiu walked towards the classroom with his phone. Chapter 159 Have a sweet dream. Before the afternoon class, my OZHE's phone inexplicably returned to the table hole, just like before. Although my OZHE was surprised, he knew that it must be someone who played a prank on him, so he returned the phone. My OZHE couldn't find the murderer, but fortunately the phone was returned. He didn't pursue it, and planned to be more careful in the future, and not let others take advantage of him. He was playing with his phone, and his deskmate Pang Jiao was chatting with Wang Yanan. "I also think I'm at least average looking. Since I was a child, there have been boys with cerebral palsy who said I was ugly." Pang Jiao grabbed a small mirror and pretended. "Really cerebral palsy?" she added. My OZHE glanced at her and thought to himself that you have some self-knowledge. If Pang Jiao was just ugly, my OZHE would not have a conflict with her, nor would he despise her. Anyway, it would not bother him. For example, the girl whose face was burned in a fire in their number 4 middle school, that girl looked much more terrifying than Pang Jiao, but my OZHE did not feel bad about her, and even felt pity for her. But Pang Jiao is ugly but unaware, often says outrageous things, and also pulls Wang Yanan to form a small group. Cold-blooded him. My OZHE always strikes with his claws, and will also attack the other party with the same vicious language. "What are you looking at? What eyes?" Pang Jiao roared. Her voice was deep, like Lee Kui in the TV series. "You don't look at me. How do you know I'm looking at you?" My OZHE retorted. Pang Jiao and Wang Yanan said, "How can I meet such a person? Hey, Yanan. I think these cerebral palsy men should bear a great responsibility for my misfortune." She meant something, and it was clear who she was talking about. My OZHE was too lazy to argue with her. He felt that, if he said one more word to Pang Jiao, his life would be shortened. Anyway, when changing seats in the afternoon, he would definitely choose a good seat this time, a seat that would definitely not have any intersection with Pang Jiao and the others. And rubbish like Pang Jiao, rot in the corner. My OZHE had huge ambitions in his heart, and when he looked at Pang Jiao again, his expression was actually full of pity, like a god looking down on an ant. Pang Jiao was very angry, and she wished she had an iron mountain to lean on, to support my OZHE against the wall. But she was afraid of being hit by my OZHE's claws. It was the last class in the afternoon. Shan Qingrang came. He didn't say much, but went straight to the point. Let's change seats. Everyone go to the corridor. The students of class 8 all went out in a commotion. Some of the students who had made an appointment whispered, "Don't forget it later." "Don't worry, I won't forget it." Shan Qingrong read the names in order of ranking. Zhu Yuantong, Jiang Ning. He looked at the two people with an unusually gentle expression. The top two in the whole school of number 4 middle school belonged to his class, especially Zhu Yuantong, who was the first in the city. He, as the head teacher, stole the limelight. Zhu Yuantong returned to his old seat in the third row, and Jiang Ning sat by the window. Although he was in the front row, he didn't block others, because he was by the window. Sometimes, he would change seats with Zhu Yuantong. He specifically asked Zheng Lu behind him, that it would not cause any impact. Wu Zhaoqi. Shan Qingrong called out the name expressionlessly. He knew what level Wu Zhaoqi was, but he just turned a blind eye. As soon as Wu Zhaoqi's name was called out, many students looked at him with strange expressions. Wu Zhaoqi entered the classroom, hesitating before choosing a seat. In fact, he was stalling for time. Shan Qingrong continued to call, "Chen Qian." Chen Qian looked at Zhu Yuantong's seat, and walked to the second row in the center of the class with a haughty look. Bei Yuxia, Dong Qingfeng, Huang Zhangfei. Bei Yuxia still sat in front of Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantong, while Dong Qingfeng went to find Chen Qian. "Miro Zhe," Shan Qingrong said. Miro Zhe walked into the class, and did not choose a seat in the front row. Instead, he ran to the last row, a seat in the corner. Yes, Miro Zhe was already afraid of Pang Zhao and Wang Yanan. Even if he sat in the last row, he was unwilling to continue his bad relationship with Pang Zhao. Then it was Song Sheng. Song Sheng walked straight to the third row in the middle. As soon as he sat down, Wu Zhaoqi sat next to him. Wu Zhaoqi looked at him with a smug look in his eyes. "Little guy?" Song Sheng's eyes twitched. Strangely, after Wu Zhaoqi and Song Sheng sat down, the classmates in the class seemed to be very afraid of them, fearing that they would fight and hurt everyone by mistake. Although they had good seats, there were no classmates around to fill them. One of the twins, Chen Xiaoyu, and Bei Yuxia sat at the same table. Shan Kaikun, who followed closely behind, looked at this scene with a heartache. He was only one place behind Chen Xiaoyu. Zheng Lu still sat behind Jiang Ning. As time passed, the group of Pang Zhao finally appeared. Their grades were in class 8, just slightly better than Ma Shicheng. They were the last ones, and could only sit in the worst seats in the back row, but because of the strength of Song Sheng and Wu Zhaoqi, the surrounding seats were vacant. So Pang Zhao and the others quickly surrounded Song Sheng and Wu Zhaoqi in a half-moon shape. Wu Zhaoqi sat in his seat, staring blankly at the golden flowers around him. Although he was addicted to playing basketball, it didn't mean that he was a fool. Wu Zhaoqi was a little panicked now. At the New Year's Eve party that night, he was squeezed away by Pang Zhao when he squatted down. Thinking back now, the scene is still vivid. He may not be able to beat Pang Zhao. After the evening self-study class, Miro Zhe returned to the rental house with his mobile phone. He was in a very good mood, finally getting rid of Pang Zhao. If Miro Zhe didn't know how to drink, he would even want to drink a few cups to spread the joy. For this reason, Miro Zhe bought a large cup of milk tea and a deluxe version of cake tonight. Miro Zhe's parents divorced early in his life, and Miro Zhe followed his mother. His mother was more business-minded and opened a clothing store in the mall, so his family conditions were slightly better than those of ordinary classmates. Miro Zhe put his mobile phone on the desk, and while eating, he went to find his netizen Yunenai. "I'm out of school, are you there? I had a very happy day today." Miro Zhe shared his joy. As soon as he finished posting, he saw a red dot on the space, and Miro Zhe clicked in to see it. He was particularly concerned and posted a new post. "I used to be the ace in the teacher's hand. I could come and go in and out of the office at will, and the principal could talk to me for several classes. But now I'm working day and night to pass the exam, so this time, I will do my best to get back my former position." This was posted by Yunenai. Miro Zhe did not like or comment. He was Yunenai's real boyfriend and disdained that. He had his pride, so Miro Zhe chatted privately. "Yunenai, what's wrong with you?" Yunenai replied, "Alas, I'm a little sad. Myozhe stopped drinking milk tea and immediately replied, "What's wrong with you? Who bullied you?" "No, it's just that my grades are a little bit poor." When it comes to grades, Myozhe still has a certain degree of confidence. After all, he is in the top 10 in the class, and it is mainly the liberal arts that hold him back. After being assigned to the science department, his grades will definitely be further improved. Myozhe is very confident that he can go to a key university. Therefore, he comforted Jiang Ning. "You can ask me if you don't know anything in the future. Although I don't know much, we can teach each other." Myozhe is more modest. He knows that Jiang Ning is a student in the same class as him. Jiang Ning, "Okay, when I encounter questions I don't know in the future, I will take a photo and send it to you via questions." Myozhe, "No big deal. I will call you on questions to explain the questions." Jiang Ning, "I'm sorry, my voice is not very nice." Myozhe, "No, I've heard it. It's super nice." He clicked on Jiang Ning's voice once. It was really sweet. Jiang Ning, "No, just type and explain it to me." Myozhe didn't force it. He was very gentle to Jiang Ning, and he would never force her to do something she didn't like. Anyway, as long as he could help Jiang Ning, he would be very happy. "I promise to explain it to you clearly. Yunshu, you are so nice." Myozhe, "Then do you like it?" "I like it." Shy. Myozhe smiled foolishly while holding his phone, as happy as a child. He wanted to send a message to Jiang Ning saying "you are so cute," but Myozhe thought about it and decided to use another way. He held the phone as if he was holding his beloved, and he kissed it gently. It was as if he kissed the cute Jiang Ning. The first night of school. For some people, it is sweet, but for others, it is frustrated. Wang Lang pushed open the door, looked at the empty house, and sighed. The object of his sigh was not only his parents, but also his class teacher Shan Qingrong, and himself. School started today. Shan Qingrong changed his seat, but he didn't mention anything about the class cadres. Wang Lang knew what it meant, which meant that Shan Qingrong had no intention of letting him be the class monitor. He was destined to devote his enthusiasm to the class teacher in secret. Wang Lang washed his face, feet, and teeth, and went to bed. He didn't write some work reports today. He suddenly felt a little confused. He didn't know whether he should persist and whether it was meaningful to persist. Wang Lang recalled that it was in the 3rd grade of elementary school. He saw the monitor of their class stealing things, and he bravely stood up and pointed out the other party. The monitor broke someone else's mirror because of fright. However, at that time, there were only the monitor and him in the class, and the monitor ran to the teacher to complain first. The two told their reasons in front of the teacher. Wang Lang was very poor at speaking. In the end, the classmates in the class, including the teacher, believed the monitor's words. Wang Lang was framed, took the blame, was ridiculed by his classmates, and was called a liar. The monitor, who was the instigator, stood in the crowd and laughed at him. Young Wang Lang didn't understand why the teacher didn't believe him. Was it because he could only say the monitor broke the mirror? But that was obviously the truth. Wang Lang didn't understand before. He firmly believed that the teacher must have chosen to believe the monitor instead of him, because the other party was the monitor. So Wang Lang decided to prove himself and prove it to the teacher. When he was young, he had a naive idea that he wanted to be the monitor. For this reason, he has been sticking to his beliefs over the years, reading, and reading again. Now he has long forgotten the appearance of the teacher and has reviewed what happened that day. He has never considered right or wrong, he just insisted. But today, it seems that there is no hope. In the dead of night, Wang Lang fell asleep. Suddenly, the window opened, and two figures landed in the room. The rune on the puppet's right arm was bright. Jiang Ning's eyes fell on Wang Lang. He had examined Wang Lang and found that his character and ability were fully qualified. In the source world, he selected an excellent container for Wang Lang. That container was the shadow cultivated by a century-old family. It was extremely suitable for Wang Lang. If everything went well, after Wang Lang had traveled through time and again, his soul would become even stronger. Perhaps he would bring something special when traveling between the two worlds. And all this was just a dream for Wang Lang Lang. I hope you have a good dream. The puppet pointed to Wang Lang Lang's forehead. Chapter 160 The Dragon Among Men. The bright mark flew out, engraved on Wang Lang Lang's forehead, and condensed a law mark on it. A special force suddenly crossed the two worlds, broke through the barrier, and connected accurately like the network in the internet world. Source world. Nanan City, Key Family Mansion. Wang Lang Lang woke up faintly and smelled a strange fragrance on his nose, which made him feel relaxed and comfortable. What a good smell. Who is lighting incense? I remember that the last time I took my dad's car, his car had this kind of incense smell. Wang Lang Lang opened his eyes and looked at the surrounding environment. Then, he was stunned. The house is not big, and the room is a little dark. The wooden furniture is all old-fashioned. There is no electric light above the head, only an oil lamp burning on the table, and the firelight illuminates the room. Wang Lang Lang sat up in shock. Am I not sleeping at home? Am I dreaming? But this dream is too real. He can even see the oil stains on the wick clearly. Could it be that I have traveled through time? The next moment, the surging information in his mind overwhelmed him, and his brain was shaking like the waves. He couldn't help but recall that he had a fight with Mao Zedhe in the classroom, and was pinched and shaken by Mao Zedhe, which made him feel sick. The original owner was also called Wang Lang Lang, and he was a shadow guard carefully trained by the Qi family, a noble family in Nanan City. The meaning of the shadow guard's life is to clear all obstacles for the Qi family. The shadow guard had gone through fire and water, killed countless people for the Qi family, and his hands were covered with blood. Wang Lang Lang recalled the bloody scenes in his mind, just like watching a 4D movie, and felt sick. He spread his hands in horror and screamed, "A pair of evil hands." Wang Lang Lang almost threw his hands away, but unfortunately he couldn't throw them away. Wang Lang Lang slumped on the bed. Is it a dream or reality? I can't tell. He is obviously just a middle school student. How could he suddenly become a murderer? Moreover, in his memory, this murderer shadow guard has been killing people outside. Why would he possess him? Wang Lang Lang continued to digest the information in his mind, and soon understood the reason. As a shadow guard adopted by the Qi family since childhood, after 7.5 years of training, he will become an independent shadow guard. He was responsible for assassination and gathering intelligence outside. He thought that his life would be like this in the future, but half a month ago, he was suddenly recalled by the Qi family and announced that he would be active in Nanan City in the near future. Other shadow guards were recalled with him. Wang Lang Lang didn't know them. The shadow guards had only one direct superior who was responsible for receiving and sending tasks. The shadow guards would not have any intersection with anyone else. Originally, the shadow guard was resting, and then his mind was tilted, and his body was occupied by himself. Wang Lang Lang read the life of the shadow guard and gradually sank into it. For a long time, he couldn't help but start to think about some questions. The shadow guards have no salary, no rest days, and are on call 24 hours a day. They are not allowed to get married. Is this legal? The Qi family orders the shadow guards here and there, treating them as slaves. Do they have no human rights? Is it illegal for the Qi family to order the shadow guards to kill people at will? And most importantly, I was recalled this time. What arrangements did the higher-ups have for me? Wang Lang Lang's adaptability is very terrifying. He can't tell whether it is a dream or reality, but he quickly accepted the change. No matter what, he has to survive first. When Wang Lang Lang was adapting to his new identity, there were 3 knocks on the door. Immediately, the door opened wide, and a middle-aged man in a grey robe walked in. The man had a scruffy beard and a pipe in his mouth, looking vicissitudes of life. He was Uncle Killin, Wang Lang Lang's direct superior, and the one who insisted on recalling Wang Lang Lang. Uncle Killin looked at Wang Lang Lang and made sure that he was fine. He bit the pipe mouth, overflowing with smoke, and said, "Lang Lang, you grew up under my watch. This time, I transferred you back to cooperate with our Qi family's plan." Wang Lang Lang asked, "What plan?" He is a shadow guard. His status is not high, but it is not low either. Although the Qi family has a strict hierarchy, as a shadow guard raised since childhood, they still trust him more. Shadow guards have the right to interrupt and ask questions. Uncle Killin said, I can't tell you. I came here to tell you that you will be responsible for finding out the recent movements of the Han family in Nanan City, preferably the movements of the Han family's direct lineage. I don't care what method you use, at least give me a record book every 3 days. I know this is a bit difficult for you. If you have any difficulties, just tell me. Whether it's money or people, I will arrange it for you. Killin knew that this was difficult. The Han family in Nanan City was powerful, and it was more risky to find out about them. He also had to hand in the record book every 3 days. However, this matter was ordered by the third lady of the Qi family. Although he heard the news recently that the third lady of the Qi family was about to marry far away, he had to obey the order if the other party stepped on him like stepping on an ant. So he transferred back a group of shadow guards who specialized in intelligence. Wang Lang Lang, that's it? Isn't it just a record book? What's the difficulty? If Uncle Killin was not in front of him, Wang Lang Lang would have shouted pen. He could fill a booklet in an instant. But Wang Lang Lang is no longer the naive boy he was before. In the communication with a class teacher, he has learned a lot, including how to hide his shortcomings and complain. Wang Lang Lang pondered for a while. Uncle Killin, it's not that I can't do it, it's just this matter, alas. Uncle Killin saw that Wang Lang Lang's resistance was not that strong, so he said, you say. I have a detailed plan and a difficulty, and I need this. Wang Lang Lang rubbed his hands. Uncle Killin turned his palm and threw a small cloth bag over. There are 20 taels of silver in it as the funds for this activity. I'm also preparing someone for you. Uncle Killin clapped his hands. A baby-faced young man in black clothes with a knife immediately appeared outside the door. This is the secret guard, Xiaobao. I transferred him here. You can do whatever you want during this period. Uncle Killin said. When he looked at Xiaobao, there was no expression on his face, far less friendly than when he looked at Wang Lang Lang. Wang Lang Lang knew the reason, because the secret guards like Xiaobao, whose name sounded intimidating, were actually at the bottom of the Qi family, far inferior to shadow guards like him. Uncle Killin continued to give instructions for a while. Before leaving, he repeatedly told Wang Lang Lang that the handwriting in the record booklet must be beautiful, because it was to be handed over to the big shots above. Uncle Killin did not specify who it was, but from his tone, he could tell how much he valued it. Then, only Wang Lang Lang and the secret guard named Xiaobao were left in the room. Xiaobao was a little embarrassed. Wang Lang Lang said nothing. He was thinking about Uncle Killin's instructions just now, which meant that he was asked to search for information about the Han family. Facing his first job, Wang Lang Lang was quite serious. He combined the original owner's understanding of Nanan City and the Han family, and soon he thought of a plan. He wanted to establish an organization to gather intelligence. As long as everyone contributed, the flames would rise. As long as he controlled this organization, it would be easier to obtain intelligence about the Han family. Wang Lang Lang called Xiaobao over. He looked at Xiaobao, a baby-faced young man who was probably 1 or 2 years older than him, but at this time, he let him command. Wang Lang Lang couldn't help but feel that he was actually feeling pretty good now. Although he didn't become the monitor, he had the power he had always dreamed of. Go to Shuangliu Street, go now, and find some people. I'll tell you which people to find. Wang Lang Lang told Xiaobao the group of people he was looking for. After he finished explaining, he took out a piece of silver from the silver bag, given by Uncle Killin. Give those people some benefits, but don't give them too much. Come back to me before dawn. Wang Lang Lang ordered. He gave Xiaobao 1 or 2 taels of silver. The purchasing power of 1 or 2 taels of silver was quite good, almost equivalent to 1,000 yuan in the real world. My lord, I understand. Xiaobao was very respectful. Wang Lang Lang waved his sleeves and said, retreat. Xiaobao clasped his fists, bowed and left, and closed the door before leaving. Wang Lang Lang was quite satisfied. He sat back on the bed and read the information in his mind. This world is very strange. There is no unified feudal dynasty. Instead, there are many warlords, and the noble families, clans, tribes, and gangs are fighting each other. It is a chaotic world. Bandits appear frequently in the wilderness, and there are disasters such as black fog. The people are suffering and longing for a peaceful and prosperous world. The more Wang Lang Lang reads, the more surprised he is. He can't sleep anyway. He kept reading until the roosters crowed and the dogs howled outside. He trembled all over and realized that the world is just dark. Wang Lang Lang couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. Sir. Xiao Bao's voice came from outside the door. Wang Lang Lang straightened his clothes and said seriously, "Come in." Xiao Bao hurried in. "Sir, I have done what you asked. They are all waiting for you." Wang Lang Lang nodded secretly in his heart. Xiao Bao is quite capable and is a useful person. He stood up and said, "Lead the way." The two left the mansion. Chuangliu Street, a broken Taoist temple. There was a hole in the roof, and the cold wind poured in, blowing on the broken stone statues. A group of ragged beggars gathered together, more than 20 people, shivering to keep warm. They looked at the big iron pot burning in the house, and the smell of meat came from it. The beggars kept swallowing their saliva, but they were intimidated by the man with a knife over there, so they didn't dare to move. The beggar with a pointed mouth scratched his arm and whispered, "Brother, what's burning inside? It smells so good." The beggar holding a wooden stick replied, "Big bones with big pieces of meat on them. They are very powerful when they are eaten. It smells even better than the black dog meat that day." The beggar with a pointed mouth pulled his trouser leg. "Brother, they are big shots of the Qi family. Why are they looking for us?" He rubbed the hair on his head again. "Who cares? Just give me meat to eat." The beggar holding a stick didn't care. The beggars had their own thoughts. Suddenly, a lantern appeared outside the Taoist temple, and two people walked in. The people who came were not tall, but very young. One of them was a slightly fat teenager. When he walked, he had extraordinary momentum. Wang Lang Lang stood in front of the beggars. He let go of his mind and imagined himself as a squad leader, so he controlled his momentum more properly. He suppressed a group of beggars with a majestic look. "Xiao Bao, serve the meat," Wang Lang Lang said. Xiao Bao, who was dressed in black, immediately picked up a large spoon and the long knife at his waist. Xiao Bao used the spoon in his right hand to scoop up the meat and the long knife in his left hand to intimidate. "Don't grab it, or I'll chop you up," Xiao Bao said coldly. He scooped a piece of meat and distributed it to the beggars. "Come up and get it." Although Xiao Bao's tone was tough, the beggars immediately regarded him as their father because he could share the meat, and they all smiled. Soon, the Taoist temple was filled with the sound of chewing meat and the laughter of beggars. The air became cheerful. Wang Lang Lang watched them finish eating silently. He walked to the front of the stone statue, turned around, turned his back to the crowd, stood with his hands behind his back, and left a handsome back alone. Do you still want to eat meat?" he said in a low and deep voice. The sharp-mouthed beggar was the first to respond. "Sir, as long as we can eat meat, we will do whatever you ask us to do." The other beggars shouted one after another to show their loyalty, and the meaning was mostly the same. Wang Lang Lang nodded with satisfaction. "I came here to do only 3 things for you. Eat well, drink enough, and wear warm clothes." The beggars exclaimed, "Great philanthropist. Reincarnated great philanthropist." Wang Lang Lang became more and more satisfied, and he changed his tone. But there is a prerequisite. You must join my organization." The sharp-mouthed beggar asked, "Sir, is it a gang?" Wang Lang Lang touched his chin. This has always been his plan, but it cannot be realized due to reality. Now, he can finally use the task assigned by Uncle Killen to establish an organization, find out information from all directions, and then expand the organization in the future to realize his ambitions. "It can be considered a gang," he said lightly. "Are you willing to join?" The beggars naturally would not object. As long as they can eat meat and wear warm clothes, they would sell themselves. There was an immediate response. The sharp-mouthed beggar asked again, "Sir, what is the name of our gang? You know, there are many gangs in Nanan City, such as the Black Tiger Gang and the Quicksand Sect." Wang Lang Lang naturally had a plan in advance, and he said the name he had prepared. "Let's call it the Dragon Group. From now on, you will be members of the Dragon Group." When the beggars heard it, they immediately felt that the name was simple and domineering, revealing a mysterious oriental temperament, and they couldn't help but cheer. Another beggar said, "Master, how should we call you?" Wang Lang Lang was stunned. He had never thought about this. Seeing that no one said anything, the sharp-mouthed beggar rolled his eyes and suddenly shouted, "Since our gang is called the Dragon Group, then the gang leader should naturally be the Dragon King." The beggars thought what he said made sense. At this moment, the sun jumped out in the east, and the golden light swept across the sky and the earth. Endless brilliant light streaked across the roof of the Taoist temple, slanted down from the holes in the broken bricks and tiles, and finally stopped on Wang Lang Lang. At this moment, Wang Lang Lang's back was shining in the darkness, like the only light between heaven and earth. The pointy-mouthed beggar looked at the scene in front of him, that was like a god. His eyes widened, and then he trembled all over, and came to his senses. He shouted, "We meet the Dragon King." The beggars woke up instantly, and like believers, they knelt down, and bowed their heads, shouting in unison, "Greetings to the Dragon King. Welcome back the Dragon King." The noisy sound echoed throughout the Taoist temple for a long time. Wang Lang Lang suddenly smiled crookedly, recalling all the grievances he had suffered in the real world. A voice in his heart seemed to shout, "Did you see it? Did you see my glory? I, the Dragon King." From now on, he will no longer endure it. Chapter 161 Hehehe. Heba. Jiang Ning withdrew the spell. He witnessed Wang Lang Lang's experience in the source world. He thought that, when Wang Lang Lang arrived in the source world, he would realize the danger of the situation. He would work hard to practice and improve his cultivation. Finally, the carrier would feed back the soul, and bring Jiang Ning the fragments of the law. As a result, Wang Lang Lang did not do his job on the first night, and built a dragon group. Did he not have any sense of crisis, after inheriting the memory of the original owner? Jiang Ning pondered. He remembered that, when he first came to the Xiuxin world, facing the dangerous environment, he was obsessed with cultivation, and wanted to break every minute into 2 pieces, for fear of falling behind others. But Wang Lang Lang showed him that he was slack. In the end, Jiang Ning thought about it, and decided to observe the situation for a few nights. Each time the soul is replaced, it will only return after the person in the real world falls asleep. If he wakes up, the soul will return. Wang Lang Lang can still continue to attend classes during the day, and he will not feel mentally exhausted because of crossing. Jiang Ning got up to cook. Yesterday, Zhu Yuantang said that she wanted to eat glutinous rice and candied dates porridge. It takes time to cook porridge. She slept in the morning and couldn't get up. Jiang Ning went out. The weather was still cold after the new year, and the soil outside was frozen hard. He came to the door of Zhu Yuantang's house, flicked his finger, and the door opened. The water pipes on the walls of the courtyard were wrapped with a layer of insulation material. Without these materials, the water pipes would probably be frozen by the extreme cold. Or at night, open the faucet a little bit and let the water drip all the time, so that the water keeps flowing, and it is not easy to freeze. In addition to the honeycomb coal stove, Zhu Yuantang's family also has a gas stove, but there is no natural gas on the river dam side, and they burn canned liquefied gas. In the past, Jiang Ning always felt that gas tanks were unsafe and always thought that the tanks would suddenly explode, so he didn't dare to use them, and only used induction cookers. In fact, gas tanks are relatively safe. As long as you don't shake them, the probability of an accident is very small. However, when he was in college, there was a dance teacher in Jiang Ning's school who used liquefied gas to cook, and had an accident. Jiang Ning couldn't remember clearly whether the gas tank exploded or caused a fire. The dance teacher was seriously burned, and was crowdfunding for medical treatment in the circle of friends at that time. Jiang Ning waved his hand, and a handful of glutinous rice flew out of the bag. He waved his hand again, and 10 candied dates flew over. Candied dates are a kind of dried fruit. They are made by mixing large green dates with sugar and drying them. If they are eaten dry, they are a bit sweet and greasy. If they are cooked with glutinous rice, they are just right. After Jiang Ning washed the rice, he put the candied dates in, and added water to the pot. He put a steaming sheet in the pot, and put a few buns on it. In this way, when cooking porridge, the buns will be steamed hot, and because of the addition of water vapor, the buns will not dry out. He did not use liquefied gas, but threw the pot into the air, and a flame popped out, wrapping the pot for heating. With Jiang Ning's alchemy level fire control skills, the burning speed will be faster, and the cooked porridge will be more delicious. But if Zhu Yuantang saw it, he would probably be scared and swallow the pot. After doing all this, Jiang Ning did not cook. There were still some leftovers from last night at home. In an environment of -7 or 8 degrees, leftovers are easy to put in, and some dishes, such as eggplant, will be more flavorful. When the porridge was almost ready, he heated up the dishes. At this time, Zhu Yuantang ran into the kitchen, smelling the fragrance. Jiang Ning looked at her and said with disdain, "Your hair is so messy." Zhu Yuantang said sullenly, "You touch it every day. Go wash your face quickly. If you are slow, I will eat your meal." Jiang Ning said. After Zhu Yuantang finished washing, the two of them ate around the table. Zhu Yuantang looked at her bowl, and there was not a single candied date in it. She leaned forward slightly and looked at Jiang Ning's bowl, and there were actually 3 candied dates. She made a suggestion. "Jiang Ning, let's change the bowl." "Okay," Jiang Ning said. The two exchanged bowls. Zhu Yuantang poked the bowl with chopsticks and found 3 candied dates. She didn't believe it, so she poked Jiang Ning's bowl again and saw that there were 7 candied dates hidden at the bottom of the bowl. Zhu Yuantang was furious. She felt that she was fooled. "Jiang Ning, did you do that on purpose?" Jiang Ning said calmly, "You changed the bowl. It was your greed that ruined you. I don't care. You deliberately lied to me. You are so mean." Zhu Yuantang stretched out her chopsticks to pick up the candied dates in Jiang Ning's bowl. "Don't touch my candied dates," Jiang Ning said. "Hehe." Zhu Yuantang took a bite. The candied dates, which were originally sweet, were diluted after being cooked with glutinous rice porridge, making them more delicious. "You're still picking them up," Jiang Ning advised her. Hehe. After a while, Zhu Yuantang shouted, "Where's my shrimp bun?" Jiang Ning, hehe. "You're too much. There was only 1 shrimp bun, and you ate it all. Woohoo." Hehe. After breakfast, Jiang Ning took Zhu Yuantang to school. Zhu Yuantang puffed his face and didn't talk to Jiang Ning. How infuriating. She brought an apple today and decided to let Jiang Ning watch her eat it as a punishment for angering her. After Jiang Ning arrived at the class, as the representative of the chemistry class, he had to collect the chemistry test papers that Guo Ran had handed out during the evening self-study yesterday. Wang Lang sat woodenly on the table. He did not watch Ma Shichen playing games, but his eyes were complicated and deep. His memory of what happened last night was already fuzzy. He could not recall the specific details of the dream, but he roughly knew what happened in the dream. It was a fantasy adventure. "I have been to a mysterious world. I have seen the prosperous ancient city. I have built a huge dragon group with my own hands, and I have been honored as the Dragon King by countless people." Jiang Ning knocked on his desk, making a bang bang sound. "Wang Lang, are you going to hand in the chemistry test paper?" In an instant, Wang Lang came back to his senses, and he quickly said, "Of course I will hand it in, Brother Ning. Can I take a test paper from you to copy?" Wang Lang asked with a lick on his face. "Okay, take whatever you want." Wang Lang took a test paper and saw that it was Shan Keiquan's. He cursed inwardly and quickly took the one below, Bayuksha's. He held the test paper and began to copy. "Brother Ning, I'll send it to you when I finish copying." "No problem." Jiang Ning continued to collect the test papers. The test papers assigned by Guo Ran were the subjects with the highest rate of submission in the class, but there were always exceptions, such as Ma Shichen, who now even disdained to copy. Although teacher Guo Ran was beautiful, for Ma Shichen, beauty could not be eaten, and he spent his extra time playing games. As for grades, it doesn't matter. In the second year of high school, he will make a comeback and surprise everyone in one fell swoop. Jiang Ning collected the papers and returned to his seat with the test papers. Then he met Shan Keiquan's gaze across the river. Since Chen Xiao occupied his position, Shan Keiquan had no choice but to move to the opposite side of the aisle and stay with Bayuksha across the river. Shan Keiquan nodded kindly at Jiang Ning. He had made a small request to Jiang Ning before, hoping that Jiang Ning would put his test paper together with Bayuksha's every time he collected the test papers. In this way, even if they could not sit at the same table, Shan Keiquan would feel very happy because he was everywhere. He would always accompany Bayuxia in the corners she didn't know. After Shan Kaikwan greeted her, he put on his gold-rimmed glasses and continued to study with his head down. He would surpass Chen Xiao and win back Bayuxia. Jiang Ning's consciousness passed through Shan Kaikwan's lenses. There was no curvature. It was not a myopic lens, but an ordinary pair of glasses. In a previous chat, Bayuxia said that boys wearing glasses looked very elegant, so the next day, Shan Kaikwan got a pair of glasses. Wang Lang came over with the test paper. Jiang Ning, I'm leaving. Shan Kaikwan suddenly turned his head, and his alert eyes flashed through his gold-rimmed glasses. Bayuxia's test paper was defiled. After being taken away by Wang Lang, Shan Kaikwan was heartbroken. He quickly wiped Bayuxia's test paper, wiped off the other person's scent, and stuffed it back under his own test paper. Wang Lang went back to continue thinking about his strange dream. He thought about it for the entire morning self-study session, but still couldn't come up with a conclusion. So he went to ask the philosophy master Marjet. Marjet, have you ever had a dream? Ma Shichen was surprised. What dream? Wang Lang felt that the content of his dream was still a little shameful. He was embarrassed to tell Ma Shichen the content of the dream, so he said euphemistically, hey, it's that kind of dream. Marjet, you know. Chapter 162. Love. Yang Sheng went to the back row to throw away the garbage. When he passed by the aisle, he happened to hear Wang Lang chatting with Ma Shichen with a mysterious look on his face. Brother Ma, you must understand that kind of dream. Oh, Ma Shichen nodded, and he probably knew what Wang Lang was talking about. He didn't expect that Lang would discuss this kind of problem with him. Lang, this is not like your style. Ma Shichen put down his phone and looked like a person who had experienced it. Wang Lang said, Brother Ma, listen to me, this is the first time for me. Wasn't you surprised the first time? And didn't you feel an indescribable sense of pleasure? Brother Ma, did you? Wang Lang asked. Ma Shichen frowned. I feel so weird. Yang Sheng, ahem. The two were startled and separated in an instant, looking at Yang Sheng. Yang Sheng said, I think it's not that this kind of problem cannot be discussed, but if you insist on discussing it, you can lower your voice appropriately to avoid affecting others. She didn't blush, or her heart beat, and she didn't have the shyness of ordinary girls at all. Seeing this, Wang Lang asked anxiously, did you misunderstand? He did not cover up and said directly, I told Brother Ma that I had a very cool dream last night. I traveled through time in my dream, just like playing a game. Ma Shichen suddenly realized, so you were talking to me about this? Brother Ma, have you heard of virtual holographic online games? Let me tell you, my dream yesterday was like playing a virtual holographic online game. I did very cool things in my dream. Wang Lang said excitedly. I forgot what it was, but it was very cool. After I woke up, I felt very happy. Ma Shichen, of course I have heard of it. A senior game boy like Ma Shichen not only plays games, but also pays attention to online game novels. The so-called virtual holographic simulation game is his dream. Ma Shichen was in high spirits. If there really is a holographic online game, I will definitely be among the top few in the server. I'm not bragging. Not only do I have first-class gaming skills, I also know martial arts, which makes me a perfect match for holographic online games. You saw me at the New Year's Eve party, wasn't I handsome, when I saw me coming from the west with a sword? Wang Lang nodded. I agree. Brother Ma has excellent swordsmanship. If there really is a virtual online game, Brother Ma will definitely be a swordsman. Ma Shichen felt that Wang Lang was very smart, and he praised him. Your stick skills are also good, and you can fight me on equal terms. Then he looked at Yang Sheng and sighed. Unlike someone who, besides being good at table tennis, what else can he do? What other advantages does he have? It seems that he has no advantages, just lame. Yang Sheng, who doesn't know how to brag? Ma Shichen, I have been dominating the cool run charts for several months. Who can beat me? Yang Sheng said, I see you are quite proud. Seeing that the other party was helpless, Ma Shichen smiled and said, of course I'm proud. Yang Sheng said, you are very capable. You are so good at playing games, your grades must be very good. I heard that only people with good grades have so much time to play games. I really envy you. Yang Sheng looked at him with admiration and gave him a thumbs up to praise him. Ma Shichen was suddenly slandered. He remembered that he was ranked last in class 8. The burning pride in his heart suddenly turned into cold humility. Yang Sheng walked away. Ma Shichen's self-esteem was damaged. He suddenly had an idea. Why not start working hard now, and after achieving results, laugh back fiercely? After all, even Shan Kaiquan can make a comeback, so he can definitely do it. But he touched his phone and suddenly felt that a temporary setback was nothing. He sat quietly in his seat. His expression regained its calmness, but his heart was full of turbulent waves. The longer he endures, the more power he will accumulate, just like accumulating energy to play games. Only when it accumulates to a certain level can he release a big move in one breath. Kill the enemy instantly, and Yang Sheng's ridicule will only accumulate energy for him. Ridicule, cold eyes, and sarcasm are all fuel. Later, when he made a stunning comeback, he would go to thank Yang Sheng. One day, I will watch the person who hurt me cry with a smile. Thinking of this, Ma Shichen was suddenly not angry anymore. One day, you will know that you are just a clown. Ma Shichen went to play games with peace of mind. Front row. Jiang Ning held the pen and drew on the textbook with the tip of the pen. He has a strong memory. He only needs to read the classical Chinese text in the Chinese textbook once to remember it. He doesn't even need to read it. His spiritual consciousness can penetrate the book and scan it once. As a result, he usually has little time to read textbooks. In order not to be too alternative, he will take a black pen and draw on the textbook. In fact, he is not drawing, but smearing, filling some blank patterns. It seems that many students have various ways to relieve loneliness. Zhu Yuantang will curl up and sleep, and Zhenglu draws. Bei Yuxia, on the other hand, is spinning the pen, but since that day, when she accidentally spun the pen and the ink splashed on Dan Kaiquan's face, she has restrained herself a lot. Shan Kaiquan didn't mind at all. The day he was stained with ink was the most gentle Bei Yuxia had been to him since the beginning of the school year. If he could always be so gentle, Shan Kaiquan would like to drink a bottle of ink every day. Chen Xiaoyu, Bei Yuxia's deskmate, was holding a book and reading. Jiang Ning's consciousness passed through, and it turned out to be 100 years of solitude. It turned out that it was not Chen Xiaoyu, but her sister Chen Xiking. Chen Xiking was tired of reading. She turned around, first looked at Jiang Ning, her lips curled, and then looked at Zhu Yuantang. Chen Xiking was initially in awe of this grade number 1, that is, the first in the school, and the first in the city, more powerful than the top students of Yuzhou number 2 middle school, and 2 county number 1 middle school, a godlike existence. After learning that her sister Chen Xiaoyu from class 8 sat with Bei Yuxia, her sister Chen Xiking changed to class 8 many times, to admire Zhu Yuantang up close. But after watching for a long time, she found that Zhu Yuantang seemed to be nothing special. She looked cute, loved to sleep, and loved to eat. In fact, she was just an ordinary little girl. Chen Xiking looked at Zhu Yuantang, blinked, and asked, Zhu Yuantang, do you think I'm real? She and her sister often changed people, and they did not hide the little secret. For example, Bei Yuxia and Yang Sheng knew it. Chen Xiking and her sister were beautiful. They never felt inferior because of their twins. She received a lot of praise, so she was proud of it. Chen Xiking had read a lot of books and understood that people are lonely, but she was different. No matter when, she and her sister would be the closest existence in the world. She was not born lonely. Zhu Yuantang raised his head and looked at her. Chen Xiking said, can you guess it right? Zhu Yuantang, too easy, I can tell it in 1 second. Chen Xiking was surprised. Is she good at studying, and also good at other things? So far, the only person she has met who can tell her at a glance is Jiang Ning. Then tell me, am I the elder sister or the younger sister? Chen Xiking decided to give her a try. Zhu Yuantang actually couldn't tell, but she had another trick. She was a girl with a cheat. Under the desk, she quietly patted Jiang Ning's thigh with her little hand. After patting twice, she spread her palm. She was ready. Jiang Ning used his fingertips to draw a cross on her palm. Zhu Yuantang immediately understood. She retracted her itchy little hand, clasped her hands in front of her chest, and was full of confidence. You are the elder sister Chen Xiking. Chen Siking opened her mouth slightly. How can you tell? I have superpowers. Zhu Yuantang boasted. Afternoon. Meng Jiui was sitting in her seat fixing her hair, and the thin Ciu walked over slowly. Hey, isn't this my brother Meng? Nice hairstyle. Meng Jiui looked at Ciu with disdain, and continued to do her hair. Ciu asked curiously, why hasn't brother Meng pursued Jiang Yanan recently? He took the initiative to ask this question. You know, last semester, Meng Jiui and he competed for Jiang Yanan, and the scene was very intense. In high school, if two boys like a girl, if they are not particularly close friends, they are almost enemies, and they wish the other party would drop out of school. Ciu and Meng Jiui had conflicts several times. Once on the playground, if it weren't for others to intervene, the two almost fought. Ciu wanted to squeeze Meng Jiui out, but at the beginning of the new semester, Meng Jiui suddenly gave up, before he had even started. Ciu was secretly happy, but also very puzzled. Without Meng Jiui, a strong opponent, he felt that he was not strong enough to pursue Jiang Yanan, and he slacked off a lot. He always felt that something was missing. How to say it? It's like when Ciu was in elementary school, he especially liked to go to the arcade to play games. He hid from his parents every day and wished that all his breakfast money would be used to exchange for game machine coins and play until he died. And now, the arcade is still lying there, allowing him to play with it, but Ciu is too lazy to touch it. Meng Jiui said, I think Jiang Yanan is just like that now. Her eyes are a little small, and she is a little stupid when chasing stars. I was young before, and my vision was not good. When boys like girls, they often regard them as treasures, but once they don't like them anymore, they will become like Meng Jiui. Meng Jiui can spoil Jiang Yanan, but she can also replace her at any time. Ciu was shocked when he heard Meng Jiui's words. He suddenly felt that the sun had risen from the west. The man who used to swear with him to protect Jiang Yanan like a pearl has become so indifferent now. Ciu almost couldn't help but scold Meng Jiui. Are you still a human being? You changed your heart so quickly. What do you think of Jiang Yanan? What do you think of me? Too irresponsible and too unperseverant. It's just that Ciu didn't know in what capacity to scold him. He asked awkwardly, who do you like now? Meng Jiui's eyes lit up when he heard this. He had long wanted to find someone to confide in, but he just couldn't find the right person. Now Ciu came to him, which was simply too good to be true. I went to bring food to Jiang Yanan last time. What? You brought food to Jiang Yanan behind my back? Ciu was very unhappy. Brother, listen to me, that's all in the past. I don't like Jiang Yanan anymore. Meng Jiui waved his hand, indicating that he and Ciu were no longer competitors. He said excitedly, when I was delivering food, guess what I saw? I saw Jiang Yanan's best friend. My god, her best friend is so pretty, much prettier than Jiang Yanan. From that moment on, I suddenly didn't like Jiang Yanan anymore. I like her best friend. I must pursue her best friend. Meng Jiui talked about his goal. Now his mind was full of Jiang Yanan's best friend. He wanted to be Jiang Yanan's best friend's boyfriend, to marry her, and to have 2 daughters with her. One daughter would have the surname Meng, and the other would have the woman's surname. When the daughters grow up, one daughter would become a doctor, and the other a teacher. Meng Jiui was shaking with excitement. Ciu stared at Meng Jiui in a daze, as if he was meeting this rival for the first time. So the reason he fell in love with someone else was because he had set his sights on Jiang Yanan's best friend? But, after pursuing Jiang Yanan, could he still pursue her best friend? Ciu didn't understand, and he was greatly shocked. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163 Help me hold the scene. Jiang Ning, I heard from senior students that we will be divided into arts and science classes in the second year of high school. Zhenglu poked Jiang Ning's back. Yes. Jiang Ning turned around. Zhenglu had a few strands of hair bangs on her forehead. She managed this hairstyle well, adding a bit of girlish sweetness. Will you choose science or arts? Jiang was looking forward to Jiang Ning's answer. Science. If we talk about real strengths, Jiang Ning is better at arts, which is more suitable for his super memory. However, 80% of the students in number 4 middle school will study science, and there are not many students in Yuzhou who choose arts. He remembers that in the second year of high school, there were only 3 arts classes among the 12 classes. If Jiang Ning chose arts, he would be separated from class 8, and many classmates would lose contact. Jiang said happily, I'm also a science student. I plan to study art in the second year of high school. When Jiang first entered high school, her grades were average, and it was a bit risky to get into a 3-year college. She planned to study art at that time, in order to do better in the college entrance examination. During this period, the third-tier colleges had not been cancelled. Besides the tuition fees being much more expensive than the first-tier colleges, it was at least a bachelor's degree. Now, under Jiang Ning's guidance, her grades were barely enough to get into the second-tier colleges, but she still insisted on being an art student. Because during this period, Jiang Ning kept asking her to draw some strange patterns, symbols, etc. The sensitivity of the girl made her realize that these things seemed to be very important to Jiang Ning. Jiang usually focused on Jiang Ning, and the two often communicated. She analyzed that Jiang Ning seemed to care little about everything around him, and there were few things that made him care. So what he asked her to draw must be important. She became an art student, and after professional training, her painting skills would definitely improve, and she would be able to help Jiang Ning better in the future. Art is still pretty good, and there will be a wide range of jobs in the future. You can choose jobs like design, and the treatment is not bad. Jiang Ning analyzed seriously. He believed that among art students, the better ones were art students. Compared with music students and sports students, art students have a wider future. Jiang Ning remembered Zhang Kai, the sports committee member, who was one of the few athletes in the class. He repeated a year, and was admitted to a second-tier university in Sixia as an athlete. After graduating from university, he went to work as a coach in a gym. Although he was called a coach, he actually spent most of his time selling membership cards and often promoted their gym membership cards to his friends. Well, I'll be an art student in the future and draw for you for free, Jiang said with a smile. Jiang Ning felt that Jiang smile was very clean. She didn't have dimples like Bai Yuxia, nor was she cunning and smart like Zhu Yuantang. She was different from Zhu Chachu's smile that went from cold to sweet. Jiang smile was just pure and clean, or pure. Jiang Ning felt very comfortable watching her. Okay, when you become a master, I do have a lot of things for you to draw. He wasn't kidding. Recently, he taught Jiang many talismans and array patterns. Her talent was not top notch, but she studied very hard. If a mortal does not have spiritual power, the symbols drawn will only be a piece of waste paper. They must be outlined and connected with spiritual power to work. In the future, he may not teach Jiang to practice. He can make a spiritual pen and let Changqing Company disguise it with high technology. At that time, he will give the pen to Jiang and let her learn the simple way of connecting spiritual power to draw talismans or array runes. At present, it is just a thought. If that time comes, he will never treat Jiang badly. Jiang Ning, I will treat you to dinner in the afternoon. I took 2 small orders on Tiba and helped people draw pictures. I made 30 yuan, Jiang said excitedly. She took out her mobile phone and showed Jiang Ning the WeChat red envelope page. This is the first time I make money. You are not allowed to refuse. I'm thanking you for teaching me English. Jiang Ning was surprised. He didn't expect that Jiang could make money online. It would be good if ordinary high school students didn't get cheated when they go online. Okay, Jiang said, there's a noodle shop outside, and there's fried skewers inside. It looks very clean. Let's go there after school. No problem. Then it's a happy decision. Hey, I don't want to wash the apple, but I want to eat it. Zhu Yuantang sighed while holding her apple. It's too hard to eat an apple. Is there any kind person who can help me wash an apple? As a thank you, I will definitely give him half. Zhu Yuantang observed Jiang Ning with her peripheral vision. Jiang Ning sat in his seat without any reaction. Zhu Yuantang felt that she was ignored. Jiang Ning ate her buns this morning, so she decided not to give Jiang Ning an apple and keep the apple all to herself. But she really didn't want to wash the apple. It was cold and she didn't want to move. But Jiang Ning was not working well now. People's hearts are fickle, and Zhu Yuantang sighed at the fickleness of the world. She went to find the faucet with the apple. Bei Yuxia took the test paper and turned to Jiang Ning to explain the questions, while Chen Xiao listened in. The twins switched back in the afternoon because Chen Xiqing had a physical education class this afternoon, and she didn't want to give such a good thing to her sister. Compared with Bei Yuxia's attentive listening, Chen Xiao's eyes were erratic, observing the movements around her. You explained it very well, and there is such a solution. Bei Yuxia looked at the physics problem and said in surprise. Jiang Ning said, the law of conservation of mechanical energy is relatively simple. You should memorize the formula. When you encounter such a problem, first determine whether only gravity or elastic force does work, and then see how to solve the problem. Bei Yuxia, yeah, thank you Jiang Ning, you know a lot. Zhu Yuantang came over with an apple and said proudly, Jiang Ning is talented, but he is still inferior to me. Jiang Ning, eat your apple. Bei Yuxia took out a red bag from the hole in the table. I brought sugar roasted walnut kernels. Everyone try it. She poured a handful for each of the people present. Zhu Yuantang also got a handful. Seeing Bei Yuxia being so generous, Zhu Yuantang couldn't keep the apple for herself, so she pushed the apple to Jiang Ning and held out 4 fingers. Jiang Ning glanced at it and said, sure, I want half of your walnut kernel. Zhu Yuantang was threatened. She had no choice but to bite her teeth and move half of the walnut kernel over. Click. Jiang Ning broke the apple. How handsome Jiang Ning. Shan Kaikwan on the other side of the river exclaimed. Every time he saw this scene, he thought it was so handsome. When he went home for the new year, Shan Kaikwan tried many times, but he couldn't break the apple at all. Jiang Ning urged his spiritual power, heated the apple a little, and gave it to Zhu Yuantang. The 4-person group here began to enjoy snacks. Shan Kaikwan on the other side of the river suddenly felt so sad. He had a seat before. He turned his grief and anger into strength and studied hard. He wanted to be in the top 10 in the class. Chen Xiao bit the warm apple, and her mood became sweet. She came over and whispered, have you noticed that Huang Yazhu is so weird? She looked at Huang Yazhu, who was a few seats away from Jiang Ning, and was chatting with several classmates. Huang Yazhu looks mature and honest, and usually has a low presence in the class. Bei Yuxia said, yes, he is very strange. Who said it last time? Well, I forgot. The general meaning is that Huang Yazhu never bothers others. We always have intersections with others in school, such as borrowing a piece of paper, borrowing a pen, borrowing some money, or helping to clean up, or using a stapler. Huang Yazhu is different. He has everything by himself and never asks for help. Jiang Ning did not speak. The school is equivalent to a small society. It is always inevitable to have intersections with others, but Huang Yazhu rarely has. Chen Xiao observed Huang Yazhu. At this moment, Huang Yazhu was talking to several classmates, probably talking about something that happened during the winter vacation. He spoke loudly at first, but it seemed that no one was listening. He realized something, so he slowly lowered his voice until he finally closed his mouth. Chen Xiao was embarrassed. It was too embarrassing. She laughed dryly twice and stopped discussing Huang Yazhu. The other party was a little pitiful. At this time, a boy wearing night clothes walked over from the window. He was Deng Xiang, who had beaten Shan Kaikwan in class 8 and then been beaten by Jiang Ning. Deng Xiang was a well-known figure in number 4 middle school, but he didn't dare to provoke Jiang Ning, and he was traumatized by the beating. After several months, Deng Xiang stood at the door of class 8 again. Not many students in class 8 remembered him, and his legend was downgraded a lot. Bei Yuxia looked at Deng Xiang, recognized him, and then looked at Jiang Ning. Until now, Bei Yuxia still felt it was outrageous. Jiang Ning was tall, but not strong, but he was very good at fighting, and he never bullied the weak. Bei Yuxia had never seen a boy who was good at studying, handsome, and good at fighting. Wu Zhaoqi, Deng Xiang shouted. Wu Zhaoqi, who was surrounded by golden flowers, immediately looked towards the door. Deng Xiang was his best friend and basketball partner, and Wu Zhaoqi had a good relationship with him. When he heard the other party's call, Wu Zhaoqi went out with a basketball in his arms. There were 2 tables put together in the middle of the classroom, and 4 people sat in a row. Wu Zhaoqi was surrounded by the fat man Song Sheng on his left, and Pang Jiao on his right. He wanted to jump over the table to get out, but when he did, he bumped into Pang Jiao's book, and was spitted on the face by Pang Jiao. Wu Zhaoqi was very puzzled and tried to squeeze out through the narrow gap behind Pang Jiao. Halfway through, Pang Jiao deliberately pushed him, making Wu Zhaoqi unable to breathe, and almost losing half his life. He struggled to escape from the gap, and felt like his soul had flown away. He regretted it, and wanted to slap himself. He couldn't understand why he had to be so cheap and do it in the front row. Wu Zhaoqi came to the corridor at the door of the classroom. "What's the matter, Xiang?" he asked. Deng Xiang threw a cigarette over, looking like a social person. Wu Zhaoqi didn't take it. "I never smoke when I play basketball. It will affect my performance." "Okay." Deng Xiang knew Wu Zhaoqi's personality. "There's going to be a fight tonight. I heard you have a tattoo. Come and help me out." Deng Xiang smoked a cigarette and exhaled like a gangster. He knew that Wu Zhaoqi looked small, but he was actually very good at fighting. The key was that Wu Zhaoqi was rich. Wu Zhaoqi shook his head and said, "I have a tattoo of a basketball. Should I tell them that I play basketball?" Deng Xiang. Chapter 164 Electric Numbness. The last class in the afternoon was over. Zhu Yuantang was like a robot that had received an order. She kicked her legs and immediately lay on the desk. "Jiang Ning, you know," she said shamelessly. Although the two had a small conflict in the morning, their conflicts never involved eating. Conflicts are conflicts, but eating is another matter. Zhu Yuantang still cooks for Jiang Ning, and of course, Jiang Ning has to buy dinner for her outside the school. "I brought you something today," Jiang Ning said. "Yes, I believe in your taste." Zhu Yuantang buried her head in the desk with her mobile phone in her arms. She put the mobile phone outside the hole in the table, rested her forehead on her arm, and played with the mobile phone. She had a secret sense of security. "Pay attention to your eyes, and be careful of myopia." Jiang Ning reminded him that he had not yet started the research on elixirs related to vision. "Don't worry, my eyesight is super good, and my family has super strong genes." Zhu Yuantang waved her little hand nonchalantly, signaling Jiang Ning to leave quickly and not to disturb her playing with her mobile phone. Jiang Ning saw Zhu Yuantang start the game Happy Landlord, ready to kill everyone. She had a lot of happy beans, a long string. Zhu Yuantang held her phone very close to her eyes, only a palm away, and ignored Jiang Ning's instructions. Jiang Ning thought for a moment, and felt that Zhu Yuantang was getting more and more arrogant, so he deliberately teased her. He tapped the table with his fingertips, and a trace of lightning power leaked out, jumping along the table to Zhu Yuantang's arm. Snap! White lightning flashed. Zhu Yuantang trembled all over like a little rabbit, and her pigtail jumped up. Zhu Yuantang hugged her arms, and shouted in panic, Jiang Ning, I'm electrocuted, protect me." She hugged her arms, shocked and angry. Jiang Ning sneered in her heart, "I'm the assassin." In fact, Jiang Ning knew better than her that the current he applied just now was very small, which would only numb her a little. In order to warn Zhu Yuantang, Jiang Ning lead seriously, "It's normal. When a smartphone is operating normally, an electric current will be generated. When a cotton padded jacket is rubbed in winter, static electricity will be generated. The effect of the superposition of the two kinds of electricity is not just 1 plus 1, but a terrifying 1 times 1. If your face is too close to your arm, you will be shocked. Do you understand what I mean?" Jiang Ning asked her. Zhu Yuantang didn't believe it at all. She said firmly, "You must be lying to me." Jiang Ning said, "If you don't believe it, try playing with your phone on your arm again." He was ready to discharge electricity again. "Huh, do you think I dare not?" Zhu Yuantang said, and continued to pick up her phone to play games, but this time, she honestly put the phone a little further away. Jiang Ning was very satisfied. He clapped his hands, and said to Zheng Lu behind him, "Let's go out for dinner." The two made an appointment to go to a newly opened noodle restaurant outside the school. "Okay." Jiang Lu followed Jiang Ning and left the classroom. After getting outside, the venue was open, and she quickly caught up and walked side by side with Jiang Ning. She subconsciously stayed very close to Jiang Ning, not like the normal male and female classmates who kept a safe distance. It was the end of school, and the students on campus were like waves, rolling towards the school gate. Jiang Ning did not take the main road, but took a detour from the small garden. The soles of his shoes stepped on the cobblestones, and he could feel the hard touch of each cobblestone. In the winter, the green plants in the small garden were a little sluggish, and next to it stood the school's newly installed solar street lights. Jiang Lu walked in the small garden, talking non-stop. She was cheerful, and could always find topics to talk about, no matter where she went. Passing through the small garden, the two walked out along the street. The location of the noodle shop was a little far from the gate of number 4 middle school. When they were about to reach the intersection, Jiang Lu pointed to the shop with the sign Zinxin Noodle House and said to Jiang Ning, "Before the school started, I brought my junior high school classmates to visit number 4 middle school, and we had dinner at his house after the school was over." The two entered the shop together. The owners of the noodle shop were a couple with simple looks. At this time, there were already 2 tables of guests in the store. The proprietress shouted enthusiastically, "There is a menu above. Take a look at what you want to eat. Our fried noodles are delicious. We also have fried skewers. You can choose whatever you want." It seems that many husband and wife stores are like this. The male boss is always silent, and it is usually the proprietress who is responsible for entertaining the guests. Jiang Lu ordered rice directly, 2 bowls of fried noodles. "Do you want coriander and green onions?" asked the proprietress. "All is fine." Jiang Lu said that she had consulted Jiang Ning's opinion and Jiang Ning had no taboos. After ordering noodles, Jiang Lu went to the refrigerator to pick out fried food. She took a few meat skewers and a few vegetarian chicken skewers. She originally wanted to get a drink, but it was cold and the drink was too cold. The boss had soup, which would be just right for drinking later. The two sat here and chatted. Jiang Lu said, "They also have sesame cakes, which are quite crispy. I'm afraid I can't finish them if I order too much. Let's come back next time. By the way, if you really want sesame cakes, I know a sesame cake shop in Guiyang County." She remembered that Jiang Ning's hometown was Guiyang County. "That special sesame seed cake is super delicious. I ate it once when I went to Guiyang County last time. I ate 5 at once. I just forgot what it was called," Jiang Lu said regretfully. "Hugao sesame seed cake," Jiang Ning added. Yes, that's it." Jiang Lu nodded, like pecking at rice. "I heard that the cake is made with donkey oil." Jiang Ning said, "In the early years, it was indeed donkey oil. Later, donkey oil was not easy to buy, so lard was used instead. In fact, the taste of the 2 oils is not much different. It depends on the level of the boss. Hugao sesame seed cake is a test of skill and difficult to make. Let me tell you one of the steps. Have you seen the stove for Hugao sesame seed cake?" Jiang Ning looked at Jiang Lu. "Jiang Lu, I have seen it. It looks like a big iron barrel." She opened her arms slightly to demonstrate, and the tight cotton jacket on her chest was pulled, showing her advanced body. Jiang Ning's eyes moved, and he said, "Other cakes you eat on the market are baked directly in the oven, which is very convenient. Hugao Shaobing requires you to hold the dough, put your hand into the oven, and then press the dough into a round cake shape and stick it to the oven wall." Halfway through, Jiang Ning looked at Jiang Lu. She was very quiet, just listening quietly and not interrupting others. Jiang Ning continued, "There is charcoal fire at the bottom of the oven. If you put your hand into the oven to bake the dough, you will know how high the temperature is, if you think about it. And because you need to press the dough, your hand must stay in the oven for a while." Jiang Lu thought of that scene, and couldn't help asking, "What if you get burned?" Jiang Ning smiled and said, "If you get burned by the oven wall, pull your hand out quickly. If you pull it out too quickly, the dough will be thrown into the air. It's so difficult." Jiang Lu blinked. If it wasn't for Jiang Ning's explanation, she couldn't imagine that a simple pancake actually had so many steps. Yes, so now there are fewer authentic Hugao pancakes. Once there is a good one, people from the surrounding counties often come here to buy it, Jiang Ning said. Jiang Lu listened to Jiang Ning's talk quietly. She suddenly felt that Jiang Ning knew a lot. A small pancake could be explained in so many ways. Sometimes when she talked to Jiang Ning about other things, Jiang Ning could always tell her something she had never heard of. You know a lot, unlike me, who is stupid and knows nothing. Zheng Lu praised him, but at the same time, felt that she was so ignorant. Jiang Ning knocked the edge of the table with chopsticks, and said with a smile, I just knew it a little earlier than you. Besides, don't you know it now? Zheng Lu's heart suddenly warmed up, and her eyes softened. She opened her mouth to say something, and happened to catch a glimpse of several familiar figures outside. Zaya, why don't you come here to eat? I'm tired of beef soup. The cool girl entered the noodle shop first. She had a neat short hair. Unlike other short hair, her short hair looked like it was cut with a knife, with a unique handsome charm. Ah, Zheng Lu, you are here too? Yang Sheng greeted. Bei Yuxia, who followed behind, looked at the two of them a few more times. She was wondering, isn't Jiang Ning a good friend of Zhu Yuantang? Why did he come out alone with Zheng Lu? In high school, if a boy and a girl come out to eat alone, it is easy for people to think that way. Although thinking so in her heart, Bei Yuxia didn't say much, and greeted Jiang Ning as well. Boss, I want a 3 fresh noodle, please don't put spicy. Yang Sheng solemnly reminded the boss. Bei Yuxia said, I want chicken wing noodles, put more spicy. The two of them were followed by twins, 2 girls who looked exactly the same, which made the boss lady stunned for a moment. Jiang Ning and Zheng Lu's noodles with soybean paste and fried skewers were quickly served. Zheng Lu used chopsticks to stir the noodles with soybean paste and tasted it. It still tastes the same as the day before. Delicious. Jiang Ning, try it and see how it tastes. Not bad. Jiang Ning said. Bei Yuxia looked at this scene. She has always been smart. From Zheng Lu's attitude, she could tell that Zheng Lu treated Jiang Ning as more than just a classmate. The boss quickly made the noodles and served them bowl by bowl. Halfway through, the boss's wife came over and asked, how do you think the taste is? Is there anything that needs to be improved? Zheng Lu said, I think it tastes good, delicious. The boss's wife asked again, what about the price? Is it expensive? In 2014, in a small city, a bowl of soybean paste noodles cost 10 yuan, which was actually a bit expensive and would discourage some students. But Zheng Lu was a student after all, and she was shy, so she couldn't bring up the price. She always felt that it would be a bit embarrassing. So she said, it's okay. The boss lady agreed, I think it's suitable too. My prices are higher than others, but the ingredients are very good. It's definitely worth it. We used to run a franchise store, and now we have opened our own store. We are ready to start over. When the boss lady spoke, her face was full of optimism about the future. Jiang Ning didn't say anything. The success or failure of a restaurant business is often a bit mysterious. Unless your taste is so good that it can beat everything else, whether you can win depends on luck. And running a restaurant is a test of your mentality. The boss lady talked to Zheng Lu's table for a few words, and then went to ask other guests for their opinions and collect feedback. She was very motivated. Bei Yuxia's table was also asked by the boss lady. After Jiang Ning finished eating, Zheng Lu went to pay the bill. The two of them had noodles and fried food, which happened to spend all the 30 yuan that Zheng Lu earned from drawing pictures on the internet. Compared with the usual dinner, it was still relatively expensive. Jiang Ning and Huan Yasu had gone to eat chicken soup together before, and each person could eat a full meal for 6 yuan. Ordinary students would not be willing to come to this noodle shop, and would think that the noodles are not worth the price. The two said hello to Bei Yuxia and the others and left first. Zheng Lu was walking on the road when she suddenly remembered something. She apologized. Jiang Ning, I have something to do. I can't accompany you back to campus. Okay, you go ahead and be safe. Chapter 165. That's it? Jiang Ning watched Zheng Lu walk away. He was going to buy food for Zhu Yuantang. The reason why he didn't take food away from the noodle shop was because Zheng Lu treated him to the meal, and she might have paid for Zhu Yuantang as well. Zhu Yuantang must be hungry. Jiang Ning smiled, and with a quick look of his spiritual sense, he found a clean restaurant and went to buy food. It was still peak time, so he had to wait to buy food. After Jiang Ning talked to the boss, he turned around and went to the small shop to buy snacks. During the meal, there were not many people in the small shop. Only a few elementary school students were buying things. Wang Lang Lang stood in front of the oven. "Boss, I want 3 crispy grilled sausages." Wang Lang Lang was in an inexplicably good mood. He had a dream last night, and he had forgotten what happened in the dream, but he always felt that he had done something big. So much so that he bought 3 crispy grilled sausages today, and he always bought 2 before. Wang Lang Lang likes to eat grilled sausages. He still remembers the first time he ate grilled sausages. He was simply shocked. How could there be such delicious food in the world? From then on, Wang Lang Lang fell in love with grilled sausages. After Wang Lang Lang got the sausage, he bit it comfortably and enjoyed the deliciousness. Seeing Wang Lang Lang eating so roughly, several primary school students were filled with desire in their hearts, and they swallowed their saliva silently. The primary school students discussed privately and pooled money together. Finally, a primary school student found the boss. "Boss, I want an original sausage." The boss pushed open the oven and skewered one for the primary school student. The primary school student carefully pinched the bamboo stick and took a bite carefully. Another primary school student immediately said, "It's my turn." He came up and took a bite. Then the third primary school student came up and took a bite. Watching the 3 primary school students share the sausage, Wang Lang Lang suddenly realized that the 3 of them pooled their money to buy the sausage. Wang Lang Lang looked at the 3 sausages in his hand and first felt a sense of pride. Then, he saw his former self in the 3 primary school students. The self who used to be cautious even when buying a sausage. Wang Lang Lang was a little touched. He was already in a happy mood, and seeing this scene, he actually had a feeling, "I wish I had thousands of mansions to shelter the poor people in the world and make them happy." At this time, the 3 primary school students finished eating the sausages, and one of them licked the oil on his lips with great satisfaction. Wang Lang Lang couldn't help it. He took out a $20 bill and shouted proudly, "Today, I, Wang Lang Lang, will pay for all the sausages." The 3 primary school students opened their mouths wide, and their jaws almost dropped. "Boss, give them 10 skewers first." Wang Lang Lang waved his hand and pointed at the 3 primary school students. All the primary school students were excited. The air became restless. When Jiang Ning came over, he saw this scene. Wang Lang Lang enjoyed the grateful eyes of the primary school students and was intoxicated by it. "Boss, how much are for lollipops?" Jiang Ning asked. "2." After paying the money, Jiang Ning observed Wang Lang Lang's soul again. It still looked ordinary and had not grown stronger. So Jiang Ning stopped caring about him. After the mark of the law was made, if he didn't stop him, Wang Lang Lang would enter the source world once every 3 days. Due to the interference of some power in the source world, time would stop. Jiang Ning didn't plan to stop Wang Lang Lang and planned to let him fend for himself in the source world. Anyway, even if the carrier of the source world died, Wang Lang Lang would be fine, but he would just experience extreme pain. Moreover, after he woke up, he couldn't remember the experience of the source world clearly, which was even more vague than watching a movie, and it wouldn't have much impact on his life. Jiang Ning only needed to observe his soul state every once in a while. Looking at Wang Lang Lang who was immersed in happiness, Jiang Ning left. Jiang Ning returned to the classroom, and Zhu Yuantang was waiting eagerly. "Jiang Ning, you are so slow, I'm dying." "You're starving, why don't you eat quickly?" Huh. Zhu Yuantang didn't forget to play with her mobile phone while eating. She was almost stuck to her mobile phone recently. Jiang Ning thought about it and decided to help Zhu Yuantang quit using her mobile phone. He activated the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Body Tempering Technique and used the UNR formula, which is the formula for charging a mobile phone, to perform a reverse spell. Driven by mana, he actually sucked the power of Zhu Yuantang's mobile phone battery through the air. 3 minutes later, the mobile phone suddenly reminded that the battery was low. Zhu Yuantang stared at the screen and was stunned. She didn't even eat. It was clearly 60% charged just now. How could it be out of power? This is unscientific. Her mobile phone's battery life is obviously superb. Jiang Ning looked at Zhu Yuantang's confused expression and felt very comfortable. This way, she would be cautious and would not play with her mobile phone crazily. Jiang Ning went out with his mobile phone. If he didn't leave, Zhu Yuantang would definitely ask him to borrow his mobile phone. Jiang Ning predicted Zhu Yuantang in advance and left the classroom first. After he went downstairs, he came to the small garden to relax. February is still winter, and there are a little fewer students using the internet in the small garden than before. Many smart students will go to the tea restaurant outside, spend $1, order a cup of hot water, sit on the soft sofa under the air conditioner, and use the faster internet speed. Only students who can't wipe their faces or disdain to go outside will use the internet in the small garden. Jiang Ning exhaled a breath, and the water vapor met the cold, liquefied into small water droplets, and formed white gas. It gets dark earlier in winter, and the sky is a little dark, and the small solar street lamps are shining. Two girls came over from the edge of the small garden. Ding Xuan from experimental class 1 and Li Shi from experimental class 2. Both of them are extremely good looking. Li Shi has a charming face and her height is outstanding. She is a little taller than Ding Xuan, who is 1.68 meters tall, nearly 1.72 meters. In terms of dressing, Li Shi is more outstanding than Ding Xuan. A light-colored woolen coat perfectly sets off her slender figure, but it doesn't have the fluffy and heavy feeling of a down jacket. It gives people a sense of being unattainable. However, occasionally, Li Shi's eyes will pass over Ding Xuan's almost perfect face, and she will still feel envious and amazed. Ding Xuan's calm demeanor is something she has only seen in her elders, as expected of a girl from that kind of family. Li Shi's family is one of the richest families in Yazhou, but there is still a big gap between them and Ding Xuan's family that involves power. The reason why they became friends is that they happened to meet each other at a sister's birthday party some time ago, and they both studied in Yazhou No. 4 middle school, so they hit it off at first sight. Li Shi was very fortunate that she did not go to No. 2 middle school, but came to the experimental class of No. 4 middle school, so that she could make friends like Ding Xuan. You know, girls with beautiful looks and good family conditions will actually find it more difficult to make reliable friends than ordinary girls. Li Shi passed by the small garden and naturally saw some classmates playing with their mobile phones. She knew that those classmates were using the internet for free. Whenever this happened, Li Shi would always feel puzzled. How much does an internet cable cost? Just pull one and use it. Why use the internet for free? If you get sick from the cold, it will be a loss. Li Shi saw Jiang Ning. She had a little impression of this boy. He had good grades and ranked second in the 4th grade of the middle school. Moreover, he was not a student who only studied hard and wore glasses. He was tall and a little handsome. But that was all. Li Shi was not interested in Jiang Ning. His good grades made her look at him with new eyes at most, but she didn't think he was that great. No matter how good his grades were, it was nothing more than being admitted to the top 2 prestigious universities in China. For ordinary people, being admitted to those 2 universities was equivalent to bringing honor to the family. But for Li Shi, it was nothing. The company her family invested in Linqing had hired more than one person from those 2 prestigious universities, and they were all masters. Li Shi's goal was to go abroad directly after graduating from high school. There was a bigger world waiting for her outside. She and Ding Xuan were about to pass by the small garden when they suddenly saw that the boy named Jiang Ning hooked his finger in their direction. Li Shi ignored him. Who did he think he was? He asked me to come over? There were so many outstanding boys chasing her in Yazhou, but she never paid any attention to them. The other party was crazy. At this moment, she suddenly found that Ding Xuan beside her paused for a moment and then walked towards Jiang Ning. Li Shi was stunned and then hooked her fingers. Xuan went over? Where is her pride? What is Ding Xuan's identity? It doesn't make sense. Jiang Ning bit a lollipop and stared at Ding Xuan with a calm expression. Strictly speaking, in the real world, only 2 people know that he has some special abilities. One is Xiao Xuangshan, and the other is still in the guessing stage. She will never and dare not betray her. The other person is Ding Xuan, who is born with a keen 6th sense, a pretentious little girl who doesn't know the height of the world. Jiang Ning doesn't care about exposing his identity. If Ding Xuan dares to tell others, he doesn't mind killing the other party. Ding Xuan slowly stood in front of Jiang Ning. She suppressed her nervous heartbeat. It was too sudden. She had always thought that Jiang Ning would find her one day, but she never thought that they would meet in this way. Jiang Ning stared at her outstanding face and asked, "Have you eaten?" While speaking, he cast a spell to check Ding Xuan. As he expected, the girl's soul was different from that of an ordinary person. If the soul of an ordinary person is the flame of an ordinary lighter, her soul is the flame of a windproof lighter, stable and tough. Ding Xuan had expected a lot, but she didn't expect Jiang Ning to ask her if she had eaten. Shouldn't a person like him talk about something more important when meeting her? For example, do something big together. Then she used the network of relationships she could control to help the other party as much as possible and cooperate with each other. How come it turned out to be like chatting about family matters? I ate. Ding Xuan answered truthfully, acting very well. What did you eat? Jiang Ning continued to ask. Ding Xuan was speechless. If someone else asked, she would definitely not answer. However, facing the possible extraordinary people in the world, she had to answer, buffet. Jiang Ning nodded. Ding Xuan was still very obedient at this stage, and did not dare to resist on the surface. However, he still had no intention of using Ding Xuan. The little girl was very scheming, and had some abilities. Once she was placed in the source world, she would most likely bring him fragments of the law. However, the risks involved were currently uncontrollable. He had not yet thoroughly studied the secret of traveling between the two worlds. He might as well let Wang Lang be a scout and experiment a few more times. His spiritual sense suddenly penetrated into Ding Xuan's heart and observed the frequency of the beating. Ding Xuan's body trembled. She could feel that there was a power that did whatever it wanted, reading through her deepest secrets. "Are you afraid of me?" Jiang Ning bit a lollipop. Ding Xuan did not answer. "Okay, go away." Jiang Ning waved his hand listlessly. Bullying a little girl was not something he, a great true lord, should do. Hearing this, Ding Xuan felt relieved, but also a little disappointed. He called her over just for this? Chapter 166 Comparison. Ding Xuan left the small garden with an unspeakable feeling. She walked a few steps and suddenly thought, was Jiang Ning testing her just now? Could it be that he needs to use me? With Ding Xuan's intelligence, it is hard not to think in this direction. However, she didn't know what Jiang Ning needed her to do. Li Shi was still waiting there. She didn't leave. On the one hand, it was because Ding Xuan was her good friend, and on the other hand, she couldn't figure out the reason. Jiang Ning moved Ding Xuan with just one finger, which was too ridiculous. In Li Shi's eyes, Ding Xuan seemed peaceful. At the last birthday party, she always smiled and greeted the guests who came up to her and chatted with them. In fact, Ding Xuan had a barrier in her heart that isolated everything from the outside. The superficial politeness was just to maintain basic interpersonal relationships. During the time that Li Shi knew her, she could still feel that Ding Xuan was always a little distant. How could such a proud girl have any intersection with a boy like Jiang Ning? "Xuan?" she asked tentatively. "Yeah." Ding Xuan didn't say much. This kind of thing couldn't be told to outsiders. Li Shi asked, "Do you know Jiang Ning?" "I guess so. He also came from Ancheng?" "If that's the case, it wouldn't be so strange." Ding Xuan denied it. "No, I just had contact with him after I came to number 4 middle school." She didn't make up an excuse, and Jiang Ning would never cooperate with her. Li Shi listened to Ding Xuan's words and became even more confused. The two girls walked towards the teaching building. Their outstanding looks attracted the attention of students on the road. Ding Xuan came into contact with Jiang Ning after she came to number 4 middle school. The relationship between the two is obviously not ordinary, at least to the extent of acquaintances. Did something happen during that time? Li Shi became interested. She suddenly decided to learn about Jiang Ning and understand what was so special about him that Ding Xuan took the initiative to meet him. Even if Zhuang Jianhu, who was also from the same group in Ancheng, was extremely outstanding, he probably wouldn't be treated like this by Ding Xuan, right? Thinking of Zhuang Jianhu, Li Shi couldn't help but raise the corners of her beautiful mouth. He was really a dazzling boy. When the first year of high school started, Zhuang Jianhu's dunk on the playground attracted countless girls' exclamations. At that moment, more than half of the girls who were watching had a good impression of him. Li Shi boasted that she had high standards, but she was still not immune to vulgarity. Zhuang Jian, who came from Anqing, and his family was very well off. In a small city like Yuzhou, the top families often have a so-called circle, and most people in the circle know each other. The younger generation will also have some contact. Li Shi happened to meet Zhuang Jianhu at a banquet of the elders. After getting to know him, she felt that he was more and more outstanding, with grades, conversation, and knowledge far exceeding boys of the same age. What amazed her most was that Zhuang Jianhu not only had superb ball skills, but also had considerable attainments in the fields of street dance and rock climbing. Let's not talk about niche sports like rock climbing. Just basketball and street dance. I'm afraid there is no one in Yuzhou who can compare with him among his peers. Class 8 classroom. Ma Shicheng stayed in his seat, playing games on his phone sideways. His amazing gaming skills, but there are no spectators. Just because Wang Lang hasn't come back yet. Ma Shicheng has been more retro recently. He didn't play Xianshan Qpeo or Subway Surfers, but Pokémon. He installed a GBA emulator on his phone and played Pokémon Dark Shadows. Ma Shicheng controlled the character, constantly throwing out Pokéballs and catching Pokémon. Once the capture failed, he immediately went back to the game and caught it again until he caught the Pokémon with rare attributes. Ma Shicheng smiled with satisfaction. You little guy, can you escape from his palm? He took his Pokémon and ran to a low-level area. When he encountered a wild Pokémon, he threw out the Pokéball and released his Pokémon to fight and level up. The girls in front were chatting. One of them was Yuwen. She seemed to have found a new EXO fan, and she ran to the back row to chat, which was rare. Ma Shicheng glanced at the girls and despised them in his heart, thinking they were brain-dead fans. He and brain-dead fans are mortal enemies, but if they didn't provoke him, Ma Shicheng usually wouldn't attack, just playing his game. Kiki, your boyfriend is so handsome. I heard he's a senior in the second year of high school. Yuwen praised. The Kiki she was talking about was Lu Kiki, a girl in class 8. She was of average appearance and dressed in an avant-garde style. In the middle of winter, she wore very little. She only cared about beauty, not temperature. It seemed that there were always one or two such girls in every class in high school. Not only were they dressed maturely, but they also fell in love early and had boyfriends early. Lu Kiki admired her new manicure. I agreed to him because he was handsome. Otherwise I would never have agreed. Ma Shicheng felt that Lu Kiki's voice seemed to be mixed with something very artificial, and he got goosebumps when he heard it. Ma Shicheng took out the headphones from his trouser pocket and planned to put them on. He spent 15 yuan to buy these high quality headphones from a store outside. The sound insulation effect was really good. The headphone wire was tangled into a ball. Ma Shicheng tried to untie it twice, but it didn't work. He estimated that it would take a lot of effort to untie it. Ma Shicheng simply took back his headphones, stopped listening, and continued to play his Pokémon. Yuwen said, last time, there was a boy who pursued me. He was the same type as your boyfriend, but taller than your boyfriend. Yanan also met him last time. There was a hint of pride on her face. Lu Kiki felt a little uncomfortable, and she said naturally, my boyfriend is 1.78 meters tall. How tall is the boy who pursues you? Yuwen 1, he is 1.8 meters. The simple height comparison made Lu Kiki's boyfriend lose the upper hand. Lu Kiki wanted to say that the other person was just pursuing you and was not your boyfriend yet, but what if Yuwen agreed? Wouldn't it prove that her boyfriend was not as good as Yuwen's boyfriend? Who would want to lose in such a matter? In high school, girls are definitely no less competitive than boys. Sometimes, they have to compare the quality of a skincare product and even despise each other for having poor taste. Moreover, Lu Kiki thought she was prettier than Yuwen, and she had always felt superior to Yuwen. Now that a girl who is not as good as her has an excellent pursuer, she is certainly not happy. She attacked from another angle. Do you have a photo of the boy who is pursuing you? If there was no photo, Lu Kiki would not believe it. Seeing is believing. Yes, take a look. Yuwen immediately opened the album and showed it to her as if showing off. Lu Kiki took a closer look and had to say that this boy was quite handsome. Yuwen said, isn't he more handsome than most of the boys in our class? When she said this, Yuwen did not avoid anyone in particular. There was only Ma Shicheng playing games in the back row, and she didn't care about Ma Shicheng's feelings at all. Ma Shicheng, who was playing games, paused for a moment. It was really an unprovoked disaster. Lukaku's attack was not going well, so she changed her angle. How are your grades? My boyfriend usually teaches me. The math I don't know, he learned it last year. She was trying to establish an image of a good student for her boyfriend. Yuen said lightly, he is from number 2 middle school. Lukaku kept silent. In the eyes of students from other schools, Yazhou number 2 middle school was synonymous with good grades. Although Zhu Yuantang's grades in their class were the best in the city, the prestige that number 2 middle school had established for a long time could not be shaken. Yuen looked at Lukaku's expression and felt very comfortable. She won. Lukaku was unwilling to accept this. At this time, she was already a little angry and her jealousy increased. She continued to use her boyfriend to fight. My boyfriend plays guitar very well. Last time I celebrated my birthday, I set up a table outside the school and invited classmates. In order to save my face, my boyfriend not only bought a big cake, but also played guitar. Everyone praised it. Yuen said, the boy who pursued me also has talents. Last time he sang a song for me on questions. It was the song of EXO. He said that, when EXO comes to our country, to hold a concert in the future, he will take me to the concert. I heard that the tickets for the concert are very expensive. I can't bear to let him spend money, so I directly refused. The most important thing is that I haven't agreed to him yet. It's really annoying. Yuen smiled. Lukaku never got the upper hand. She felt depressed and suddenly felt that her boyfriend was quite ordinary. She remembered that last time she asked her boyfriend to buy a Bluetooth headset, he kept dragging his feet and didn't buy it. No matter what, Lukaku couldn't admit defeat. Lukaku was about to use his boyfriend to fight again. Ma Shicheng spoke. He had listened for a while and felt it was ironic. He said, I'm really convinced. What you guys are saying here is really funny. It reminds me of the game I'm playing now. Your boyfriend is just like my Pokemon. When he encounters an enemy, he throws out a Pokeball and lets it out to fight. Ma Shicheng laughed while pounding the table. Yuen and Lukaku's faces changed and turned red. What the hell is it to you? Yuen scolded. Ma Shicheng fought back on the spot. I'm talking about Pokemon. What's it to you? Yuen picked up the textbook and hit Ma Shicheng's arm. Ma Shicheng adjusted the angle to avoid the corner of the book, so she hit him twice, and it didn't hurt at all. Yuen scolded him, something like you are so disgusting, and went to the front row angrily. Ma Shicheng didn't care. He usually didn't bother with girls. He hit them twice. Anyway, as long as they are not people like Pang Jiao, girls are generally not very strong. He continued to play games on his phone. At this moment, he felt that what he threw in the game was not Pokemon, but some girls' boyfriends, which made him feel more interesting. At the back door of the classroom, Jiuo Kunan came back with sweat on his head. Ma Shicheng turned his head and found that Jiuo Kunan's expression was very strange, with 6 points of smile and 4 points of complexity. A strange expression of happiness and sadness. Brother Nan, what's wrong with you? Which monster harmed you? Ma Shicheng joked. Jiuo Kunan sighed melancholy. He was not harmed, but encountered a great thing. Someone asked him for his questions on the court. That's right, Jiuo Kunan was asked for his questions again after playing basketball today. The last time he was asked for his questions, he thought it was the beginning of a sweet love, but it was a heavy blow that hit his expectant heart hard. This time when he was asked for his questions, Jiuo Kunan was a little traumatized at first. He was afraid. He was afraid that his full expectations would turn into disappointment again. He was still a male high school student and could not bear such a big blow. At the same time, he felt a little secretly happy. This time, he played basketball with his classmates, Wu Xiaoqi, Hu Jun, Huang Zhangfei, and Wang Yang. There were no so-called classmates from other classes. And when playing basketball, he swore that he didn't bump into anyone. Since the last time he bumped into someone while playing basketball and was warned by a girl on questions, Jiuo Kunan has restrained himself a lot and played basketball very conservatively. Moreover, the girl added him, not in front of many people, but quietly found him and asked him for his questions. In this case, Jiuo Kanan felt that the other party was likely to like him. However, he was a little scared. Ma Shicheng has always been prestigious and is considered a half-spiritual leader in the back row. If Jiuo Kanan's trust in Jiang Ning is 10, then Ma Shicheng is at least 8. High school students are relatively simple and close to each other. It is normal to ask the other party to guide how to fall in love. It is even a little outrageous to ask the other party to make suggestions and teach how to chat with girls. So Jiuo Kanan found Ma Shicheng and explained the situation to him. Brother Ma, I was playing basketball on the playground and a girl added me on questions. Can you help me? Chapter 167. They are so sad. Ma Shicheng is warm-hearted and helpful, not to mention his colleagues sitting in the back row. How could he stand by and watch? I still have some tricks to deal with girls. Ma Shicheng boasted. Just based on your confidence, Brother Ma, I trust you once. Jiuo Kanan took out his mobile phone and entered the 4-digit password to unlock it. He opened questions and showed the chat page to Ma Shicheng. The girl's avatar was a cute cartoon cat, which gave people a good impression at first glance. I'm Manman. Can I ask you something? This was a message from the other party. Jiuo Kanan said, what does she want to ask me for? Ma Shicheng thought for a while. Let's take a look at her space first. Jiuo Kanan hesitated. Not so good. He is not a distinguished yellow diamond user. Looking at other people's space on questions will leave visitor footprints. Take a look first. Ma Shicheng urged him. Okay. Jiuo Kanan clicked in. In fact, he also wanted to see it. He felt that he was isolated and helpless before, but now with Ma Shicheng, he felt at ease. The girl's question space was very fancy, with full special effects. The first thing that caught my eye was a few stylish selfies. Is she good looking? Jiuo Kanan said. Not bad. Jiuo Kanan continued to scroll down. The girl complained about the little things around her, and there were also those with a weird picture and a copy. If you don't forward it, your whole family will die within 3 days. The number of likes for each of the girl's posts was usually more than 100, and there would be a long list of comments below. Ma Shicheng usually called this kind of girl an internet princess. He clicked on the girl's homepage, where there was some detailed information, including a mobile phone number. Years of online confrontation experience made Ma Shicheng quickly write down the number. Ask her what she does. Ma Shicheng said. So Jiuo Kanan replied to the girl, sorry, I was busy just now. If you have any questions, just ask. Grin. Adolescent boys, facing beautiful girls, always feel inferior psychologically, subconsciously lower their posture, and even develop a mentality of trying to please them. Manman, well, I said so. Can you give me the contact information of the boy who played basketball with you on the playground today? He was very handsome and wore a white coat. You must know him. Smile. Jiuo Kanan's expression changed. He was overjoyed. Ma Shicheng was also speechless. Brother Ma, what should I say? Jiuo Kanan was exhausted. Why is it like this again? Why does he always suffer such a fate? Ma Shicheng didn't know what to say. You decide for yourself. Jiuo Kanan had no choice but to reply. He is the monitor of our class. He is quite handsome. Then can you give me his questions? Manman said. Jiuo Kanan asked his doubts. The monitor is a very good person. Why don't you ask him for it instead of asking me? Manman, hahaha, I see that you are the only dark and stupid one among you, and I think you will not refuse me. Jiuo Kanan. Ma Shicheng beside him twitched his eyes. Jiuo Kanan was depressed. He admitted that his skin was a little dark, but he still looked good. How could he be called stupid? Manman, you're not angry, are you? Boys should have some tolerance. Ma Shicheng frowned again. Jiuo Kanan was a little angry, but after seeing this, he couldn't get angry anymore, which made him look unmanly. He replied, I thought you wanted my questions for me. Grin. Manman, no way, no way. Sweating. So funny, brother, you think too much. Jiuo Kanan, haha, I think too much. Manman, can you give me his questions? Before Jiuo Kanan gave it to him, he asked, do I really look stupid? Manman, yes, a little bit. I look stupid. The main thing is that you are a little too confident, which is not good. Ma Shicheng clenched his fist. Jiuo Kanan, I'm going to change. Manman was a little impatient. Come on, can you give me your squad leader's questions? I'll send it to you right away. Jiuo Kanan returned to the list and looked for Huang Zhang for his questions. Ma Shichen next to him said, "Are you really going to give it to me?" Jiuo Kanan, "Yes, I'm a man of my word." Ma Shichen was so convinced that he shouted, "She has already belittled you like this, and you still gave her questions. Fuck her. If I hadn't seen you chatting, I really couldn't imagine that there is a man like you in real life. You don't feel ashamed. I'm ashamed for you. Look at what she said. What right does she have to be condescending to belittle you? It's fine to ask you for help, but she also has a condescending attitude. You said you are confident. I think she is confident." Ma Shichen's words were deafening, and Jiuo Kanan was stunned for a moment. "Kieden!" Ma Shichen shouted, and took Jiuo Kanan's phone. "I'll show you what a real man is." Ma Shichen replied to the girl, "You want the squad leader's questions, right?" "Yes, yes. Send it to me quickly. I'm going out right away." Ma Shichen sneered in his heart. "You're going out? You're more like going to a funeral." Many girls always use this kind of words to put pressure on boys to achieve their goals. Unfortunately, they ran into him. "Brother Ma." "Okay, I won't waste time. Just call me brother and I'll send you the class monitor's questions." Ma Shichen typed out a line of words. "Ah." Manman was surprised. "Call me quickly, I've copied the class monitor's questions." Manman, then. "Brother." Ma Shichen, "That's great. Call me brother. You're asking too much." Manman was impatient. "Just say it. Do you want to call me brother?" Ma Shichen said firmly. Manman, "Good brother, give me your questions quickly." Ma Shichen gave Jiuo Kanan a look. The fact that a girl dared to add someone else to get Huang Zhang for his questions was enough to prove that she was eager to get it. And in order to vent Jiuo Kanan's anger, he would naturally not end it there. So Ma Shichen continued, "I still don't feel anything. Send a voice message to call her." Manman paused for 10 seconds and replied, "Brother, do you know what you are saying?" Jiuo Kanan hurried over to get the phone. "Brother Ma, she is angry. She is angry." Jiuo Kanan was afraid. If a beautiful girl is angry, it would be a big deal. Ma Shichen didn't give him the phone, but said, "Trust me." He replied to the girl, "I know, I will give it to you after you call me for the last time, and I will remind you. Our class leader doesn't have a girlfriend, and he usually doesn't agree with girls being friends. If you call him, I will talk to him for you once." Ma Shichen confidently put down the phone. Soon, a voice message came from the other side. Jiuo Kanan clicked it excitedly. It was indeed a sweet voice from his brother. Jiuo Kanan said, "It's time to give it to her." "Yes, it's time to give it to her," Ma Shichen said. He entered a string of questions. Jiuo Kanan suddenly said, "Something is wrong. This is not the monitor's questions." Ma Shichen said, "Yes, it's my Smurf account. I'll send you the password of the Smurf account later. You can practice with it. This girl has something. We can't let her get close to the monitor," he said. No. Jiuo Kanan is an upright person. He is very righteous and can't do such a dirty thing. "Brother, there are few opportunities to practice. Are you sure you don't want to?" Ma Shichen came over and said, "God knows, the earth knows, you know, and I know. When the time comes, you can secretly chat with the girl. It's not good for Huang Zhangfi." Jiuo Kanan still refused. He had a bottom line. Ma Shichen had no choice. He took out his mobile phone, cleared all background programs, logged into questions, switched to the Smurf account, and sure enough, there was a red dot on the contact. He clicked to agree. Jiuo Kanan chatted with a girl. "Have you added me?" Manman, "Yes, you are such a nice person. I have to go out for something. Bye." Jiuo Kanan, Okay, you are busy. Bye. At this time, Ma Shichen received several messages on questions. "Hello, you are so handsome playing basketball, shy. I heard that you don't have a girlfriend. Then do you need a girlfriend?" Jiuo Kanan looked at the messages on Ma Shichen's questions and felt that he was deceived. He went to Manman to argue, but found that the friend had deleted him. Ma Shichen spread his hands. He did not reply to the girl's message, but said, "If you change your mind, I will send you the password of the small account at any time." February 22nd, Saturday. The weather is clear and the white clouds are leisurely. River Dam. The mountain bike is driving slowly, and the winter air is warmed by the sun. Zhu Yuantang is wearing fingerless gloves and carrying a bag of celery. The celery has grown a little, and the tender green leaves are exposed. Zhu Yuantang rubbed Jiang Ning's cotton padded jacket and felt the temperature on her fingertips. Jiang Ning, your clothes are hot. The sun was very bright today. Zhu Yuantang got up at 8:30, which was rare. She went to the vegetable market with Jiang Ning to buy vegetables. She planned to cook for Jiang Ning and herself at noon. Halfway through the ride, she saw several people gathered at the edge of the river dam. Zhu Yuantang was sitting in the bike and saw the rabbit in the crowd. She quickly shouted, Jiang Ning, stop the car quickly, I saw a rabbit. Jiang Ning did not press the handbrake, and the mountain bike slowly stopped under the effect of spiritual power. Zhu Yuantang jumped down from the back seat with celery in her hand. She jumped to the edge of the river dam in a few steps. On the side of the road, an old man wearing a ragged cotton padded jacket and an old-fashioned leather hat was sitting on a mat. In front of him were several rusty iron cages with several white rabbits in them. Next to the cage was a piece of khaki-colored hard paper with a line of words written crookedly on it. 15 yuan each. Zhu Yuantang squatted in front of the cage, staring at the white rabbit without blinking. The rabbit had its furry ears drooping and looked listless. She stared for a while, then ran to the mountain bike on the other side of the dam, and said to Jiang Ning, I want to raise a rabbit. She raised her head slightly, smiling, her eyes bright. Jiang Ning glanced at Zhu Yuantang and said nothing. Zhu Yuantang restrained her smile, always feeling that Jiang Ning was despising her. She said, why, you don't believe in my strength? Jiang Ning, haha, I do. I believe in your strength to eat rabbits. Zhu Yuantang was despised. It turned out that this was the image of her in Jiang Ning's mind. I raised rabbits before, and they were black rabbits. Zhu Yuantang recounted the past. Black rabbit? Most of the rabbits on the market are white, and in comparison, there are far fewer black rabbits. Yes, black rabbits. My family used to have a wooden basket. When I was a kid, I often carried the wooden basket and a sickle to the river to cut grass for my baby rabbit. Zhu Yuantang said confidently. Oh, that's amazing. Jiang Ning said perfunctorily. So, I don't eat rabbits. I really know how to raise rabbits. You underestimate me. Zhu Yuantang didn't want to be seen as a person who only eats in Jiang Ning's mind. She is an all-round genius. Do you like black rabbits or white rabbits? Jiang Ning asked her. Black rabbits. Zhu Yuantang said. Do black rabbits bite people? Yes, I almost got bitten when I was a kid, but luckily I dodged quickly. Rabbit is quite fat, right? Jiang Ning continued to ask. Very fat, I can't even hold it. Jiang Ning immediately asked, are rabbits cute? Super cute. Jiang Ning spoke quickly. Are rabbits spicy? Zhu Yuantang kept talking. Very spicy. She recalled her mother's stir-fried spicy rabbit and couldn't help moistening her mouth. Realizing something, she looked at Jiang Ning in disbelief, with an angry expression. He was trying to trick her. Jiang Ning pushed the mountain bike. I think we can go now. Zhu Yuantang pulled the back seat of the mountain bike, turned his head, looked at the rabbits in the cage reluctantly, and muttered, woo woo, you see they are so sad staying in the cage. Just let me eat them. It's the end of the month. Can you give me the monthly ticket? Chapter 168 A convenient thing. Zhu Yuantang said she wanted to buy a rabbit. Jiang Ning rode the bike by herself, and Zhu Yuantang pulled the back seat, moved her legs, and ran forward, like a naughty child. The mountain bike was getting farther and farther away from the rabbit, and Zhu Yuantang knew that Jiang Ning would definitely not buy it for her. She was full of regrets. Why did she accidentally say that she ate the rabbit? Was she stupid? No, it must be Jiang Ning who was too cunning. He actually deceived the innocent her, which was too abominable. She wanted to let go of the seat and buy the rabbit alone. But she had no money, so she saved trouble and handed her money to Jiang Ning so that when she bought things, she could choose and let Jiang Ning pay. Doesn't it look like a lady in ancient times? But now Zhu Yuantang has tasted the bitter fruit and she needs Jiang Ning's consent if she wants to use money. Zhu Yuantang was a little tired from running, so she pressed the back seat, took a deep breath, and jumped on it suddenly, with very skillful and advanced skills. Jiang Ning, Jiang Ning. Zhu Yuantang twisted her body and adjusted her sitting position. You disappoint me so much, she sighed, hating her for not fighting. Jiang Ning ignored her. In the past 6 months, he had disappointed Zhu Yuantang countless times. Every time Zhu Yuantang was disappointed, he would turn his disappointment into appetite and eat with big mouthfuls of food. He was thinking that there were not many pills left in his hand, so he would go to Huqi Mountain to refine a batch in the evening to ensure his usual practice. Anyway, no matter when, cultivation is the guarantee for Jiang Ning to maintain his current leisurely life. As long as his cultivation is there, no one should want to disturb him. Zhu Yuantang didn't care whether Jiang Ning replied to her or not. She kept talking all the way, pointing out that Jiang Ning had made a very serious mistake and where he was wrong, and proposed how to correct it in the future. She also said that Jiang Ning must listen to her at noon today and help her wash and cut vegetables, otherwise he would be punished very cruelly. Just like that, Jiang Ning was silent, and Zhu Yuantang behind him pulled the corner of his clothes with one hand to keep his balance and threatened him. Finally, the mountain bike turned a corner and drove down the river dam. Zhu Yuantang saw that Jiang Ning had not been talking to her and thought that she was underestimated. Jiang Ning was so ignoring her. If you don't punish him for 3 days, he will tear down the roof tiles. Zhu Yuantang was angry, but she was a very patient girl. She waited until the mountain bike arrived at the door of her house before sliding down from it. Humph, you are ignoring me, right? If you have the guts, don't eat the food I cooked for you at noon. Zhu Yuantang crossed her arms and stared at Jiang Ning with her head tilted up. However, the bag of celery hanging in her hand weakened her aura and added some fireworks to her. Jiang Ning untied the bags hanging on the mountain bike one by one and said, "Stingy guy, you are resentful because I don't let you eat rabbit?" Zhu Yuantang, this is not a question of rabbit or not, it's a question of attitude. This is a question of rabbit. Jiang Ning carried the bag and walked towards Zhu Yuantang's house. He usually didn't cook at home, but cooked at Zhu Yuantang's house, including the induction cooker given by his aunt when he just moved here, which was also placed at Zhu Yuantang's house. Zhu Yuantang saw Jiang Ning ignored her and walked forward. He was too arrogant. Zhu Yuantang hurriedly trotted to catch up. She stepped hard, and her size 33 shoes stepped on Jiang Ning's shadow. There was a bang sound when it hit the ground. Jiang Ning kept walking forward, and Zhu Yuantang swayed around him and kept beating his shadow. This was the first time Jiang Ning saw such revenge, and he was amused. Are you stupid? Zhu Yuantang also thought she was stupid. She tensed her face and wanted to show a serious expression, but she couldn't hold it together. Her eyes curved, and then her mouth curved, and she laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. After Zhu Yuantang finished laughing, she realized that she shouldn't be so frivolous. When she came to teach Jiang Ning a lesson, she put on a serious and indifferent face again, but there was always a hint of smile on her face. Jiang Ning, do you realize your mistake? Jiang Ning said, I think we are missing a dish for lunch. Zhu Yuantang's attention immediately shifted. What dish? A fish. But we didn't buy fish today. After Zhu Yuantang finished speaking, she was silent for a second, and she asked quietly, could it be that you are going to use that trick? Jiang Ning snapped his fingers. Yes. Great. Zhu Yuantang was so happy, and her dissatisfaction with Jiang Ning just now disappeared in an instant. She took the dishes that Jiang Ning was carrying diligently, put them in the kitchen, and clamped them with a large round plastic frame. She kept looking for the fishing rod. That's right, Jiang Ning was going to fish. Jiang Ning watched Zhu Yuantang packing up his fishing equipment and smiled gently. Before the new year, Zhu Yuantang said that he wanted to eat fried small fish, but he was too busy during that time to catch them for her. Now that school has started, and he has some free time, he plans to go fishing. Zhu Yuantang came out holding the fishing rod. It's only 10 o'clock now. Zhu Yuantang had eaten a piece of bread in the morning, so he could still hold on. After leaving home, Zhu Yuantang locked the door. Aunt Gu was resting today, but she went back to her hometown, so today it was only Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang. Aunt Gu never worried about her daughter being hungry. Apart from anything else, she knew Zhu Yuantang's enthusiasm for eating better than anyone else. Most of the fishing equipment was held by Zhu Yuantang, like a little book boy in ancient times. Jiang Ning did not act like a young master. He carried the bucket of water at home, which looked very capable. The two slowly approached the dam. The dam has a wide view and fresh air. Whenever the sun is good, all kinds of people will appear on the asphalt road of the dam. In the past 6 months, Jiang Ning has even seen wedding photo teams several times. A voice came from Heba. Hello, everyone, I'm Jiang Ning, and today I will bring you a comparison of the flagship phones of 2013. Next, I will show you a detailed comparison evaluation from the aspects of appearance, performance, photography, battery life, and system experience. Look for mobile phone reviews. Look for Jiang Ning. A tall, strong, friendly-looking man in his 20s leaned against the car, facing the camera, and introduced enthusiastically. At this time, a small truck drove past Heba. The road in Heba was not wide, and Jiang Ning's car blocked the position. The small truck honked, indicating him to adjust. Jiang Ning gestured to the photographer, indicating to stop first. He shouted to a young man in his early 20s next to him, Ming, I remember you have a driver's license. Move the car, and I'll take a look at the copy. Brother Yang also spoke with full affinity, making people feel like spring breeze. The young man named Ming is a new member of the team. He is not from Yuzhou. He saw Brother Yang's video online and came to Yuzhou to join the team. He firmly believes that Brother Yang will be successful in the future. Ming just got his driver's license not long ago, and his driving skills are not so good. He rarely drives. As a newcomer, he has just arrived and is still in the learning stage. He can only do some odd jobs. Now that Brother Yang has given him an order, he will definitely not refuse. Ming took the car keys, got in the car, started the car, and moved the car a little closer to the edge of the dam. The small truck found a gap and drove over. Ming stuck his head out of the car window, carefully staring at the edge of the dam. He was not good at driving, and did not control the distance well. When reversing, the car suddenly lost its stability, and fell down the dam. Fuck. The photographer shouted. The car rushed down the steep slope, rolling hay. There was a small ditch on the south side of the dam, and there was some shallow water in the ditch. The car rushed down all the way. Fortunately, the slope was slightly gentler a few meters before the ditch, otherwise the car would have rushed into the ditch. Jiang Ning and the photographer hurried down to check the situation. Ming, are you okay? Yang Yang saw his car rushing down, and he did not care about the car first, but cared about people. I'm fine. Ming opened the car door and looked apologetic. Sorry, Brother Yang, I didn't drive well. He was glad that he didn't drive into the ditch, otherwise the car would probably have been in trouble. Yang Yang came over and patted him on the shoulder. It's okay as long as you're okay. After saying this, Yang Yang looked at the car parked under the dam, and then looked at the steep slope. He said, I'll try to drive up. He got into the car and started the car, but the slope he was on was not an ordinary slope. The slope was full of grass, slippery, and the slope was very steep. He tried various gears, but still couldn't drive up. Ming met with the photographer and ran to the back of the car to push it. He pushed it a little, but the car's power was still not enough to climb up. Jiang Yang got out of the car, and he smiled, and took out his mobile phone. It's okay, I'll find a tow truck. Ming felt guilty when he heard this. It would definitely cost a lot of money to find a tow truck. Although Yang would not let him pay for it, the loss would definitely fall on Yang. Yang is engaged in self-media evaluation and has just started. He can't make much money, and every penny counts. Ming said, Yang, don't find a tow truck first. Let me see if I can think of a way. River dam. Jiang Ning took Zhu Yuantang's fishing rod and walked up the dam. Zhu Yuantang followed nimbly. When going uphill, Zhu Yuantang saw a car by the ditch. Jiang Ning, that car almost fell into the ditch. Jiang Ning glanced over there. According to Jiang Ning's guess, the car might not be able to get up for a while. Jiang Ning carried the bucket and rushed to the river with Zhu Yuantang. A young man ran over. He looked at Jiang Ning. Facing a boy younger than him, he smiled and took the initiative to show weakness. Brother, can you help me? The car drove down. Can you help push it? Thank you. Zhu Yuantang stood beside Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning nodded. He didn't mind helping with a simple matter. Okay. Thank you very much. Wait for me. I'll find a few more people right away. No problem, you find it. Jiang Ning said. In fact, he moved the car casually, but Jiang Ning always maintained a low-key style. There were still pedestrians on the dam. Normal people were willing to lend a hand when they saw others in trouble. Soon, 5 or 6 men gathered. Zhu Yuantang followed Jiang Ning. Before Jiang Ning helped, she handed her the bucket. I'll come over later. Be careful. Zhu Yuantang was worried that Jiang Ning would fall into the ditch. Don't worry. Several men nearby saw this scene and said with a smile, young man, is she your sister? Neighbor. Jiang Ning said. Hello, neighbor. A group of people rushed to the ditch, put their hands on the car body, and started the car. There is strength in numbers, and they pushed the car onto the dam in one go. Jiang got out of the car and gave everyone cigarettes, but Jiang Ning refused. Jiang thought of an idea and shouted to the people who helped. Hello, brothers, I'm a self-media person, and I usually post videos online. Today, you guys helped me. Would you like to show your face in my video? He took out his mobile phone and opened Youku to show everyone. The number of views and comments was good. This was not the period when short videos were rampant. If someone was filmed in a video, it would still be quite interesting. Moreover, Jiang had a photographer, which showed his professionalism. So the men who came to help responded one after another. Jiang Ning said, I can't. I'm going fishing. Jiang tried to persuade him to stay. He thought that the man and woman looked very good and would be photogenic. If the two of them were in the video, the number of views might increase. But Jiang Ning refused. He was not very interested in filming videos. Jiang thought it was a pity. He looked at Zhu Yuantang's fishing rod and said, I wish you a good harvest today. Chapter 169 I'm good to you. After the two walked away, Zhu Yuantang said, they have many mobile phones. Yes, they specialize in mobile phone reviews. When the man showed his homepage just now, Jiang Ning found that the homepage was full of mobile phone review videos. Can mobile phones be reviewed? Zhu Yuantang was surprised. She bought mobile phones directly in the store. Jiang Ning smiled. Of course, there are still many things about smartphones, such as CPU, screen, camera, system, etc. Many users don't understand them. With mobile phone review videos, people who don't understand can also see the advantages and disadvantages of mobile phones and decide whether to buy them. In 2014, self-media just began to rise. Mobile phone reviews and digital reviews were still in the blue ocean stage. In another 2 years, digital reviews will explode, and it will be a really good time. Many people who review mobile phones will take advertisements from mobile phone manufacturers and make a lot of money. During this period, if you can persist in doing it and seize the opportunity, you may be able to get a share in the future. Well, that's it. Zhu Yuantang asked, what if they only talk about the advantages and not the disadvantages when they review the phone? No way. It depends on the users to make the judgment themselves. Jiang Ning said. In the future, more than 90% of the self-media who got the manufacturer's mobile phone in advance received promotion fees, and the video content was all about picking up the advantages without mentioning the disadvantages at all. Zhu Yuantang asked again, what if they only talked about the disadvantages and not the advantages? Jiang Ning had also heard of this kind of thing. Some self-media people he had contacted before, after receiving the promotion fee from a manufacturer, followed the instructions to blacken another manufacturer. Just what he knew, there were several self-media people who were sent to jail by the public relations of a certain manufacturer for doing this kind of thing. It still depends on the users to make the judgment themselves. Jiang Ning said. Zhu Yuantang said, but if users have to make the judgment, then what is the meaning of their reviewing mobile phones? Jiang Ning rubbed her hair, and facing Zhu Yuantang's disgusted eyes, he said, not every self-media person is for profit. There are always some people who have the original intention to help everyone and make fair review videos. After walking and chatting, they arrived at the river. Jiang Ning still used the fake bait. Zhu Yuantang did not choose to compete with Jiang Ning on the same stage. Today she was a spectator. Jiang Ning cast his rod. On the bank of the Hui River, the most common thing was water and trees, followed by fishermen. No matter it was windy or rainy, no matter it was day or night, if you followed the river, you could always find fishermen. Jiang Ning usually finished her evening self-study and released her spiritual sense to scan the river. She could find people fishing at night. There were people fishing in the morning when she went to school at 6 or 7 in the morning. If the Hui River Dam had spirits, it would definitely not be alone. Today's fishermen were of high quality. The elegant fisherman sat quietly. Jiang Ning was more than 30 meters away from him. The other party did not look at this side from beginning to end. After Jiang Ning's bait entered the river, Zhu Yuantang asked, "When will it end?" She knew that Jiang Ning's fishing skills were extremely superb, and he could catch fish in a few minutes. Zhu Yuantang had thought before that, if there was a fishing competition, she would definitely win a prize if she took Jiang Ning to participate. "Wait for me a moment." Jiang Ning spread out his spiritual sense for hundreds of meters, scraping the river surface like a giant net. His spiritual sense touched the chaotic river water and reached the grey river bottom. Wherever his spiritual sense touched, all creatures could not escape his detection. Jiang Ning chose a big fish, which was a relatively rare fish. It looked fierce and stupid. At this moment, it spent the winter in the mud at the bottom of the river, motionless. "It's you." Jiang Ning shot out a spiritual power. The spiritual power entered the river water and rushed towards the happy mud nest of the stupid and fierce fish like a torpedo. Under Jiang Ning's control, the spiritual power turned into a big hand, grabbing the big fish through the mud. Immediately, it ushered in a crazy resistance, and the resistance was quite strong. However, facing the magic of the immortal cultivator, the big fish quickly succumbed, and the spiritual power hand pulled it to the riverside until it was pressed on the fish hook. In order to prevent it from breaking free, Jiang Ning shot out another spiritual power to hold it tightly. Jiang Ning pulled the fishing rod, and a black shadow was thrown up from the river. Zhu Yuantang was stunned when he looked at the huge black shadow. So big. Not only Zhu Yuantang, but also the high-quality fisherman not far away was alarmed. Jiang Ning brought the fish to the grass by the river. Zhu Yuantang gestured twice and found that the fish was half her length. "What luck is it, little brother? You caught such a big catfish?" The elegant fisherman was no longer elegant, and his face was full of disbelief. "Catfish are not easy to catch in winter. How did this young man catch it? It doesn't make sense." Jiang Ning said, "Lucky." He took out the net and covered the catfish. The elegant fisherman asked, "Can I try it?" He was looking forward to it. Although he couldn't catch it, it was still nice to try it. "Okay." The elegant fisherman lifted the net, and the catfish swung and struggled. The fisherman was very sensible. He lifted it twice and gave it back to Jiang Ning, estimating 12 pounds. This big catfish weighed 12 pounds. He was so envious that he took out his mobile phone to take a few photos. After Jiang Ning caught the fish, he did not stay by the river. He threw the catfish into the bucket and left with Zhu Yuantang. Zhu Yuantang stepped forward and lifted the bucket with great effort. Although the 12 kilograms were heavy, Zhu Yuantang could not help drooling when she thought that the 12 kilograms of catfish could be turned into a table of dishes. She had eaten catfish before, and the meat was very tender. She had now thought of several ways to cook it, and she did not feel the weight anymore. Jiang Ning took the initiative to lift the edge of the bucket. Two figures, one large and one small, walked towards the dam. The sun in front of them reflected two short shadows. Once on the dam, a few dozen meters to the west, a team was actively shooting videos. On the east side, the dam was connected to a flatland. 7 or 8 meters away, two cars were parked. Two middle-aged men stood by the cars and smoked. The uphill road was very close to the cars. A man wearing a silver watch had sharp eyes and saw the fish in Jiang Ning's bucket. His expression changed immediately, and he walked over with a cigarette in his mouth. Jiang Ning noticed this scene. His expression did not change, and he walked forward with the bucket. "Stop for a moment," the middle-aged man said. Zhu Yuantang stopped and looked at the middle-aged man strangely. "You caught some good fish." The middle-aged man glanced at the bucket, took out his wallet, opened it, and pulled out a red bill. "Take it, give me the fish." He spoke in an unquestionable tone. Jiang Ning was happy. Your money is not enough. In this season, a wild catfish weighing 12 kilograms cannot be bought for 100 yuan. There are always some adults who bully young people by relying on their age, status, and experience. In the workplace, old employees bully new employees who have just entered the society. Uncles with a high price seduce innocent little girls. There is always no shortage of such people. The middle-aged man said, "You are quite good at calculating." Seeing that he could not take advantage, he generously pulled out 3 bills. 400 yuan. This fish is enough for you, right? Listen to uncle. Put down the bucket and take the 400 yuan. The middle-aged man was full of confidence. 400 yuan for a fish. How could the young man refuse? Jiang Ning didn't say anything, and his expression didn't change. He ignored him and left with Zhu Yuantang. The middle-aged man was stunned, a little bit unbelievable. 400 yuan. Buying a fish. Is the price not sincere? The man who was smoking with him teased. Old Liu, you made a mistake. People don't care about your money at all. Old Liu didn't say much. If he didn't sell it, he saved 400 yuan. At the river dam, Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang went downhill together and walked a distance away. Seeing that Jiang Ning had remained silent, Zhu Yuantang said, "My mother told me, since I was a child, that wealth cannot corrupt, poverty cannot move, and power cannot bend." Jiang Ning, you have done very well. You have not been blinded by money. This move surprised Jiang Ning. Are you comforting me? Zhu Yuantang freed his hand and patted his chest, praising, "Am I good to you? You have to remember that not everyone has a bottom line like me. As your guide, I'm very pleased to see your performance today. So I decided to make you something delicious at noon." Jiang Ning, thank you. Zhu Yuantang said, "What is the relationship between us? No need to thank me. We are unfamiliar with each other." Jiang Ning looked at her. He remembered that in the morning, she stepped on his shadow with hatred, but now she has become like this. The change is really fast. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170. Year after year, the fish that Jiang Ning caught was very big. Aunt Gu went back to her hometown. Zhu Yuantang felt that she and Jiang Ning might not be able to finish it, but the atmosphere was at this point. She had to eat fish for lunch and she would never leave it for tomorrow. Sharing happiness is worse than enjoying it alone. Zhu Yuantang sent a few photos of the big catfish to Zhu Chuchu on her mobile phone. "Chuchu, my General Jiang Ning has made great contributions today. Come to my house for dinner soon." As one of her few good friends, Zhu Yuantang was happy to share her happiness with Chuchu. When she was a child, she ate a lot of food from Chuchu's house. Downtown, old house. On the balcony, Zhu Chuchu leaned against a wooden chair, wrapped in a white blanket on her legs, holding a history textbook in her hands. The white blanket was washed clean and white, and compared with Chuchu's fair skin, it only lacked a touch of white and red. She planned to read until 11 o'clock in the morning, and wash some rice to make rice, and stir fry some shredded potatoes for lunch. Although her mother Hua Fengmei found a good job, Zhu Chuchu knew that it was not easy to make money, so she was still simple in her daily life. Children from poor families always take on housework early. She knows how to cook. Although the new year has passed, and it is February, the temperature is still several degrees below zero. The water in winter is very cold. Washing vegetables is too cold for hands, and cooking is inevitably a torture. At this time, the phone rang with a notification sound, and Zhu Chuchu instinctively panicked. She didn't have many questions friends, only Zhu Yuantang, Jiang Ning, and a few familiar classmates in the class. They didn't contact each other often. Because of the experience of questions being stolen before the new year, the bad guy found the gate of her number 2 middle school. She always felt that the guy would find her sooner or later. Zhu Chuchu was frightened for a long time, and was a little scared of the question's notification sound. Strangely, the pervert seemed to have disappeared during this period, and never showed up again. She swiped the screen. What a big fish. Zhu Chuchu was surprised. The fish picture sent by Zhu Yuantong, with her own as a comparison. The fish was really big, 70 to 80 centimeters. Did Jiang Ning catch this? Zhu Chuchu knew that Jiang Ning was very good at fishing, but it was a bit incredible that such a big fish was caught by Jiang Ning. Although she was surprised, she felt that it was not good to eat for free. I won't go. I have already prepared lunch at noon. Zhu Chuchu replied. Zhu Yuantang saw through it at a glance and replied immediately, fake, you haven't cooked yet. Zhu Chuchu, come on, there are only me and Jiang Ning at home. He doesn't know how to help me. You can help me subdue this fish when you come. Zhu Yuantang replied. Well, okay. Faced with Tang Tang's cordial invitation, Zhu Chuchu agreed. She was not a saint, and she wanted to try a big fish. Zhu Chuchu took off the blanket, spread out the history book, and put it upside down on the table, so that when she came back, she could continue reading along this side. She adjusted her light blue down jacket. First, she sent a text message to her mother, telling her that she would go to Tang Tang's house for lunch at noon. The reason for sending a text message was that her mother basically did not use WeChat and questions. Zhu Chuchu's phone package comes with some free text messages every month, which she can send to her mother. Before she went out, she changed into cotton shoes. The style of cotton shoes was old and not good looking. Many girls disliked them. The only advantage was that they were warm and would not freeze her feet. At this moment, wearing them on Zhu Chuchu's feet gave her a different look. She wrapped a scarf around her neck, held a helmet, and pushed open the door. The auntie next door was holding a garbage bag in her hand. Zhu Chuchu said, "Auntie, I'm about to go out. Let me take it down for you." The auntie smiled and said, "Thank you, Chuchu. It's just a matter of convenience." Zhu Chuchu took the garbage bag and went down the stairs. The auntie next door was from Ta County. She brought her children to the city to study. She was a mother who accompanied her children to study. However, the auntie's husband bought a house in the city. The house is still under construction. The auntie will move to the new house in the future to move out of this old community. When Zhu Chuchu went downstairs, she thought of the news that happened in Ta County a few years ago. A young man was playing games at home and was injured strangely. After the neighbors found out, they called an ambulance and sent him to the hospital. It was said that the young man had lost all his fingers. During his hospitalization, several men from Ta County came to the hospital, pulled the young man off the bed, and beat him half to death. They said that the young man had hooked up with their wives, and one of the men who beat him was actually a relative of the young man. He didn't even let his relative's wife go. It really opened Zhu Chuchu's eyes and overturned her worldview. The urban area of Yuzhou, a small city, is not very big. The battery car Zhu Chuchu rode was not a small battery car with pedals, but a large battery car that could reach a speed of 60. Zhu Chuchu didn't dare to drive at full speed and only drove at medium speed. At this speed, she arrived at Zhu Yuantang's house in 20 minutes. Zhu Yuantang's door was wide open. Zhu Chuchu parked the car and walked in. There was a wooden chopping board in the yard. Jiang Ning was holding a big fish in one hand. "Chuchu, you're here. I'll kill the fish for you to see." Zhu Yuantang showed her newly sharpened kitchen knife. She wore a small apron around her chest, dressed like a little cook. Jiang Ning slapped the fish on the head, knocking it unconscious, and put it on the chopping board. Zhu Yuantang wiped the knife, looked at the big catfish, gestured, and before killing the fish, she said hypocritically, "It's not easy for it to grow so big. It must have suffered a lot. I want to let it go." Zhu Chuchu suddenly felt that Tang Tang was hypocritical. She said, "It's impossible to release all of them. How about releasing half of them? What do you think, Jiang Ning? Am I very kind?" Jiang Ning said, "You want to release them? You don't want to release Ginger, do you?" Zhu Yuantang, HMPH, no. She was small, but she was very fierce with the kitchen knife, which was beyond Jiang Ning's expectation. "Braise this one. Steam these. Stir fry the rest." Zhu Yuantang made the arrangements clearly. "Today I'll show you what a genius chef is." At noon, the kitchen was filled with fragrance, a table full of fish, a full fish feast. Jiang Ning cast information on the table to prevent the dishes from getting cold. Zhu Yuantang took off his apron and sat on a small wooden stool. Zhu Chuchu served the rice, and Jiang Ning, took out the warm coconut milk, filled everyone's cups. Zhu Yuantang raised the cup and shouted, "Cheers." Bang! The glass cups collided with each other, and the rich coconut milk in the cup swayed gently. After Jiang Ning started eating, Zhu Chuchu picked up the chopsticks and picked up a piece of hot fish. The catfish was soft, with very few bones and just the right spices, and it tasted extremely delicious. The reserved Zhu Chuchu almost bit her tongue. Tong tong, it's delicious. Zhu Chuchu picked up another piece. Ha ha ha, I'm awesome. Zhu Yuantang enjoyed the compliment. Yeah. In terms of cooking skills, Zhu Chuchu is indeed far inferior to Tang Tang. Jiang Ning ate silently. Oh, yeah, take a picture. Zhu Yuantang took out her mobile phone. She rarely took pictures, and today was a rare day, so she didn't want to miss it. After taking the picture, she sent a copy to her mother first. Then she was going to send a copy to Jiang Ning, but after thinking about it, forget it. Anyway, the photo is kept with her, and Jiang Ning can see it at any time. Zhu Yuantang never worried that Jiang Ning would run away. He and she had stamped that they would never forget her. Zhu Chuchu took the initiative to raise her cup. Through the steam above the dining table, she looked at Tong Tong, whose face was red, and then at Jiang Ning, who was smiling. They were her good friends. So nice. At this moment, Zhu Chuchu's mood suddenly became light. The heavy schoolwork, the confused future, and the sense of responsibility on her shoulders were all thrown behind her. She faced the eyes of the two people, and a sweet smile bloomed on her cold face. I wish us to have this day every year. Chapter 171, The Most Dangerous Place. Sunday, number 4 middle school. In the first evening self-study class of class 8, Zhu Yuantang blatantly played with her mobile phone. On the north side of the river, Shan Kaikun looked over frequently with an envious expression. Last semester, Zhu Yuantang played with her mobile phone in class. After Shan Qingrang came over, he not only did not criticize her, but even gave her a power bank and asked if her mobile phone had power. At that time, Shan Kaikun thought, did the head teacher Shan Qingrang have to be so servile? Isn't Zhu Yuantang the first in the school? What's so great about it? Is it worth your flattery? Number 4 middle school is at least a provincial model high school, although it is the worst one. As a result, in the final exam of the last semester, Zhu Yuantang scored first in the city and opened up a huge gap with the second in the city. The original injustice in Shan Kaikun's heart was instantly dispelled. He admitted that he was short-sighted. Shan Kaikun spent this year's end very comfortably. His grades improved rapidly. In class 8, he was the fastest improving person. When he returned home for the new year, his parents' attitude became much better, and they gave him hundreds of New Year's money. Shan Kaikun used it as love money. After school started, Shan Kaikun found that his head teacher Shan Qingrang's attitude towards him was much better. Shan Kaikun realized the benefits of good grades and decided to continue to work hard. Of course, his ultimate goal is to sit at the same table with Bai Yuxia and surpass Chen Xiaoyu. The power of secret love is very terrifying and can produce miracles. Jiang Ning was also playing with his mobile phone. Last night, he went to Hukishan Villa. After refining the elixir, he planted another batch of herbs and activated the formation to ripen them. Recently, he asked Xiao Shuangshan to find more air soil. Spiritual soil can also increase the growth rate of herbs again. Jiang Ning now plays with his mobile phone, mostly browsing some strange forums. He rarely rewards spiritual objects in Tiba. For that kind of thing, Xiao Shuangshan's team is much more efficient than him. While playing with his mobile phone, his spiritual sense detected that the head teacher Shan Qingrang came over, and Jiang Ning took the initiative to put away his mobile phone. His grades were the 15th in the city in the last unified examination. He was not as good as Zhu Yuantang, so he had fewer corresponding privileges. Shan Qingrang came in from the front door. He first stayed at the window for a while and observed the students in the class. What? Zhu Yuantang is playing with her mobile phone. Shan Qingrang took the initiative to ignore it. Number 4 middle school has not produced students who went to those two top schools for many years. Zhu Yuantang has great potential to create greater glory. Shan Qingrang believed that she must be playing with her mobile phone because she was tired from studying. After all, studying requires a combination of work and rest. It is normal to play with the mobile phone to relax the brain. Don't get too tired. Besides, she was playing with her own and didn't disturb other students. Not to mention playing with the mobile phone. As long as Zhu Yuantang maintains this grade, Shan Qingrong will buy her a mobile phone and play games with her. If she really gets the first place in the province in the college entrance examination, their number 4 middle school will be so glorious. Shan Qingrong was still thinking about how to trick Zhu Yuantang into participating in provincial competitions, such as mathematics and physics. She could try it. Shan Qingrong continued to patrol and found that Ma Shicheng in the back row was playing with his mobile phone. His face immediately sank. He remembered that Ma Shicheng had good grades when he entered the school, but in the final exam, he ranked last in the class. It must be because of his addiction to mobile phones. Wingman Wang Lang was a bit slower to react. He quickly touched Ma Shicheng under the table. Ma Shicheng immediately understood and quickly put away his phone. Then he raised his head and looked at the front of the classroom. Shan Qingrong walked in with a majestic step. The classmates looked at the head teacher and held their breath. As Shan Qingrong walked to the back row with a gloating face, the students in the front row were out of danger and felt a sense of gloating. Looking at the head teacher's expression, someone must be in trouble. Which unlucky student was it? Several students became funny people, such as Chen Qian, Dong Qingfeng and others, expecting the head teacher to make a big noise. Shan Qingrong stared at Ma Shicheng and shouted, "Stand up." Ma Shicheng's heart trembled, thinking that it was not good. He immediately raised his hands and stood aside. Shan Qingrong bent down and reached out to turn over Ma Shicheng's desk. The classmates in the class immediately understood that Ma Shicheng had been caught playing with his mobile phone. If the class 8 students were caught playing with their mobile phones by the teacher, they would be taken away, especially by the head teacher Shan Qingrong, who would take away their mobile phones for a week and could only pick them up on Friday. Last semester, Mao Zhe's mobile phone was taken away and he waited for a week before getting it back. Jiu Kunan, who was in the last row, looked at Ma Shicheng and felt lucky. He was also playing with his mobile phone just now. Fortunately, the head teacher locked on Ma Shicheng, otherwise he would be caught. A friend who dies is not as poor as a friend who dies. Ciu felt that Ma Shicheng was doomed this time, but it was a pity that Ma Jet, a generation of mobile phone king, was defeated today. Many students watched the fun with this in mind. Only Wang Lang sympathized with Ma Jet. In this way, he would not have a mobile phone to look at in the next week. Ma Shicheng's position gathered the eyes of all the classmates at this moment. Even Bai Yuxia in front of Jiang Ning and Shan Zhao and others also looked over. Shan Qingrong first turned over Ma Shicheng's desk and looked in the gaps between the pile of books, but he didn't see the cell phone. Puzzled, he stretched out his hand and dug in the hole of Ma Shicheng's desk, but strangely, he still couldn't find it. Shan Qingrong found a pack of instant noodles. Shan Qingrong didn't believe it, so he patted the pocket of Ma Shicheng's cotton padded jacket, but there was no cell phone in it either. He gave up. Eat less instant noodles in the future. After saying this, Shan Qingrong left in frustration. He clearly saw Ma Shicheng playing with his cell phone, but he couldn't find it. It was really weird. The classmates in the class were very disappointed. How could he not find it? The head teacher was too lame. They still wanted to have fun. When Shan Qingrong left, Ma Shicheng put his hand down, his heart pounding. It was so damn thrilling. Just now, when he raised his hand, he also raised the cell phone above his head. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Therefore, he successfully avoided Shan Qingrong's inspection. Jiang Ning withdrew his consciousness. He had already discovered that the screen of mobile phones these days is about 4 inches, which is not big. Ma Shicheng just covered it with his hand. He is a talent. The first evening self-study class was over. Ciu, Meng Gui, and Shan Keikun ran to the back row. Brother Ma, you almost died. I thought your phone was going to be taken away. I didn't expect you to dodge it. How nervous Ma Shicheng was then. How arrogant he is now. He said nonchalantly, the class teacher's skills are still shallow, not very good. He showed his mobile phone, tilted his head, and looked arrogant. Ma Shicheng's hair sticks up in a patch, which looks very awkward. It's probably because he pressed his hair when he slept last night and didn't take care of it. Brother Ma is awesome. Shan Kei-kun wore a big Bluetooth headset on his ear, which was glowing. Jiao-kun noticed it and asked in surprise, "Did you buy a Bluetooth headset?" "I bought it online. 70 yuan. High-end headset. The sound quality is very good," Shan Kei-kun said proudly. 70 yuan? You are really rich. Ciu said in surprise. The headsets they use cost 10 yuan, at most 20 yuan, but Shan Kei-kun can actually use a headset that costs more than 70 yuan. Although everyone's mobile phone starts at several hundred yuan, 70 yuan is nothing, but when it comes to headphones, it is really not cheap. It's okay, I care more about the sound quality experience, I think it's worth it, Shan Kei-kun said lightly, but in fact he felt very comfortable. After enjoying a while of amazement in the back row, he ran to the front row to pretend. Shan Kei-kun found Jiang Ning. He actually planned to find Bayuxia, but it was not easy to talk to Bayuxia directly. Jiang Ning and Bayuxia were sitting close to each other, so as long as he talked to Jiang Ning, Bayuxia would naturally notice him. "Jiang Ning, take a look at my headphones, aren't they handsome?" Shan Kei-kun tapped his Bluetooth headphones. Seeing the big Bluetooth headphones hanging on Shan Kei-kun's ears, Jiang Ning felt that the headphones were very abrupt. Nowadays, Bluetooth headphones are not like the wireless headphones of the later AirPods, which have battery compartments and are made very small in pairs. Today's Bluetooth headphones are very large, and they are single, so the listening experience is very average. "It's okay," Jiang Ning said. When facing his classmates bragging, he never scorned others. Shan Kei-kun became more and more satisfied after getting Jiang Ning's recognition. Apart from other aspects, he at least won over Jiang Ning in the taste of headphones. He looked at the black wired headphones on Zhu Yuantang's desk and suggested, "Jiang Ning, I think wired headphones are too troublesome. If you want to buy one, buy Bluetooth ones. They are convenient and easy to use." There is nothing wrong with what he said. Some headphone enthusiasts in later generations have abandoned wired headphones with better sound quality and chosen to join the wireless headphone camp. Look at the Bluetooth headphones I'm using now. They cost 70 yuan and connect directly to the mobile phone. You can get one, Shan Kei-kun boasted. Shan Zio, who got up to go to the bathroom in front, had just stepped out of his seat when his legs stiffened for a moment. Then, he turned his head 20 degrees, paused for 0.3 seconds, turned 50 degrees again, paused for 0.2 seconds, and turned 70 degrees again. Then, he took a look at the headphones on Shan Kei-kun's ears. Shan Zio said nothing, and went out to the bathroom. Shan Kei-kun was teaching Jiang Ning to improve his taste in headphones, and didn't notice this scene at all. He was very pleased. Jiang Ning was relatively low-key in the class, and didn't like to show off. Shan Kei-kun had been a deskmate with Bayuxia, and knew that Jiang Ning was very capable. Acting in front of such a person, the feeling of pleasure is full, about the same as Jiao-kun plus Ciu plus Ma Shicheng. What's more, Bayuxia is sitting in front. Shan Kei-kun is very proud. "Do you want to listen to my Bluetooth headset and experience it?" Jiang Ning politely refused. At this time, Bayuxia is still reading a book, and Chen Xiaoyu turned around and listened to the chat of several people, mainly because Shan Kei-kun's voice was quite loud. She wanted to see what they were talking about specifically. Seeing that there was another girl watching, Shan Kei-kun felt more comfortable. The sound quality of my Bluetooth headset at this price can beat ordinary wired headsets in seconds, such as your black headset. Shan Kei-kun pointed to the headset on Zhu Yuantang's desk. The black headset looked ordinary and was mostly used by Zhu Yuantang. Shan Kei-kun knew that it was Jiang Ning's headset. "The sound quality of my Bluetooth headset is definitely better than yours. By the way, how much is your headset?" Shan Kei-kun asked casually. Jiang Ning smiled and said, "Someone gave me these headphones. I forgot the price. They seem to be Sennheiser 800. Xiao Shuangshan bought the headphones for him." "Oh, there's a name. It seems to be a brand. Let me search the price online, so we can compare them later." Shan Kei-kun took out his phone, typed in the name of the headphones, and a web page slowly popped up. Seeing the price of 5,000 plus, Shan Kei-kun didn't believe it at first, until he read it twice. He was silent. Somehow, Shan Kei-kun suddenly felt that he was beaten by the cruel reality. Jiang Ning saw his expression and kindly reminded him, "This is not the original product. It's just a replica. It's not real." Shan Kaikwan took a breath, and his mood fluctuated greatly. It turned out to be a replica. I thought it was real. He was scared. Jiang Ning used a mobile phone worth more than 5,000 yuan, and he didn't think it was a big deal. Huang Zhengfei and Wang Yang also used new iPhones, but headphones worth more than 5,000 yuan were very scary. Fortunately, Jiang Ning's headphones were replicas. As for the imitations, they are worth a few dozen yuan at most. In this headphone comparison, his Dan Kaikwan did not lose. His Bluetooth headphones did not lose. Chapter 170 to the wrong script. Evening self-study. The big break is the happiest time for students, because the last evening self-study is a real self-study class. Except for the class teacher who comes occasionally, there is no other teacher in charge. The class monitor Huang Zhengfei has a gentle personality. As long as you don't speak too loudly, he will generally ignore you. The students who love to study in the front row, such as Chen Kan, are still buried in reading. He not only studies during the break, but also studies until 12 o'clock after evening self-study. Yes, Chen Kan works so hard. In the last final exam, although he was only 4th in the class, he has rushed into the top 20 in the grade ranking. From outside the 150th place, when he entered school to the top 20 now, it is the result of Chen Kan's hard work day and night. After Chen Kan finished a difficult math problem, he felt a little tired and wanted to rest. But he couldn't. Chen Kan glanced at the corner, where Zhu Yuantang was. He saw that Zhu Yuantang was eating. Oh, eat. Talent can provide you with temporary help. If you think that you can maintain your first place in the city with talent alone, then you are wrong. Little do you know, I'm also talented. My talent is persistence. God rewards hard work. Don't be complacent. I'm starting to catch up. He saw Jiang Ning playing games again. Oh, play. Playing with things will make you lose your ambition. One day, you will regret your laziness today. Chen Kan smiled coldly. But from beginning to end, he had doubts in his heart. Zhu Yuantang had always been the first in junior high school. She fell into an ordinary class after something happened. She had been glorious before, and now she has firmly locked in the first place in the grade, which is not particularly strange. But how can Jiang Ning be the second in the grade? Jiang Ning was admitted from the town's middle school. His entrance score was average. It seems that he has a little relationship with Shenkinj. Beyond that, there is no news about him. A mysterious man. How can he be the second in the grade? Could it be Zhu Yuantang's assistant? I heard that he is a tenant of Zhu Yuantang's house and they go to school and go home together every day. Chen Kan is not a fool. If Jiang Ning himself has no ability, no matter how powerful Zhu Yuantang is, he will never help him to the second place in the grade. Jiang Ning must have something. Chen Kan made a judgment. But, what's the harm? I will kill ghosts and gods for you to see. After Chen Kan browsed the movements of the imaginary enemy, his original laziness suddenly disappeared, and he was full of energy. He looked at Bai Yuxia again. Bai Yuxia was still so beautiful, and her every move was as quiet as the beauty of a virgin. Although Bai Yuxia was beautiful, Chen Kan did not like her. He only had learning in his mind. Taking back Bai Yuxia was like getting a Medal of Honor, just an achievement. Last year, a female classmate in the first grade of high school approached him, and Chen Kan resolutely refused. Only vulgar people would fall in love. He, Chen Kan, only loves to study. With this thought, Chen Kan took out a difficult math problem again, and solved the problem. When he was solving the problem to his heart's content, a voice suddenly came from the door of the classroom. Hello, handsome boys and beautiful girls in class 8. I brought something that everyone likes again. Shenzhou from class 9 next door came in with a smile on his face and a bag on his back. Since the last time he and Miozhe had a shocking battle, he hasn't visited class 8 for a long time. There was a discussion in the back row of the classroom. Cuiu said happily, how dare he come to our class 8. Meng Jiui rubbed his 10cm high hair, and his hands were full of oil. When no one was paying attention, he touched his nose with his fingers, and took the opportunity to smell his fingers. Oh no, my hair is a little smelly. It's time to wash my hair, but it's too cold. How about spraying some perfume? Meng Gui thought so, and he continued Cui's words. How can you do business without being thick-skinned? Since he changed the object of his love and no longer coveted Jiang Ning, he and Cui reconciled and appreciated each other. Jiu Kunan said, I'm looking forward to Myo Zhe's reaction. Myo Zhe is not here. He probably went to the bathroom. Cui looked at Myo Zhe. No one in class 8 understood Myo Zhe better than him. Jiu Kunan took out his mobile phone and replied to the message from Manman. Manman was the girl who asked him for his questions that day and took the opportunity to ask for Huangzhang for his questions. He is now chatting with her using Marja's Smurf account. Jiu Kunan said, isn't Shenzhou a very troubled person? Why didn't he find someone to punish Myo Zhe? Cui shook his head, not sure. Shenzhou stood on the podium, looking at the classmates in class 8, and a haze flashed through his heart. He will never forget the scene of fighting with Myo Zhe that day and letting people watch like monkeys. It was so embarrassing. Shenzhou originally planned to find an opportunity to retaliate and never come to class 8 to sell things again. But he recently changed to a second-hand mobile phone, which cost more than 800 yuan. A few days ago, Valentine's Day came. He treated his girlfriend to a good meal in the city, which cost more than 200 yuan, and watched a movie. Now he is not well off. Making money is not shameful. He is a businessman. How can he fight and kill? Shenzhou maintained a superficial smile. He took out a round object and flipped the cover. Classmates, look at this mirror. It is small and round, as big as a lipstick. I usually put it in my pocket. There is a Doraemon drawing on it. This is a genuine license. He boasted. Our high school courses are tight, but we can't ignore our appearance. What if some handsome guy or beautiful girl takes a fancy to us? Girls buy it for themselves. Boys buy it for girls. 3 yuan each. No cheating. Shenzhou shouted without any stage fright. In terms of eloquence, he is much better than ordinary high school students. In the third row of the front row, Wu Zhaoqi sat with a ball, looking depressed. In the past, he would go out to play basketball during the big break, but since he moved to this side and sat next to Pang Jiao, he changed his habit of playing basketball during the big break. Outsiders will never know what a terrible experience he has encountered. Every time he goes out, he will be hit by Pang Jiao's big and strong iron back. Pang Jiao did it on purpose. That was not the delicate back of an adolescent girl at all. It was Mount Tae. Have you ever felt the pressure of being squeezed by Mount Tae? Wu Zhaoqi feels it every day. He could not hold on any longer. Students, don't worry. In addition to the small mirror, I have a magical product here. Look. Shenzhou took out a small square bag. This is a blackhead sticker for removing blackheads. You all know blackheads, the black spots next to the nose, which are very ugly. You can't just wash your face away. With the blackhead sticker, just stick it on your nose, wait for a while, and gently tear it off to suck out the blackheads. Your skin is perfect again. I suggest everyone check if they have blackheads. It's just right to buy a mirror and match it with the blackhead sticker. Perfect. Shenzhou was very satisfied with his speech. Shenzhou's shouting did have some effect. Some girls couldn't help but feel anxious about their appearance and exchanged ideas privately. Shan Kaiquan took the lead and stepped onto the podium, saying generously, 2 mirrors. He put out a 5 yuan bill and a 1 yuan coin. It was only $6. He didn't care. Shenzhou was very happy. He was worthy of being Kaiquan. He would always support him. When the first business started, Shenzhou shouted even more vigorously. Shan Kaiquan walked down the stage with a mirror. He inadvertently peeked at Bai Yuxia, imagining the scene of her smiling after taking the mirror. He thought of the epic scene in ancient times when King Yu of Zhao lit the beacon tower to make Baozi smile and tease the princes. Bai Yuxia's deskmate, Chen Xiaoyu, turned around. Su Yuantong, can you help me check if I have blackheads? Shenzhou's words just now aroused her mood. Girls always pay special attention to their appearance. Compared with the calm Bai Yuxia, Chen Xiaoyu's experience is a little shallow, and sometimes she doubts her appearance. Zhu Yuantong raised his head and looked at it for 2 seconds. No. Ah, that's great. Chen Xiaoyu got the answer and felt better. She took this opportunity to glance at Jiang Ning's face and found that there was not a single pimple on it, and there was no blemish at all. There was also an inexplicable and extraordinary temperament. She stared at him and stunned him. When she reacted, she found that Jiang Ning was glancing at her. Chen Xiao blushed, and she was at a loss for words. She quickly found a topic. Jiang Ning, your face is so clean. Of course, he washes his face every day. Zhu Yuantang said seriously. Jiang Ning glanced at Zhu Yuantang. You are so stupid. You dare to say I'm stupid? If you have the guts, play chess with me. Use your mobile phone and decide the winner. Zhu Yuantang challenged him to a game, and the mobile phone could not regret the move and could not destroy the chessboard. Okay, do you think I dare not? Jiang Ning was naturally not afraid of her. Zhu Yuantang seemed to have won. Jiang Ning, you are done. In terms of real chess skills, she and Jiang Ning were 70% to 30%. Seeing that she abused Jiang Ning and made him cry and beg for mercy today, Zhu Yuantang took out his mobile phone and invited Jiang Ning to play. In order to delay time, Jiang Ning slowly took out his mobile phone and quietly cast a spell to suck the power of Zhu Yuantang's mobile phone. On the other side, Wu Zhaoqi held the ball and watched Pang Zhao go up to buy a mirror. It was not only Pang Zhao, but also Pang Zhao's good friend Zhang Yifei. Wu Zhaoqi felt that if Pang Zhao was Mount Te, Zhang Yifei was Mount Song, big and strong, unruly. Pang Zhao twisted her waist and approached Shenzhou step by step. Shenzhou looked at her morale and suddenly had an idea. This female classmate was definitely not simple and must not be offended. With the attitude that customers are god, Shenzhou forced a smile and said something against his will. Beauty, do you want a blackhead sticker or a mirror? Pang Zhao had an unpredictable temper. When she heard this, she felt insulted and immediately shouted, how can you talk like that? My face is so smooth. Do I have blackheads? Look carefully. Pang Zhao opened her mouth wide and put her basin close to Shenzhou. Shenzhou felt a huge black shadow on his face. He saw a pair of yellow and dirty teeth, followed by a smell of bad breath. What kind of smell is that? It's probably like a rotten apple stuffed deep into the nasal cavity. Shenzhou felt a little dizzy. He held his breath and his eyes twitched wildly. Damn it, I must have been unlucky for 8 lifetimes to encounter such a thing. He quietly distanced himself. He wanted to fan the wind in front of his face with his hands, but that was impolite. If he showed disgust, the customer in front of him would be angry and leave. Shenzhou had to inhale a little breath, maintaining the dignity of a businessman, and said humiliatingly, my classmate, your face is very clean. There are no blackheads at all. A beautiful girl like you should look in the mirror more often. Look in the mirror every day, and your mood will definitely improve. Haha. Shenzhou was smiling, but many classmates could see a trace of sadness on his face. Cuiyu in the back row said, I suddenly feel that it's not easy for him either. Why don't you stop targeting him in the future? Jiuo Kanan agreed very much. Too miserable. If it were me, I would definitely run away. He found a chance and sent another message to Manman. After chatting for a few days, Jiuo Kanan felt the feeling of being held in the palm of a girl's hand. It was so wonderful. Every sentence was responded to, and he would never be ignored. Moreover, Manman never asked him to find topics. The whole process of his chat was extremely comfortable. Manman would always show surprise and admiration for the topics he talked about. Jiuo Kanan was a little floating. He had never had such an experience in the past 16 years. Fei, shall we meet tomorrow? A message from Manman instantly brought Jiuo Kanan back to reality. Jiuo Kanan's heart was cold. He never forgot that he was holding the script of Huang Zhangfei's role. Facing Manman's words, Jiuo Kanan had a flash of struggle in his heart. He couldn't wait to tell her that I'm not Huang Zhangfei, I'm Jiuo Kanan. Jiuo Kanan felt that he and Manman were a perfect match. After all, they chatted so smoothly online, so they must have a tacit understanding. But he thought about what Manman said to him that day, you are dark and silly. You look a little silly. You are too confident. Those words, like bayonets, pierced Jiuo Kanan's chest, making him unable to breathe. How great would it be if I were Huang Zhangfei? Jiuo Kanan thought so. He was always steady, but suddenly he envied Huang Zhongfei, who was handsome and liked by girls. Unlike him, he was dark and silly. Am I really dark and silly? Jiuo Kanan suddenly stood up, and in the surprised eyes of Cuiyu and Meng Jiui, he went to the podium to buy a mirror. Chapter 173. Would I be afraid? Jiuo Kanan came back with a mirror. Brother Nan, you are confused. Wang Lang shouted. Cuiyu said, Kanan, what's wrong with you? Jiuo Kanan didn't say anything. He opened the small mirror and looked at himself. In the mirror was a dark-skinned boy with a bit of rogue handsomeness and a bit of stupidity, which made up a strange face. He was not sure whether he was handsome or not. In order to get the real answer, he asked for advice. Cuiyu, what do you think I look like? Cuiyu was confused. What the hell? He always felt that Jiuo Kanan was not right today, but the other party looked serious. Cuiyu thought for a moment and answered, you are more handsome than Meng Jiui. Damn. Meng Jiui was not convinced. He blurred his 10cm long hair and said, I'm obviously very handsome, right? Jiuo Kanan asked a lonely question. He then asked Wang Long, Brother Long, do you think I'm handsome? How do I rank among the boys in our class? Wang Long has always been very reliable. He said, the most handsome boys in our class are Huang Zhongfei and Jiang Ning. Do you have any objection? Although he hated the class monitor, speaking objectively, the class monitor was indeed handsome and elegant. Cuiyu agreed, no problem. The class monitor and Jiang Ning are handsome. Jiuo Kanan looked at the front row. Jiang Ning was discussing a topic with Bai Yuxia, and Chen Xiao leaned over to listen. In terms of appearance, Manman, whom he liked, was not as good as Bai Yuxia, but Jiang Ning could face Bai Yuxia calmly and even crushed her in terms of grades. Jiuo Kanan was even more frustrated. The next most handsome guy is Yang Sheng. Who has any objections? When the boys in the back row heard this name, their faces turned bitter. Yang Sheng is a girl with short hair. She is more handsome than boys and prettier than girls. It's really unfair. Next, Dong Qingfeng, and then the pretty boy Qin Kaian. Furthermore, the sports committee member Zhang Kai and my brother Nan. Wang Long was very objective. He added, if the second year of high school is divided into science classes this year, and our class does not have more handsome male students, then brother Nan will still be in the top 10. Meng Jiui was not convinced. He always felt that he was the most handsome, and it was not easy for him to jump out and compete. Boys always feel embarrassed in beauty pageants. Forget it, Meng Jiui relies on his talent to make a living. Jiuo Kanan felt much better after listening to Wang Long's explanation. He looked at Dong Qingfeng and the others one by one, and suddenly felt that he was not bad, and there was no need to feel inferior. Maybe I can try to confess to Manman. She and I have a foundation of feelings. Maybe it will work. After some bargaining, Pang Jiao returned with a full load. She took the mirror and returned to her seat. As soon as they arrived at their seats, Pang Jiao and Zhang Yifei took out their own mirrors and began to show off their beauty, laughing horribly from time to time. Wu Zhaoqi couldn't help it, and he said in a sarcastic tone, it's appropriate for you to buy a mirror. What he really meant was, look at your devilish face. Wu Zhaoqi didn't dare to say it directly, so he could only express it metaphorically in this way. After he finished speaking, he still felt that he was very smart and witty. Pang Jiao didn't understand what Wu Zhaoqi meant. She usually ignored this new deskmate. At this moment, when she saw him say something human, Pang Jiao opened her mouth and replied, your basketball is also suitable for you. Wu Zhaoqi's face changed suddenly, thinking that Pang Jiao was mocking him, mocking his dream. He, Wu Zhaoqi, only had the basketball dream that could not be let down. Wu Zhaoqi clenched his fists. He had to teach the other party a lesson. Pang Jiao ignored him at all and went to discuss Makyup with Zhang Yifei again. Wu Zhaoqi's eyes stayed on Pang Jiao and Zhang Yifei for a few seconds, thinking about his chances of winning if a fight really broke out. The chance of winning is 0. Pang Jiao not only got along well with Zhang Yifei, but also got along well with several other girls such as Wang Yanan. If a fight broke out, he would be beaten up. Although Wu Zhaoqi was crazy, he was not crazy all the time. He looked at the majestic Song Sheng next to him. Wu Zhaoqi was thinking, if he could win over Song Sheng, could he fight him? After the evening self-study class, Jiang Ning picked up Zhu Yuantang. Wake up, it's time to go home. Zhu Yuantang opened her eyes. The light was too dazzling. She paused for 2 seconds, rubbed her eyes, and got off Jiang Ning's hand. Jiang Ning grabbed her arm again. Let's go. He grabbed the dazed Zhu Yuantang and led her out of the classroom. Yang Sheng leaned against the wall, a few strands of hair hanging in front of his forehead, and his profile was handsome. Jiang Ning, let's go together. Recently, Yang Sheng was riding a mountain bike home. She found that she and Jiang Ning were going the same way, so they just happened to walk together for a while. Jiang Ning turned to the left and went downstairs from the stairs next to class 1. Just after school, several students from class 1 came out and looked at Jiang Ning. A tall and thin boy, holding a little girl by the hand, followed by a cool girl. What a magical combination. Moreover, they recognized the girl. She was Zhu Yuantang, the number 1 in the city. Fuck, the number 1 in the city was taken away by someone. After going downstairs, Zhu Yuantang finally came to her senses and realized that school was over. However, Zhu Yuantang was lazy, and it would save her energy to let Jiang Ning lead her by the arm, so she simply did not break free. After leaving the school gate, Zhu Yuantang sat in the back seat obediently and reminded him, Jiang Ning, the emperor is going back to the palace. If you say anything more, I'll let you get off and push the bike. Humph, I'll push you to the sky. Zhu Yuantang showed no weakness. Jiang Ning naturally did not let her push the bike. It was cold, and there were few pedestrians on the road after 9:30 in the evening. 2 mountain bikes were running side by side. Yang Sheng had an outstanding physique and rode quite fast. Soon, they arrived at the fork in the road at the dam. She waved her hand, rode alone, and disappeared into the cold night. Jiang Ning looked at the free and easy figure and turned the bike towards the dam. Late at night, 12 o'clock, Jiang Ning sat cross-legged on the bed, cultivating his spiritual consciousness. Suddenly, the phone rang with a reminder tone of QQ's special concern. This was specially set up by Zhu Yuantang after he got his phone. In exchange, Zhu Yuantang also set up special care for Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, I can't sleep. Zhu Yuantang huddled in the quilt and sent a message to Jiang Ning, separated by a wall. I fell asleep during evening self-study. Why didn't you call me? She asked. Jiang Ning replied, what did you say last time I called you? If I touch you again, you'll bite me to death. How dare I? Zhu Yuantang stretched his feet out of the quilt. The room was warm and stuffy. Don't you usually listen to me? In order to better teach Jiang Ning a lesson, Zhu Yuantang suggested, let's make a voice call. The question's voice call function on mobile phones only appeared last month. Zhu Yuantang really likes this feeling of free calls. After Jiang Ning answered, Zhu Yuantang's crisp voice came from the microphone. She first pointed out Jiang Ning's mistakes, and then told him what Jiang Ning should do when she fell asleep in the future. In short, it was all her reasoning. Jiang Ning turned on the speakerphone, put it on the quilt, and listened while practicing. Zhu Yuantang talked for a while, but Jiang Ning didn't say anything back. She felt that he was too invincible, so she asked, Jiang Ning, what are you doing? I'm playing rock paper scissors with myself in front of the mirror, and I actually won several rounds. Jiang Ning said. Hehe, Jiang Ning, you're so stupid. Huh. Zhu Yuantang suddenly realized something, and her voice rose. Shouldn't rock paper scissors be a draw when playing in front of the mirror? She silently retracted her feet outside the quilt. Jiang Ning teased her. What's wrong with you? Are you scared? It's ridiculous. I, Zhu Yuantang, would be scared? Really? Let me tell you another story about me in the mirror. I'm going to break. Good night. Zhu Yuantang next door quickly hung up the phone. Jiang Ning's consciousness swept over and found that she was huddled tightly in the quilt. Do you want to use magic to tease her? Forget it. She will be scared to death. Jiang Ning set up a calming formation for Zhu Yuantang across the wall. It's a little late. Chapter 174 called Art. It was dawn in Yazhou. The dogs outside were barking. Their voices were desolate. Wang Lang was lying on the bed, and he suddenly felt lonely and miserable. He tossed and turned last night, and couldn't fall asleep for a long time. It had been a week, since the start of school, and Shan Qingrang still didn't mention the replacement of class leaders. Half a year after half a year, how long would he have to wait? Wang Lang was unwilling. He didn't want to wait any longer. The desire for power made him overcome the winter cold. He suddenly turned on the desk lamp and sat up in shock. There was A4 paper on the desk, and Wang Lang held the pen. Wang Lang's face showed a cruel look. Today he was going to accuse Huang Zhangfei and remove him from his position as class monitor. Regarding the 10 crimes of Huang Zhangfei, the monitor of class 8, grade 12, senior 12, senior 13, senior 14, senior 15, senior 16, senior 17, senior 18, senior 19, senior 21, senior 22, senior 23, senior 24, senior 25, senior 26, senior 27, senior 28, senior 29, senior 30, senior 31, senior 32, senior 33, senior 34, senior 35, senior 36, senior 37, senior 38, senior 39, senior 39, senior 30, senior 31, senior 32, senior 33, senior 34, senior 35, senior 36, senior 37, senior 38, senior 39, senior 39, senior 31, senior 32, senior 33, senior 33, senior 34, senior 35, senior 36, senior 37, senior 38, senior 39, senior 39, senior 30, senior 31, senior 32, senior 33, senior 33, senior 34, senior 35, senior 36, senior 39, senior 39, senior 30, senior 31, senior 32, senior 3, 5. He is a playboy. I have seen girls from other classes come to our class to look for Huang Zhangfei many times, and he never refused them sternly, so those girls seriously disturbed the simple atmosphere of our class. 6:10 After the 10 pieces of evidence were listed, Wang Lang continued to write, the above 10 pieces of evidence are just my thoughts, but the entire content is the result of countless incidents in the past 6 months. We should be self-reliant and speak out. He is not worthy of being a class cadre of class 8. My request is very simple. To remove Huang Zhangfei, and the whole class will re-elect the class monitor democratically, and everyone will compete fairly. Wang Lang looked at the evidence of Huang Zhangfei's crimes, and was very satisfied. He took a photo, and sent it to Shan Qingrang's questions. Huang Zhangfei, I wonder how you can be the class monitor. Wang Lang smiled proudly. Heba. In the early morning, Jiang Ning was awakened by Zhu Yuantang. Jiang Ning, it's time to eat. Get up. Zhu Yuantang stood beside Jiang Ning's bed with her hands on her hips, looking down at him, and calling him crisply. Got it. Jiang Ning opened his eyes. Why don't you get up quickly? I've prepared the meal. Don't you want to eat? Zhu Yuantang argued. How can I get dressed and get up if you're standing in my room? Jiang Ning asked her. Bah, stinky Jiang Ning. Zhu Yuantang turned and ran away. After she left, Jiang Ning stood up and waved his hand. The clothes hanging on the back of the chair flew up and fell on him. Compared to putting on clothes, winter shoes and socks are actually more troublesome. Jiang Ning walked barefoot from the bed to the ground. He lifted his right foot and put the socks on his foot in the gap where he landed. Then, the shoes flew over and put on his right foot. The hanging shoelaces were tied into a bow, as if controlled by an invisible hand. Jiang Ning stepped on the cement floor with his right shoe, and repeated the same with his left foot. When his feet landed on the ground, his shoes were completely put on. He stepped on his shoes, and went out to Zhu Yuantang's house. Zhu Yuantang carried a teacup, and poured hot water into the basin, and the hot air rose. She twisted the towel with great effort, and wiped her little face carefully, once, and again. After washing her face, she threw the towel into the basin. It's time for you to wash, Jiang Ning. Although Zhu Yuantang lived in the city, she had simple rural habits in her bones. It was not easy to boil water in winter, and a basin of hot water was just right for 2 people to wash their faces. And she was clean, so the water would not be dirty after washing her face. Jiang Ning, can't you pour me another basin of water? Do you dislike me? Dislike? Jiang Ning was merciless. Okay, don't eat the food I cook. Jiang Ning had no choice but to twist the towel and wipe his face with the hot water that Zhu Yuantang had used. Zhu Yuantang was applying something on his little face. The winter in Yuzhou was cold and dry. If you don't apply some moisturizing products, your skin will easily become tight due to dryness. Wring out the towels and hang them on the clothes line so they can be dried at noon, Zhu Yuantang reminded. Got it. Jiang Ning washed her face and went to the kitchen to uncover the pot. Today, Zhu Yuantang made green pepper and egg pancakes and fried dumplings with vegetables. The staple food was hot steamed buns and rice soup. For breakfast, it was quite rich. The steamed buns were homemade and very big. The fillings were dried bean curd, eggs, and mushrooms. What was even more amazing was that the dried bean curd tasted like meat. Zhu Yuantang sat close to Jiang Ning, as if the closer he was to him, the warmer he would feel. Jiang Ning took a sip of the rice soup, which was hot and had some sugar in it. Zhu Yuantang picked up the dumplings and took a bite. It tasted great. She took another bite of the bun. The wilderness outside the house was cold, but the house was warm. Simple and ordinary meals made Jiang Ning feel fulfilled and happy. Even if it continued like this, he would never get tired of it. Only when you leave your hometown alone and go out to venture out, you will know how rare and hard-won the peaceful life is now. Jiang Ning has witnessed other people's reunited families countless times, but he can only return to the cold rented house, play with his mobile phone and eat takeout. In an increasingly impetuous society, the pace is accelerating. People are chasing money, fame, and fortune. Comparison, jealousy, and showing off are everywhere, which makes many people lost in it, but they are disgusted from the bottom of their hearts. But this is the era. Who can say right or wrong? Money is indispensable in life, but people's greed is endless, and they always ask for more. Now that he has returned, Jiang Ning has the power to protect his relative's safety for life, and he no longer asks for more. In the hustle and bustle of the world, hiding from the world may be more comfortable. Jiang Ning, is it delicious? Zhu Yuantang blinked and asked him suddenly. Haha, what is she thinking? Jiang Ning can see at a glance, she must be being clever again. It's delicious. The scrambled eggs with green peppers are pretty good. Am I good to you? To be honest, except that she asked him to use the face washing water she had used, she was pretty good, considerate, and sensible. Jiang Ning said, it's okay. I'm very good to you, too. Zhu Yuantang ignored Jiang Ning's later words. After getting a satisfactory answer, she said happily, then can I have that triangular bun all to myself? Triangular buns are triangular in shape. Unlike other salty buns, they are filled with peanuts, sesame and brown sugar. Among the many buns, they account for less than 1/10. It is a more noble variety. Zhu Yuantang only heated up one triangular bun today. Eat it. Seeing that she performed well today, Jiang Ning did not argue with her. Zhu Yuantang pinched the bun and took a bite. Her eyes curved sweetly and her eyes were flowing. Jiang Ning found it quite interesting. Zhu Yuantang thought that Jiang Ning had performed well today, respecting the elderly and loving the young. She thought for a moment and tore off a corner of the bun as a reward. However, she felt that the corner was too big, so she opened her mouth and bit off half of it before giving it to Jiang Ning. Okay, eat it. Jiang Ning, that's all you can do. After dinner, Jiang Ning received a message from Yang Sheng. Where are you? Ever since he learned that they were going the same way, Yang Sheng always hoped to meet the two of them on the road, as if he would have fun as long as he met them. Jiang Ning didn't know how to describe this behavior. He could probably guess that Yang Sheng liked the feeling of trying his luck. I haven't set off yet, I'm just going to wash the dishes. Jiang Ning stood in front of the sink and urged his spiritual power. We can't meet anymore, I'll leave first. After Jiang Ning finished washing the dishes, Zhu Yuantang came over with a mobile phone. I fully charged my phone today, so I can play until school is over. Jiang Ning said nothing. Today's smartphones have relatively small battery capacity and poor battery life, unlike later mobile phones, where manufacturers pay attention to battery life and batteries are often 4000 to 5000 mAh. Of course, Zhu Yuantang has a good control over the power and can always plan the playtime well. If he doesn't suck up power, Zhu Yuantang can indeed play until school is over. I won't suck up power next time. Jiang Ning thought to himself. During the last class of evening self-study yesterday, Zhu Yuantang's phone was turned off. She had nothing to play with, so she lay on the desk and slept. As a result, she was not sleepy when she went home at night. Jiang Ning pushed the mountain bike out, and Zhu Yuantang came over to help him tie his scarf and patted him twice. Not bad, not bad. It looks good. Zhu Yuantang sat on the back seat as usual. Jiang Ning rode towards the river dam. The uphill slope of the river dam was very steep, and most people riding a bike often need to get off the bike and push it. However, Jiang Ning, with almost no effort, the mountain bike rushed straight to the river dam under the drive of spiritual power. The last big turn almost threw Zhu Yuantang off the bike. We arrived at school safely. At the school gate, many students were carrying breakfast, such as soy milk, fried dough sticks, porridge and buns, eating as they walked. The gate of number 4 middle school was wide open, and the guards in the security department of number 4 middle school stood at the gate, patrolling the students coming in. Bicycles are prohibited on campus. Jiang Ning pushed his mountain bike into the campus. Although he and Zhu Yuantang were good students, their reputations were only in class 8. The students in the first year of high school might not recognize Zhu Yuantang, not to mention the guards in the security department, who had no privileges. Zhu Yuantang pushed the back seat with one hand and moved forward with the mountain bike. As soon as Jiang Ning entered the classroom, he saw Shan Kaiquan with a bitter face. On Shan Kaiquan's desk was his precious Bluetooth headset. Unfortunately, the light of the Bluetooth headset was off. After Shan Kaiquan bought the Bluetooth headset, he played with it every day and never let it go. He wore the Bluetooth headset to listen to music every night before going to bed. He didn't have any reason. He loved it. However, when he got up in the morning, his Bluetooth headset was out of power. It doesn't matter, the Bluetooth headset can be charged. Shan Kaiquan came to the classroom as usual, intending to take the charging cable and put the Bluetooth headset under the multimedia computer to charge. But when he dug a hole in the table, the charging cable was gone. Damn, his headset charging cable was gone. The Bluetooth headset he bought came with a charging cable, which is different from a mobile phone charger. Without the charging cable, his Bluetooth headset could not be charged. Shan Kaiquan instantly thought of the person who stole things in the school. He didn't expect that the other party would even steal such a small thing as a charging cable. It's too immoral. What's the point of you stealing my charging cable? Shan Kaiquan was really convinced. The value of the charging cable is far less than that of the Bluetooth headset, but I really can't live without this thing. Being stolen like this made Shan Kaiquan feel uncomfortable throughout the morning self-study and couldn't read the book at all. After thinking about it, he took out his mobile phone, contacted the seller online, and got another charging cable. High school students are relatively simple. Nowadays, the online shopping environment is relatively simple. He told the store that he lost his charging cable and wanted to buy another one, so Shan Kaiquan paid for the shipping fee, which cost a total of 15 yuan. If it were put in the future, some people would often tell the store directly that your charging cable is not working well and is broken. Please reissue it quickly, otherwise I will give you a bad review. What? You dare not reissue it? I'll show you what a refund only means. Shan Zhao, who was in the front row, sat quietly. He saw all of Shan Kaiquan's movements. Shan Kaiquan's hardship made Shan Zhao feel happy, just like drinking a bowl of hot soy milk in a cold winter, feeling refreshed. Shan Zhao is a person who pursues art and loves perfection. He pursues neatness for things like Bluetooth headsets, which are complete sets. Don't even think about running away. Shan Zhao calls himself a person with high artistic accomplishment. Chapter 175, not on the same channel. In the afternoon, the second class monitor Huang Zhengfei stood on the podium with a smile on his face and announced, "The math teacher is not feeling well. Everyone will take the test in the second and third classes." Fuck. That's great. There was a burst of exclamations in the classroom. If we talk about the most hated subject, math, the main subject, can definitely be ranked in the top 3. Many students are completely ignorant of it. It is great news to hear that they will have to study on their own at this time. Long, look at me playing games. Ma Shichung's attitude of playing with his mobile phone became more arrogant. There is no teacher and no one to supervise him. Isn't it okay for him to play freely? Jiuo Kunan was also very happy. He took out his mobile phone and chatted with Manman. Manman was in physical education class. Jiuo Kunan planned to chat with her for a class. He didn't ask about the past or the future. Anyway, chatting with Manman now was really great. He could feel pure happiness. Only Hoojun looked lonely, as if he had lost his faith. Why is the math teacher sick? Math teacher, you must get well soon. What Hoojun was most looking forward to was not the class of Jiuo Ran, the chemistry teacher, but the class of Fenggan's math teacher. He always looked forward to it. As long as there was a math teacher, there was hope in life. However, today's math teacher was sick, so Hoojun had no hope. He was like an old goose walking on the road and was suddenly kicked. He no longer had any high spirits. In the last 10 minutes of the class, Chen Xiaoyu finished half of the test paper and turned to chat. Have you heard that our school will hold the 60th anniversary celebration in late April this year, and each class must have a program? Chen Xiaoyu's tone was excited. The school celebration meant excitement and no classes. Jiang Ning found that this girl loved to talk after getting familiar with people. Unlike her sister Chen Xiqing, who was reserved, Chen Xiaoyu was relatively optimistic and cheerful. Bei Yuxia joined the chat. I heard that there was also a school sports meeting held at the same time. Jiang Ning knew it well. He had studied in number 4 middle school and had a deep memory of the 60th anniversary celebration. The school celebration lasted for 3 days. Number 4 middle school invited leaders from the city. Many people from the education bureau came, and there were also outstanding alumni participating. I remember that day, luxury cars that were not usually seen were parked on the campus, and successful people in suits and leather shoes stood on the podium to give speeches. Jiang Ning felt that they were extremely glorious at the time. There was also Zhu Yuantong, who would speak on behalf of the first grade of high school. A sports meet was held later, and Jiang Ning signed up for the 1500 meter race. Unfortunately, he did not get any place and ended up as a foil. Thinking of the past, Jiang Ning said, there is indeed a sports meet. Do you want to participate? Chen Xiaoyu asked. Jiang Ning was good at fighting, so his physical fitness must be extremely good. It depends on the situation, he said. Bei Yuxia said, the sports meet is a competition for all grades in the school. Most of the previous winners were sports students. There are many students with sports specialties in number 4 middle school. You can always see them sweating, running, jumping in the sand pit, and training for various projects on the playground. My deskmate Zhu Yuantang kept moving her hands. She was peeling melon seeds. She peeled the melon seeds, but did not eat them. She put the melon seed kernels on a paper towel and waited until she had accumulated a pile before swallowing them in one gulp. Zhu Yuantang worked hard for a long time, just for that moment of enjoyment. Jiang Ning, you have such good physical fitness. Do you plan to study sports in the future? Chen Xiaoyu asked. After asking this question, she felt really stupid. Sports students are generally students with poor grades who choose to take shortcuts. Jiang Ning is the second in the grade, so there is no need for it. Before she could refute herself, Zhu Yuantang said lightly, Jiang Ning's physical fitness is okay, a little worse than mine. Chen Xiaoyu was speechless, too good at bragging. Zhu Yuantang joined the topic and kept peeling melon seeds. Then, Chen Xiaoyu asked, Yuxia, are you going to perform a show for the school anniversary? I think your dance on New Year's Day last year was very beautiful. If you perform in front of the whole school, many people will like it. Bei Yuxia did not deny it. She said softly, the school anniversary is in April. Let's talk about it later. If you go to perform a dance, my sister and I will dance with you. Chen Xiaoyu took the initiative to help her. A few people talked and chatted, and the get out of class was over. Although I didn't study in the last 10 minutes, I was really happy to chat. Chen Xiaoyu decided that she would continue to talk about the topic of the school anniversary in the last 10 minutes of the next class. During the break, Zhu Yuantang collected a pile of melon seeds, looking extremely excited. There were 2 tissues in front of her, one with melon seed shells and the other with melon seeds. It's time to start. It's time to start. I'm going to eat. Zhu Yuantang rubbed her hands expectantly. There was a sudden noise outside the classroom. Zhu Yuantang looked up and saw that someone was fighting. It was none of her business. She was going to eat melon seeds. Zhu Yuantang lowered her head to grab the melon seeds, but the melon seeds on the tissue were gone. Not a single one, and the tissue was still flat. She looked at Jiang Ning. For some reason, Zhu Yuantang would always think of Jiang Ning first when something happened. It seemed that, as long as he was there, everything would be fine. Jiang Ning, have you seen my melon seeds? Jiang Ning chewed the melon seeds, and they were quite fragrant. He looked around, and pretended to look for them. No, I didn't see any at all. What are you eating? Zhu Yuantang puffed up his cheeks. Sugar pills. Jiang Ning swallowed the melon seeds, picked up the water cup, drank water and rinsed his mouth. Zhu Yuantang was furious. You are lying. It's you. You ate my melon seeds. I worked so hard to peel the melon seeds. Jiang Ning didn't admit it at all, but questioned her. When did you peel the melon seeds? He pointed to the 2 smooth paper towels in front of Zhu Yuantang, which were spotless. I peeled them. No, you didn't. You lost your memory. Jiang Ning said. Zhu Yuantang puffed his mouth and went over to search Jiang Ning's desk hole, trying to find traces of the crime. Oh, I ate the melon seeds, and I put the melon seed shells in my storage ring. Where can you find them? Jiang Ning was very happy at this moment. The movement at the door attracted the attention of the students in class 8. Shan Kaikun ran over to watch, and after finding out the truth, he quickly turned back and reported to Beiyuxia like an ancient scout. The people in class 9 are fighting outside, and they are bullying Liang Sheng again. Liang Sheng is a boy in class 9, chubby, honest looking, and addicted to playing with his mobile phone all day long. If Ma Shichen is playing with his mobile phone, then Liang Sheng is played by his mobile phone, addicted to it, and unable to extricate himself, and does not socialize with others. Such a lonely classmate is easy to be bullied if he encounters some bad-minded students. Beiyuxia frowned when she heard about the fight. Some girls like to watch boys fight as a spectator, but she only felt disgusted. She felt that wrestling together, pulling clothes, and being embarrassed and rude. Of course, Beiyuxia likes it if it is Jiang Ning's neat and handsome fighting style. Deng Qingfeng next to him said, Shen Xinli and his friends beat up Liang Sheng, right? Deng Qingfeng usually looked down on the poor students from the countryside, but Shan Kaikun's rapid improvement in grades made him take him a little more seriously. Shan Kaikun said with disdain, yes, Shen Xinli, I really don't know why he is so arrogant. A few short guys bullied Liang Sheng. In my opinion, Liang Sheng is just timid. With his size, if a fight really breaks out, he will definitely pin Shen Xinli to the ground and beat him. Shen Xinli and his friends bullied Liang Sheng more than once. They often chased Liang Sheng with books and beat him. Several times, they beat him to the door of their class 8. Shen Xinli doesn't look like a good person, and he likes to bully others, so many students in class 8 looked down on him. Shan Kaikun felt that, if he went up, beating Shen Xinli would be like playing. There is no other way. Liang Sheng can only resist on his own. If he doesn't resist, he will be bullied. Deng Qingfeng said something fair. Chen Xiaoyu said, I feel that the 9th class is chaotic. When he heard the girl's words, Chen Xiaoyu was still happy. Who did not like twins? Taehang, girls are not as good as our class. He held the female classmate in the lower class. Shan Kaikun said, indeed, I don't know if you have been to 9 classes. When their class arrives at the end of the classroom, they often fight. Shan Kaikun looked at Jiang Ning. No matter. Jiang Ning hit Song Sheng, and the second hit Deng Xiang. Deng Qingfeng nodded. Fighting each other? There are boys in class 9 who ask me for the contact information of the girls in our class. Shan Kaikun said, they are really good at fighting. Before, in building 2, they often wrestled on the grass in the small garden. Deng Qingfeng said, they are good, but I didn't give them the questions of the girls in our class. I won't betray the girls in our class. Shan Kaikwon said. Whether they tell or not, the fighting power of class 9 has definitely been honed. Arm wrestling is popular in their class now. Whoever is stronger is more powerful. The veins on An King Feng's forehead jumped. Damn, what are you talking about? Are you chatting with me? The two of them were talking back and forth, and Chen Xiao was confused. She froze in her seat, feeling that her thoughts could not keep up with the conversation between the two. They were obviously not talking about the same thing, so why could they continue the conversation? Chen Xiao hesitated and said, "Can you guys unify the topic? It makes my mind so confused." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.